Okay. Vacation in Heat, Chapter 1, Primal Urges Cannot Be Contained. The sun was shining down on the beautiful region of Alola like any other. The warmth here exceeded that of any other region of the globe, which was commonly known to have caused physical differentiations with certain Kanto Pokémon. But this is not a story of how the temperature can affect a Pokémon. No, it is a story of a certain young trainer on vacation. Well, not so young anymore. Hey Ash. You forgot your lunch, the young man sighed, stopping in his tracks. He turned on his heels, looking a short distance down the path to an older brunette woman leaning off the railing of a house porch, waving her arm at him with a picnic basket resting on the railing. Beside the basket was a small electric mouse, laughing at his trainer's usual forgetfulness as he rested on the railing. He sauntered back towards the house, the woman and mouse smiling in amusement at the man's image. Despite having changed quite a bit, seeing him sulk like that reminded them that he really was still the same energetic boy on the inside. In regards to the changes in his image, Delia had been the one most taken by surprise, Pikachu in close second. No longer sporting a branded hat on his head, he let his hair grow out slightly thicker than what he had used to, covering his ears. The left side of his head still jutted out to the side resembling bedhead, as well as a thick patch of hair coming down between his eyes, but the young man had now grown a preference to push it to the side, not so far as to expose his eyes completely but rather slightly conceal his right eye. He had long since ditched his journey attire, seeing as how he was in such a warm climate, now sporting only a pair of navy blue swim trunks and a black tank top with a pokeball over the right side of his chest. Thanks, Mom. I'll be back by dinner. As usual, the young man took the basket from her, the woman flashing him a proud smile. Have fun out there, but be safe. The man gave a brief roll of his eyes at the woman's words, his feet leaving the porch steps as he started back down the path in the direction he was going earlier. Oh, and Ash. Say hi to the girls for me, okay? Pika, the mouse called out in agreement, the man giving a smile to himself as he turned his head back, waving his arm. Sure thing, he called back, feeling the excitement rising within him again as he broke into a jog down the path again. Having departed the house and his mother a second time in the past 5 minutes, the young man beamed as he finally managed to get away without another interruption. And his beaming only grew at what he thought about what he was running to. You see, Ash still found it difficult to believe that he himself was a young man at 19 years of age. His trouble believing it was particularly on the word man. He had traveled across the world on his journeys to become a Pokémon master for quite a few years, from the day of his 10th birthday up until he was, though he didn't like to think about it, he still found something odd but funny about the fact that his last journey had taken him to Alola, at the age of 15, and consisted of him attending a Pokémon school. He started school at 15 years old. The young trainer never could refrain from laughing at the thought, but was still glad about it nonetheless, considering the fun times he had in the region. And with the people he had met. Which brings us right to Ash's current adventure, at this very moment as he jogged down the sandy path. You see, after Ash's mother had decided that their vacation in Alola had gone long enough, the pair had traveled back to their home in Kanto. This departure had left Ash with a sense of sadness, of course, given that he had to leave all of the friends he had made in the Pokémon school. But at the time, Ash had promised to come back. And sure enough, now 4 years later, Ash and his mother have returned to Alola once more for vacation, which made Ash ecstatic. This explained why he was currently running down the path with excited eyes as he stared in awe at the stretching shore of sparkling water coming into view over the hill ahead of him. In the promise of coming back to Alola, Ash had clearly made the agreement to his friends in order to see them and hang out once again when the time had come. And in his mind, he had made it to 3 individuals in particular. Ash shielded his eyes as the shining sun had come into view from behind a tree atop the hill, his feet reaching the peak. His eyes widened in excitement as the sparkling reflection of the water's surface shined all along the edge of the sandy beach, hearing the gentle breeze and sounds of water lapping gently onto the shore that he had missed in the previous 4 years. Boy, was he glad to be back here. He started off in a hurry down the hill towards the shore, feeling the ever-growing amount of sand beneath his feet begin to sift between his feet and sandals. He gave a content sigh as he closed his eyes, the growing warmth beneath his feet giving confirmation that he had arrived on the beach. In each direction Ash looked, he noticed young adults or kids, most of which were either playing, tanning, or just relaxing in the shade. Ash had known this before coming, but seeing things like this only confirmed his suspicions. Alola truly was a vacation hotspot. There's no way I'm the first one here," he muttered to himself, his eyes looking around curiously. After his years of traveling, as well as attempting to get up on time at home each day, to very little success, Ash had finally come to terms with something that his Pat's traveling companions had always teased him about. He truly was bad with being on time. But this was determined on the very first day of his journey, having led him to meeting Pikachu. So it wasn't all bad. But in this moment, it was rather strange. Ash glanced down to the watch around his wrist, mentally taking note of the time. 1 o'clock, that is what they said, wasn't it? He asked himself, scratching the back of his head with a funny look. Giving a shrug, he simply walked closer towards the water's edge, the small waves gently lapping onto the sand. Taking one final step, he felt the water wash over his feet and sandals, a sharp chill running up his leg along with a sense of relief from the heat. He smiled, wiggling his toes in the water as it began to retreat back towards where it had come from, the man feeling disappointed for a moment before seeing another small wave heading towards him. Aha! I won that time. Poplio, the man's attention was brought further out in the body of water in front of him, where a fair distance from where Ash stood but still in the shallows of the water, kneeled a young girl. Or rather, a young woman. And one that Ash knew. Hey! Lana, the young girl looked up from her laughter with the small water-type seal beside her, her eyes lighting up as she noticed the man waving to her. She quickly hopped to her feet, breaking into a hurry towards him with the small Alolan starter Pokémon in close pursuit. Ash's smile remained on his face as he watched her get closer, but there was also something that Ash had not anticipated. Or rather he hoped would not bother him. But so much for that. Ash, now, being 19 years old, Ash was not the same child he was before. His body had developed. His mind had developed. That also meant several things in particular. For one, since leaving Alola to return to Kanto, Ash had noticed something upon returning home. Anytime he left the house and seen a young woman, he noticed. The thought had been so foreign to him on his journeys, but now, Ash was noticing women. And it wasn't like he chose to. That also included this very moment Ash was caught in now. In the past 4 years, with the changes in Ash's mindset, he had begun to wonder, against his will, might I add, how his female companions were doing in their lives. How they were changing. So as Ash watched Lana run towards him, wearing her usual one-piece blue swimsuit, Ash was unable to resist his mind from wandering. Seeing as how they were kids before, Ash never paid any attention to the girl in her swimsuit or when she swam, but now with the drops of water running down her body, the fabric hugging her upper thighs and under her armpits, Ash felt almost guilty for realizing what he was thinking about his old friend. In addition, this led him to realize how her body itself had grown. She was still rather short for her age, and it's not like her chest had grown much either, but Ash couldn't resist the curiosity of another perspective as he watched her front run towards him. It's been so long, the man gave a chuckle as the girl quickly wrapped her arms around him, squeezing tightly. He struggled to keep his mind from wandering further as he felt the wet fabric push against his chest, realizing that the water must be rather chilly considering what he could tell he was feeling. But in focusing on that, he couldn't stop his eyes from peeking downward. Feeling his eyelids part slightly further, his gaze ran along the surface of the blue fabric that covered her lower backside. Ash felt his heart rate grow faster as his eyes noticed the fabric had curved outward from her back, much more than what he had ever imagined, the young man taking notice for the first time of what Lana's greatest personal development had been through PBRTY. And looking closer, the way that the fabric actually seemed to not cover much of the mounds of flesh at all. Why yeah, it's great to be back, Ash laughed nervously, grabbing the girl's shoulders and quickly pushing himself away from her, glancing to the side as his cheeks warmed up. The blue-haired girl tilted her head slightly in confusion, before breaking into another smile as she held her hands behind her back. "Well, it's great to see you again. How have you been?" she asked, the young man almost feeling afraid to look back at her with what was just running through his mind. "Good, Kanto's been pretty boring, though. It's great that Mom finally decided on taking another vacation here, and with how long it's been since I've seen you and the others, of course I wanted to tag along." He flashed a smile as he scratched the back of his head, the brunette giving a nod of agreement. "Yeah, it has been way too long. Kiawe's been itching to have a battle with you since Lily let it slip that you were coming back again," Lana said, Ash giving a chuckle at the thought. "Speaking of Lily, is she not here yet? I figured you guys would all be here before me," Ash said with a confused look, the brunette giggling. "Well, obviously. I've been swimming for probably about half an hour now, and I saw Mallow and Lily get here not too long ago. I think Lily just went to change and Mallow was gonna help her," Lana stated, Ash giving a nod as he looked out over the water. "Well, the water looks awesome as always. Is it just chilly or dash?" Ash tensed up as he felt a pair of arms wrap around his torso, squeezing tightly just as Lana had done earlier. But these arms were from the back, along with a rather soft sensation on Ash's back that made him suddenly feel nervous. A pair of them, in fact. Hey. Mallow. Ah, that's no fun. Ash felt the arms pull away from him, giving a quiet sigh to himself as he turned to face the figure. His eyes first noticed the vibrant green hair that extended into the usual twin tails behind her back, as well as the dark green ribbon in her hair that held a pink flower to the side of her head. From her shoulders came down two gray straps which also acted as a front cover down to her thighs, cutting off not even halfway down her thighs as the edge of the fabric wrapped tightly around her skin. Ash could see the sides of a female swimsuit tube top wrapping around the sides of her torso to her back, but Ash's mind nearly shut down as he noticed something very different. The gray overalls did succeed in covering the front of her body, but Ash's mind couldn't help but notice that it was failing to cover the sides of her body's tanned flesh, noticing the rounded edge of two noticeably larger portions of her body peeking out from the sides of the overalls. And Ash's nervous nature only grew as his mind didn't seem bothered by it. "Ash? Hey, Earth to Ash. Dash." Ash shook his head rapidly as he shunned away the thoughts in his mind, feeling fear as his attention was brought back to the suspicious-looking eyes of the green-haired girl, hands on her hips. "Are you alright? What, did you forget what real sunlight felt like?" she asked with a giggle, involuntarily leaning forward slightly, which made Ash force himself to look away, despite the complaints from his mental state. "Why, you don't know what you're talking about," Ash said, desperately trying to hide his nervous nature from these encounters. He noticed out of the side of his eye that Mallow had straightened herself out again and moved her hands behind her back, but failed to notice the sly smile that grew on her lips. "Yeah, okay. Still, it's great to finally see you again, Ash," she said happily, beaming as the man finally turned back towards her, returning the smile. "Yeah, same to you. I expected it from Lana, but I'm surprised that you look like you've kept in shape," Ash joked, the grass-type trainer puffing her cheeks with a glare as Lana laughed to herself. Noticing Mallow turn her head with a huff, crossing her arms across her chest, Ash's eyes briefly took a glance at how her arms actually had to go underneath rather than across nowadays, noticing the slight upward emphasis on her assets. "Very funny. I'll have you know that I'm still racing toros on a daily basis, and I help around not only my family's restaurant but Kiawe's farm too," Mallow said defensively, Ash arching an eyebrow at her. "I thought you said racing toros wasn't your thing," he asked, Lana giggling as she looked at her friend. "Yeah, she changed her mind pretty quick on that one. She really is racing on them every day, and if she doesn't have time to during the day, then she even does it at night. It's kind of a hassle, really, 'cause I'm the one who has to go out and stop her." Lana gave a quiet sigh to herself, Mallow puffing her cheeks in frustration once more. "Why am I being treated like the child here?" she asked in a pout, her friends only laughing at her response. Mallow turned away in a huff again, Ash remembering something. "Hey, Lana said you were with Lily. Where is she?" Ash asked, the green-haired girl giving a glance over her shoulder. "She said she would be right behind me, but she probably messed up her top again. That I swear, that girl cannot stop fiddling with the strings. She's gonna have to start wearing suits like Lana pretty soon." "Hey, what's wrong with my swimsuits? They're very practical for swimming, you don't have to worry about it slipping off, it doesn't give any resistance to the dash." Yeah, like you haven't explained that to me 1,000 times." Mallow sighed, rubbing her forehead as Ash smiled. He had definitely missed this. "I'll go check on her again. If she did mess it up, she'll need my help, for sure. Then I'm gonna go dry off real quick." Mallow put a blanket down over there, "So let's go," Lana said, beckoning Ash to follow her as she pointed towards an unoccupied green blanket on the beach, shaded by a white parasol. "Actually, I think I'm gonna grab a drink first. I forgot to grab one before I left." Ash scratched the back of his head sheepishly, handing Lana the basket in his hand before the three turned in different directions. As Lana headed towards their spot on the sand and Mallow went towards the female side of the changing rooms building, Ash headed towards the vending machine that stood on the opposite side of the changing room building as the women's changing rooms, on the corner beside the men's rooms. Stopping in front of the machine, he reached into his pocket to grab some change for it. Then a familiar voice caught Ash's attention. "Oh no, I can't dash." Before Ash could fully turn to confirm his suspicions of the voice, he felt something collide into him. Instinctively, his arms reached out and wrapped around the figure, his palms taking careful hold of a soft texture. Blinking in surprise, his one hand on her upper back and the other around her body just above her waist, Ash tried to shut away the thoughts of how soft the skin against his hands felt as he stared into the surprised face of his old blonde friend. "Hey, Ash." "Hey, Lily," he chuckled casually, the blonde's face quickly growing red as she glanced down to realize their position. Ash noticed her face grow red, quickly pulling his arms back and scratching the back of his head embarrassed. "Good to see you again. Been a while, huh?" "Yeah, that it has." He glanced over curiously, seeing the girl holding her hands over her chest as she took a few deep breaths, the man taking the time to also notice her new image. His old friend had begun to wear her blonde hair behind her in a ponytail with her bangs reaching just past her jawline. Her skin still had a rather pale complexion to it, despite the constant sunny conditions of Alola, but Ash's attention wasn't on that. It was on the white bikini top that wrapped around her chest, which had grown quite a bit since what he could remember, though he couldn't help but note that the growth was not as much as Mallow's. His eyes drifting down briefly to the matching white lower half of her bikini, he quickly moved his eyes to meet hers to prevent himself from feeling any more flustered. This was clearly what Lily was attempting as well, but failing rather spectacularly, turning away from him slightly as she crossed an arm over her chest and the other down over her stomach and pelvic area, failing to also hide her increasingly red face. "It looks stupid, doesn't it? I knew I shouldn't have gone with this one, that I thought I could handle it, but dash." "No, not at all," Ash mentally cursed himself for blurting out those words, cutting her off. Lily glanced back at him curiously, making him more nervous and forcing him to glance away. Did I just mean that it doesn't look stupid? You look great." "What?" Ash felt as if his insides did a backflip at the girl's attempt to speak, but instead letting out the single word in a sharp squeak. Clearly embarrassed, and he sure wasn't helping with it. She was still the same timid girl he had met years ago. Although, Ash couldn't help thinking that the squeak was kinda cute. Why you really mean it? It's not dumb. No way. Seriously, you look amazing, Lily, I almost didn't recognize you." Ash flashed her a sheepish smile, one that the girl had grown to miss the past 4 years. And just as it had in the past, his smile had quickly infected her to smile as well, holding her hands together down in front of her thighs. Thank you, that does make me feel better about it," she said shyly, glancing away again with her cheeks still glowing slightly red. Ash cursed himself as the thought reoccurred to him, she really was cute. How did he never notice before? "Hey, Lily," this is where you were. Ash's attention was drawn to the corner behind Lily, noticing Mallow appear behind her and look back and forth between the two curiously. And what is going on here? And nothing. Nothing at all. Lily quickly stammered, waving her arms defensively as her cheeks grew redder again. Ash gave Mallow an unamused look, who only laughed in response. I'm just joking, Lily. Lighten up. Come on, Lana's waiting for us. Mallow grabbed the girl's arm with a happy smile, pulling her along as Lily glanced back at Ash with a concerned look. Flashing a smile as his eyes met hers, he watched her quickly look away from him again as she followed closely with Mallow, Ash following behind them. Soon enough, the four were all sitting on the blanket draped in shade, Lana giving Ash a confused look. I thought you said you were getting a drink, she asked, Ash blinking as he looked down at his empty hands. Crap, he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, the girls all smiling in amusement. Still forgetful as ever, Mallow stated, the other girls giving a nod. Whatever. I'll figure it out when I get thirsty, he replied, the girls giving a roll of their eyes as they looked out at the shining water in front of them. So, Ash, having any troubles with the Kanto girls back home? Ash nearly choked on the air in his lungs, if that were possible, shooting a shocked look towards the sly-smiling Mallow. Lana and Lily each wore a similar expression as Ash, their cheeks having gone pink. What? Ash blurted out, Mallow giving a giggle as she raised her eyebrow at him. Oh, come on, we're all friends here. You're 19 now, so you must be having some fun at least, she giggled again, the man's own cheeks growing hotter as he looked away in embarrassment. And also for something he wasn't willing to admit. Shame. In all the years of his travels, Ash had never taken notice of girls. That was a definite fact. This also included any actions of any girl who had developed a crush on him, unbeknownst by him at the time, but he was able to recognize a few as he thought back on them more recently. But this wasn't why Ash was ashamed. It was the fact that what Mallow had said, what she had assumed was wrong. Despite being 19 years old, Ash still had no experience. At all. None. Though there was one thing that he technically could consider, though he personally didn't, which was Serena's parting gift on the escalator in Kalos. That had been the first time Ash had ever felt another girl's lips on his own, but it was also the only time. Since returning home, and Ash's growing attentiveness of women around him, he was still nervous to actually try anything. He had never gone out with a girl, he had never kissed anyone, by his choice, he had barely even talked to any girl in Kanto. There was Misty, who visited fairly often from the Cerulean gym to his small home in Pallet Town, but there was something about one of her visits that completely threw him for a loop. She had asked him out. And given the more recent developments of Ash's mind, he realized that she actually meant going out. Which quite frankly made him nervous. He felt even more embarrassed as he thought back to that encounter, which ended with him running out of the house being chased by an angry Misty with a mallet after having inadvertently saying something insensitive which ticked her off. He still never figured out what she got so angry about, all he said was, I'm a little worried to try that. Women were such strange creatures, Ash felt he would never come to understand them. Wheelio. Ash's attention was brought back to the green-haired girl giving him a sly look, noticing that he was also getting one from Lana and Lily as well. The man gave a quiet sigh as he glanced away. No, he said it under his breath, hoping that the girls weren't able to hear him, but the silence he earned in response worried him. Looking back towards the girls, he noticed each of their stares had grown rather intense on him, Mallow's own mostly expression confusion while the others were just blank. But Ash felt something strange. He felt as if he noticed something else in their eyes, something almost like a hint of hope. That couldn't be right. Right? Seriously. Ash felt shame wash over him at Mallow's simple question, which seemed so condescending to him. Even if it actually wasn't. So all these years that you've actually just sat at home? No girls? Do you think I'm just a player or something? Of course not. Ash replied, closing his eyes as if to hide himself from embarrassment. Which failed, clearly. Mallow snapped out of her trance, glancing quickly to either side of her at Lana and Lily, who were still staring at Ash in surprise, before her lips spread into a smile. Well, hey. We're at the beach, so why are we just sitting around on the sand? Surprised, Lana and Lily were broken from their own trances as they each felt their arms tugged on by Mallow, forcing them to their feet. What? Lily asked, unsure as to what the green-haired girl was getting at. But I was just in the water. Lana started, but Mallow slipped her thumbs beneath the straps over her shoulders. Like that's ever stopped you from swimming again in the past. Besides, we gotta make sure Ash has fun while in Alola again, right? She asked, Ash swearing that he noticed her flash him a quick wink before surprising him further. Her hands pulling the straps out to her sides, she let them drop down past her waist as she moved her hands to the edges of the overalls over her chest, pulling it downward and sliding it off her body. Ash's instincts kicked as he realized what she was doing, shielding his eyes and turning away before hearing Mallow giggle. Oh, come on, Ash, you think I would strip down in front of you if I was naked? It's fine, see? Ash felt nervous at the almost teasing change of her tone at the end of her sentence, cautiously parting his fingers over his eyes and peeking through. He first noticed the lower half of her swimsuit, which was bright green in color with a pink flower to the side of the fabric as it hugged her waist, resembling spandex shorts. Then as Ash's eyes drifted upward past her navel and flat, but surprisingly toned stomach, maybe she was keeping in shape, Ash thought, he began to feel increasingly nervous just as he was when he had first encountered her on the beach as he saw the matching tube-top piece to her swimsuit, which almost seemed to struggle to contain her body considering her Mallow's lips curled into a sly smile again as she noticed the man's eyes run down along her body once more between his fingers, unnoticed by Lana and Lily who were also staring at Mallow in surprise. Well, Ash? How do I look? What? He lowered his hand from his face, his eyes properly meeting hers as he noticed her smile. Then he realized that she was messing with him. He narrowed his eyes on her with an unamused look, the girl playfully poking her tongue out with an expectant look. You look great. Ah, come on, that had no heart in it, she replied in a fake pout, Ash giving a quiet sigh to himself. You look great. Really? Mallow's smile grew wider at his quiet words, before putting her hands to her hips. Why, thank you, Ash. That's very sweet, she said in a kind tone, but Ash instantly recognized it as a fake. Mocking him was always a pastime to Mallow, and he could now see that had not changed in the recent years. Alright then, now that that's done, let's go swimming. I'll stay here. Someone should watch the stuff. Ash stopped, feeling a hand on his shoulder. Glancing up, he noticed Mallow looking down at him with a smile, slightly bent forward to Ash's mixture of glee horror. Don't even think that you're gonna sit on the shore all day, mister, she said sweetly, grabbing his arm and pulling on him. Ash smirked as the girl's strength could barely budge him, reluctantly moving himself to his feet with no help from Mallow. The green-haired girl's eyes curiously trailed over his arm that she was holding, noticing that it was much more shapely, than in the past. So you're coming out with us? Lana asked, a happy hopefulness in her voice. Ash gave a shrug of his shoulders, grabbing either side of the bottom of his shirt. Well, since Mallow won't let me stay here, I guess I got no choice, and in a swift pull, Ash's shirt was off of his body, which was something that none of the girls had found themselves hoping for before coming to the beach on this day. But now, were they ever glad that it happened? In 4 years, Ash had grown. A lot. Mallow was aware that she herself had grown, in various places, but her mind couldn't even refer to that as her eyes were now practically glued to Ash's body. His biceps weren't thin as twigs, but they weren't overly large either, it was like that perfect spot right in the middle. His stomach wasn't flat like a child's, or rounded from laziness, but instead surprisingly holding a not perfect but still easily noticeable six-pack. As Ash tossed his shirt to the side, giving a stretch of his arms, Mallow was glad that he didn't notice her quickly wipe the drool starting to form in the corner of her mouth. Ash turned back towards them, realizing that Lana and Lily were in some kind of trance. Lily? Lana? You girls all right? He asked, waving a hand in front of either of their faces. Mallow glanced over curiously to each of them, smiling to herself with a giggle as she noticed their expressions. So she wasn't the only one. Girls? Seriously, what's up? Blinking herself out of it, Lily quickly jerked her head back away from Ash's hand, her eyes snapping to his in shock before noticing his confused expression. Lily quickly turned away, patting her palms against her cheeks a few times as Lana snapped out of it, doing the same thing. What was that about? You two have never been ones to space out. Ash said, scratching the back of his head. It must be the sun. It is pretty hot out today, so we really should hurry into the water. Mallow laughed as she grabbed Ash's arm with both hands, pulling him towards the water to the best of her strength. Ash gave a quiet sigh as he let himself be dragged, the other two girls following closely while trying to keep their eyes from becoming stuck again. Mallow turned her head back over her shoulder to watch where she was going, but also secretly for another reason. With what was currently between her hands, unable to refrain from squeezing occasionally, Mallow wanted to hide her face from his sight in case of having to wipe the corner of her mouth again. Alright, splash war. Take this, Lily. Hey. Oh, now you're in for it, Lana. Don't you two leave us out. Come on, Ash. And following that declaration of war, the four friends played as if nothing else mattered in the world. Reverting to their childish behaviors of the past, they splashed water at each other as much as they could, laughing happily and bearing no real hostility towards one another as they had fun. Something they had all missed since Ash had left. Some other inhabitants of the beach watched the four play without a care in the world, some having mixed feelings about a 19-year-old man splashing around with three 18-year-old girls, but nobody really caring too much seeing as how much fun they were having. Plus, who's to judge someone else's lifestyle? It wasn't long before Lily and Mallow's breathing had begun to grow heavier, their arms starting to get sore from the constant swiping motion at the water's surface, Ash and Lana giving a knowing glance to each other. What's wrong, Mallow? Getting tired already, the green-haired girl smiled to herself, refusing to look at the man who was clearly taunting her. Yeah, I thought you've always been saying you were in great shape. Lana added, Mallow giving a quiet chuckle as she glanced over at Lily. The blonde smiled, returning a splash to Lana, who engaged her in a private splash battle with just the two of them. Oh really? Ash watched curiously as the girl suddenly hurried towards him through the shallow water, the man taking a step back just in case. But he had forgotten how fast Mallow was, not to mention not knowing how much faster she had gotten since then. Almost in a flash, the green-haired girl had zipped past him, Ash suddenly feeling a weight on his back as he stumbled over, catching his balance. Aha! What do you have to say now, huh? Hey, Mallow dash. Ash's voice got caught in his throat as he felt a familiar pair of warm sensations on his back. He started to move his hand towards her thigh, which was currently in view across his stomach holding her in place, but he quickly stopped himself. Ash felt uneasy just looking at her skin for a brief moment, so the thought of feeling it directly that he didn't want to think about that right now, let alone try it. Unfortunately for him, Mallow noticed this, tightening the grip of her legs around his stomach as well as her arms around his neck, trying to pull her entire body as close against Ash's back as she could. And he could definitely feel it. Mallow, seriously dash, as Ash felt a worrying feeling in his body, one spot in particular, he felt his foot slip on the soft, wet ground beneath him. Mallow noticed Ash starting to fall, giving a quick shriek before she felt herself hit the water. Ash. Mallow. Lily and Lana were snapped out of their focus on each other, their attentions brought to their friends who had fallen. Mallow rubbed the side of her head, wincing as she opened her eyes again before realizing the situation she was in. Somehow, in the midst of falling, Ash's reflexes and agility outshone her own as she was somehow not resting on the sand beneath the shallow water, but on top of Ash. As she heard the man give a groan beneath her, she glanced down to notice that he had somehow shifted his own body beneath hers before the collision, her legs now draped on either side of his abdomen with her behind resting on his pelvis. Her cheeks quickly flushed pink. Ash, I'm so sorry dash. Mallow quickly put her hands against his chest to push off from, shifting her body weight back slightly as she prepared to get off. But, instead of Mallow getting off of Ash, both of their eyes widened as they felt something else. Something much more embarrassing than this position. Something hard pressing up against her butt. Mallow quickly bit her lip to stifle a gasp from coming out as she felt something hard pushing up from beneath her, Ash's cheeks starting to burn as his mind instantly went into panic mode. Are you guys okay? Lily's concerned words only made the situation even worse for the pair. Ash and Mallow's eyes shot towards the pair now moving towards them, Mallow letting out a quiet "geep" as she readjusted her body weight again, both of them preventing a strange noise from coming out as Mallow had come slightly off of the bulge, which let it pop up slightly and press against the fabric covering Mallow's skin. Mallow's eyes quickly glanced down behind her, noticing the bulge before looking back towards Lily and Lana. We're fine. Are really? Ash almost felt his grip on reality slip as Mallow grinded her lower body back over the bulge in his shorts, Mallow flashing a nervous smile to her female friends as she felt a strange feeling begin to well up inside her from her movement. Thankfully Ash and Mallow had landed so that the back of Ash's head and Mallow's front were facing their friends, so there was miraculously no chance that either of the girls would notice the noticeable bump in Ash's shorts, beneath Mallow's bikini bottom. So long as Mallow remained covering it, that is. Seriously, we're good. No need to check. You sure? That sounded pretty bad. Lana trailed off, leaning slightly off to the side as her eyes tried to look past Mallow's body. Mallow waved her arms in the air erratically, giving a nervous laugh as she tried to maintain her friend's attention from drifting away from her. Really, look at me. I'm fine, really, fine. See? Lana and Lily glanced at each other worriedly at their friend's strange behavior, their eyes looking to Ash. Are you really okay, Ash? Lily asked, the man craning his head back to look at her, beginning to laugh nervously in the same fashion as the green-haired girl on top of him. Why yeah, nothing to worry about here. We're good, don't let us interrupt you guys. Go ahead and settle your splash war. The two girls glanced at each other again at the man's words, hesitating before turning away from them, returning to their prior engagements against each other. Ash and Mallow each gave a deep sigh of relief, neither one able to meet eyes with the other as neither moved from the position. Moments passed in silence, before Ash cleared his throat. This made Mallow tense up, her mind suddenly registering the feeling beneath her, quickly sliding off the side of him and feeling her but impact with the wet sand, sitting up straight and turning away from him. Ash crossed his legs, struggling to deal with his new issue, as he also turned his body away from Mallow's, both of their faces red in embarrassment. Moments passed in silence again. Sorry. Mallow finally spoke up, though in a quiet tone as she could barely find her voice. Ash swallowed his breath, running his hands down his face, stretching his lower eyelid slightly off his eyeballs, before removing his hands as he gave a quiet sigh. It's okay that I should have been more careful with my footing. But that it was because of me jumping on you that you fell in the first place. Even so, I should have known to expect it, something like that is just like you, after all. That I can't tell if that's an insult or not, but again, sorry. It's okay that I'm actually gonna head back to shore. For a bit. Mallow gave no response as she heard the man stand up behind her, his footsteps wading through the shallow water as he made his way back to dry land. She glanced over her shoulder cautiously, as if to see something she wasn't supposed to, but only saw the back of a man walking rather rigidly, watching him take a trail onto the shore with the least amount of people around before circling to the changing area, avoiding groups of people all along the way. To Mallow's surprise, she found her thoughts drifting back to the unfamiliar feeling beneath her. Now, Mallow may have enjoyed teasing Ash, and even Kiawe. A lot, she really had a lot of fun with it. But despite anything she had ever done or said to them, especially with any hints towards a SXL nature, she was completely innocent. The past few years, as her body began to grow, she knew that she would start getting attention from guys, and that she did. But this was only frustrating to her. Cheesy lines, perverted stares, creepy offers, there was not one thing she ever enjoyed about having such a developed body. And now there was this, the feeling of Ash's poking her. This was once again, something completely new that she never had any prior experience with, so she couldn't help but react the way she did before her friends interrupted. Hell, she was surprised she managed to keep those sounds from coming out and embarrassing her in front of Ash. But beyond all of the teasing, the asking Ash about Kanto girls, the jumping on his back and pressing against him, it was all nothing compared to something else that she was now feeling for the first time. Something that had crossed her mind in the past few years since Ash left, and she had become worried that would change her personal image entirely. The feeling of Ash's bulged at the hard feeling against her, but that it wasn't all that bad. Now, keep in mind again that Mallow has zero experience. The furthest she had ever actually gone with a boy would be holding Ash's hand when she first met him years ago at the Pokemon school, and with the growth spurt she had focused in her chest, she never felt the desire of wanting any experience because she knew any typical guy would only be in it for her chest. But then her thoughts drifted towards that feeling that bulge. Ash. Mallow. Felt her cheeks warm up. Sure, she had come to terms that she had a little crush on Ash when they first met and went to Pokemon school together, but after he left she told herself she would get over it. So why was there this warm feeling in her chest when she thought of him? And not only that. There was also a strange growing warmth below her stomach. She had read enough on the internet to know what it was, but part of her couldn't believe it. Was she lusting for Ash? No way. That couldn't be it. He was just her friend, and she had gotten over her crush on him. There was no way that could be true. Without realizing, she slightly shifted her lower body along the sand, her mind recalling the sensation of what had been previously beneath her. A quick flash of heat erupted between her legs, the girl quickly pressing her thighs together as she bit her lip. This couldn't be happening. Mallow, the girl let out a sharp gasp, quickly clasping her hands over her mouth in shock at the noise that came from her. She quickly looked over to Lily and Lana, who had stopped playing and were looking at her with concern. Are you sure you're okay? Why are you just sitting there? Why yeah, I'm fine, just resting. You know, maybe I did land on my foot kinda funny. Plus I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna go get something to drink. The two girls watched Mallow get to her feet, shakily at first, but regaining her composure as she began walking towards the shore. They glanced at each other with concern, before continuing to watch their friend move along the shore towards the changing area. Crap, 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 come on. Ash sighed heavily, leaning back on the toilet seat cover. He was currently in the men's changing room, more specifically one of the stalls within, where he sat on the closed toilet with frustration towards the lower half of his body. He glanced down, noticing that the bulge had not gone down any. Damn it! Go away already, I can't deal with you today. How the hell am I supposed to deal with them casually after this? After that. Ash's thoughts began to drift back to the sensation of his female friend sitting on top of him, in addition to her movements, which did not help his situation any. It got worse, in fact. Ash gave another sigh as he felt his shorts tighten again, dropping his face into his open palm supported by his elbows on his thighs. Ash cursed himself for agreeing to hang out with the girls at the beach. He cursed himself for having such thoughts about his friends. He cursed himself for letting himself get into that awkward position with Mallow. He cursed himself for taking notice in women. And most of all, he cursed himself for considering one particular solution to this problem. Ash had read a lot on the internet these past few years, just as anyone had. And everyone knows that the internet will teach you things, no matter where you are on the web, things that you might not even want to know. And one matter in particular, which would solve Ash's current dilemma, but at a shameful cost of pride that he hated himself for considering it. The day Ash accidentally found out about it online, he had decided that he never wanted to resort to something like that. He thought that he would never even face a situation like this, where it would be needed, but here he was, sitting in a public bathroom stall with a straining pain in his shorts that made him worry about the fabric's integrity. He smacked his palm against the side of his face, shaking it vigorously before rising to his feet, taking a deep breath and reaching for the slide lock on the door. "That I'll just tell them tomorrow, Lana and Lily won't be too mad, I think, Mallow." Ash trailed off, wondering what exactly the girl would think about him suddenly going home. She wouldn't be mad, would she? Much to his embarrassment, he knew that she felt what was going on. And with how much he teased her, she must have at least some knowledge of what that's like. Right? He passed through the doorway, carefully making sure no one was around before continuing along the wall. In his absent-minded state, he didn't realize that along his path was the entranceway to the girls' changing room, nor that there was currently a female stepping out of it. Neither of them realized the other was there, briefly bumping into each other. Ash flinched as he once again felt a strain in his shorts, not even noticing the strange sound that came from the female. His hands instinctively moved to cover his shame as he took a swift step away. Sorry, I wasn't Dash. Ash. Ash's eyes drifted up, blinking in surprise as he looked into the eyes of Mallow, whose hands were currently between her thighs as they pressed together, the girl shifting uncomfortably. Mallow. Wait, I'm sorry, really, I didn't mean Dash. Before Ash could finish his defense case, his surprise in the next moment easily outweighed the rest of the earlier embarrassing situations of the day. He couldn't even get his voice out again as the girl quickly grabbed both of his arms, pulling him into the doorway she had just come from, dragging him towards a familiar sight Ash had just left from the men's area. Hey, wait a sec Dash, he was cut off again as the girl opened the stall door, pushing him in. He felt the toilet knock the back of his knees, his butt falling onto the seat cover as he watched with wide eyes as the green-haired girl swiftly closed the door, locking it behind her, leaving the pair alone inside. Mallow, what the hell are you doing? People could hear you. Ash stared in shock as the girl turned to face him, her hands moving between her thighs once more as she began to shift uncomfortably. Then suddenly, as if he were suddenly in a zombie movie, the girl lurched forward at him. Mallow, seriously Dash. Ash felt his voice caught in his throat again, being reminded of the sensation of the girl's lower body resting on his own. He threw his head back, biting his tongue to prevent making any sound he might regret as he felt the girl's lower mounds of flesh press against his own personal issue. Mallow, what are you doing? That I don't know. Ash didn't believe he heard that right. Glancing down curiously, his eyes only met a strange sight. Something he hadn't expected. Or at least, to see personally. Mallow's eyes were almost shining, but not in a way he had ever seen before. Her breathing had grown shallow, and more rapid, as if she were exhausted. Her hands were now balled into fists and pressing rather intensely against her chest, his mind being unable to ignore the fact that her flesh slightly rolled out over the edges of her fists. But all Ash's eyes could focus on was her eyes. They stared at him like he wasn't her friend. Like she didn't even recognize him, she only wanted him for something. She needed him for something. And Ash didn't have to wonder for very long to know what that was, tensing up as he felt the girl's hand grab his shorts. Hey. He tried to stand, but her free hand quickly grabbed each of his wrists and pinned them together against the wall slightly above his head. Where was this strength earlier? That I can't. Ash's confusion only grew at the girl's failure to express full thoughts, but instead felt her grip on his shorts tighten. Not expecting that one, he felt ashamed of himself for letting out a grunt. This caught Mallow's attention. You like this. Don't you? Mallow. Seriously, what is going on? Ash asked slowly, wincing as he felt the waistband of his shorts part from his waist. That I think that's something that I've wanted for a while. What are you? Ash's voice cut out. His mind went blank. The man was reduced to a hollow shell, lacking mental capacity the moment he felt something foreign invade his shorts, grasping the source of his dilemma. Mallow leaned forward, resting her head against his shoulder as she continued breathing heavily, the new source of heat in her hand sending her thoughts over the edge. Mallow. We can't. Think of it as me helping with your problem. Ash couldn't even fathom the girl's words as he desperately tried to maintain his mental composure, taking deep breaths and trying to ignore the soft feeling of her hand on his member. But, that effort proved useless the moment her hand began to move. Now, once again, Ash was a virgin in every sense of the word when it came to SXL experience. As was Mallow. And when two versions together in a moment like this, things usually don't go as well as one might have dreamed. But that doesn't really apply here, since being versions, neither of them knew what an actual good experience was compared to a bad one. So for each of them in that stall, this moment was taking the first step on the stairway to adulthood. Mallow sharply took a breath in, her eyes glancing up to meet Ash's with a curious shine to them as her hand continued to work its amateur magic on Ash. Even if she was a virgin, Mallow had enough common sense to at least look online for a few things to know about for her first SXL encounter, one of which she was currently making good use of. Mallow. Ash could feel his mental grip starting to loosen. And the expression of this on Ash's face only drove her primal instincts more. She shifted backwards off of him, standing in front of him as she looked down curiously at his shorts, not taking her hand out. Slowly, she released her grip on him and grabbed either side of his shorts, dropping to her knees on the cold floor as she looked up at him with almost pleading eyes, biting her lower lip slightly. And that was what sent Ash's composure out the window. He lifted himself slightly off the toilet, allowing the girl to tug on the fabric so that it was slid down to his ankles, lifting his feet and slipping them off his ankles, laying it on the toilet seat below his now bare skin. He may have gave in to temptation, but he knew a public stall was still filthy. Mallow's heart started beating much faster as her eyes marveled at the sight she was so eager to see. Now standing tall in front of her face, between Ash's legs, was Ash in all his glory. And was it ever glorious? Despite the internet's help, she had no idea what to consider an average size when it came to this sort of thing. And seeing as how she had no previous encounters with one to compare to, Mallow could only stare in amazement at what she knew was the biggest D she had seen in her life. She was never an expert at math, but she had a gut feeling in guessing that it was at least 9 inches, if not a little more. The skin around it looked cleanly shaven, the smallest hints of stubble protruding from the surface. Her face hovered in front of it as it twitched, Ash's breathing having become like Mallow's in a low and rapid manner, their eyes meeting. Mallow, the girl felt another wave of heat wash over her lower half at his low tone, hearing something come from her that she had never expected. A growl. Hope you're ready. Ash felt a mixture of so many different feelings. Embarrassment. Awe. Happiness. Lust. Eagerness. All in the moment that he saw Mallow bring her face closer to his member, rubbing her cheek against it briefly, before raising her head over it and opening her mouth. Both of their minds went blank in an instant. Ash couldn't help but let out a happy groan as he felt his member become engulfed by his friend's mouth. That sentence would have bothered him if he were able to think straight, but given that he couldn't, he was glad all he could focus on was the girl's lips slowly sliding down over more and more of him. She began to struggle about halfway, seeing as how it was her first time, but her primal drive made her continue to push herself in the moment, taking more of Ash into her mouth. She suddenly gagged, feeling the tip of him inside her brush past her uvula, her body wanting her to stop but her mind telling her to keep going. She glanced up to Ash, whose face was twisted in a state of euphoria, the girl breathing in deeply through her nose before forcing her head down on him with all her willpower. Ash's fists shot to his mouth, biting onto it to stifle a strange noise as he felt himself completely disappear within her mouth, all the way to the neatly shaven base. She didn't move for a moment, attempting to focus on breathing through her nose to regain herself, while Ash could only focus on holding back from giving her something he assumed she would really hate him for. Then, with a pop, he felt the warmth of her mouth leave his member as the girl lifted her head off him, wrapping a hand around the base. Giving a glance to Ash, she gave him a wink as she began moving her hand up and down along the, before soon adding a twisting motion as she moved. Ash didn't know how much of this he could take. He watched Mallow give a teasing kiss to the tip before wrapping her lips around it again, only covering the head as her hand continued working the. As if this weren't enough, he could also feel the heat of her tongue circling around him inside her mouth, as if only to tease him. Mallow, she felt him twitch in her grip. Still in her mouth, she smiled, glancing up to meet his eye. That I wanted, Ash. There was only one way that Ash could accept that in this situation. His hands quickly grabbed each of the ponytails on the back of Mallow's head, surprising her as she felt him pull them downwards, but not in a way that hurt her. That was no surprise from Ash. What was a surprise, however, was that he suddenly bucked his waist up off the toilet, plunging himself further into her mouth. Her eyes widened as he began to gain a rhythm, bucking repeatedly as he bobbed himself into her throat and back, the tip never leaving her lips. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she didn't resist, only increasing the pace of her hand's motion on the, not lasting long before Ash granted her wish. In seconds, she felt the insides of her mouth become flooded with a hot substance, ejecting from Ash's tip like waves. Mallow ummed onto his skin, feeling a dribble manage to escape her lips before being stopped by her finger. She closed her eyes, Ash wincing as he felt the muscles in her throat and mouth constrict around his member, the hot liquid being sucked down her throat in portions. His muscles twitched as he felt her tongue flick over his tip, cleaning off any remaining trace of the hot liquid as she removed her lips from him with a pop, quickly licking off the escaped dribble from her finger. Slowly, their eyes met once more. And between their eyes, neither of them had to look, but they both knew two things. 1, that Ash's D was still hard. And 2, that even if it wasn't. No way was Mallow stopping now. Ash watched in awe, still recovering from his previous pleasure as he noticed the girl grab each side of her top, pulling it down to reveal her objects of interest to Ash. He felt his D twitch again at the lighter shade of skin that was concealed by the bikini top, the tips of her deep pink areolas having hardened since they started. As Mallow breathed heavily, her chest noticeably rose and fell with her breaths, only getting Ash's attention more. She took notice of this, shifting her weight so that she rested her butt on her ankles, hovering her chest over his member. Are you? Don't quit on me now. Mallow gave a devilish smile, one that made Ash question if this even was Mallow he was dealing with, before he felt his D be submerged in a new warm feeling. She smiled as she watched the tip of his member poke out from between her breasts, before holding her hands against the sides, pushing them together to constrict it as she lifted them up, watching his head disappear within once again. Ash ummed as Mallow continued this, wondering silently to himself if this was even better than before. To his ever-adding surprise, as if Mallow could read his mind, the next moment his head poked out from her bosom, she quickly snapped her lips around it. Ash threw his head back with a bite of his lip, swearing that he would draw blood soon if he had to hold himself back any further. As Mallow continued to work her magic on his D-, the man could only sit back and enjoy the pleasure of her breasts and mouth working together, a familiar feeling beginning to well inside of him. Mallow felt this as well, glancing up at Ash before popping his smaller head out of her mouth. So soon? She asked teasingly, the man smirking in response. Just you wait, I'll bet you don't last as long as me, he told her, the girl's eyes shining with excitement and a sense of hope. Promise? Hell yes. Then no point in drawing this out, and with that, Ash closed his eyes with a smile as he felt her breasts and lips engulf him once more, their pace growing much faster than before. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold out as long as he could, but only a few moments more passed before he felt his second load release into her mouth. Mallow smiled to herself again, not letting a single drop escape her lips this time as she took the hot liquid down her gullet. As she felt his orgasm begin to subside, she had a devilish thought, once again flicking her tongue over his tip but going a step further this time. Using the tip of her tongue, she prodded inside of the hole, something she had read online that would drive a guy over the edge. And did she ever get the results she wanted, Ash giving a grunt as his hips suddenly jerked beneath her, moving her hands to either side of his waist to hold him in place, glancing up at him with teasing eyes as her tongue played with his opening. After she finally let him off the hook, she released his member again, pulling back with a content smile as she liked her lips. Pervert. What was that, Ash? I couldn't hear you over the sound of you coming in my mouth. A second time. You are anything but innocent right now, that we both know that. Maybe so, but you're still the only one coming in other people's mouths. We'll see about that. Surprised, Mallow felt Ash tug up on her arms, yanking her to her feet as he sat up, turning her body so that she faced away from him. She glanced back over her shoulder curiously, biting her lip as she saw the same look in his eyes that she had been giving him. She felt his hand cup one of her cheeks, playfully bouncing the flesh a few times before grasping it more firmly. RSNG, the Alolan girl. She put her hands against the stall door in front of her for balance as she lowered her head, closing her eyes to focus on Ash's actions behind her. And in a swift moment following that, she felt the fabric be pulled down her legs to expose her most private parts, followed by the warm and inviting sensation of Ash's nose between her cheeks. Mallow ummed, raising her head and pressing her cheek against the cold metal surface, panting as Ash's nose rubbed along the crease between her lower mounds, the man having all the fun he wanted at her expense. And in order to do this, he made sure to keep any part of him away from the girl's nether region. Mallow gasped as Ash suddenly pulled away, followed by the feeling of teeth biting down gently on her cheeks, pulling at the skin in a teasing manner, driving the girl crazy. As his teeth played with one cheek, his hand played with the other, playing the girl like a fiddle as Ash could tell that she was getting impatient. Ash, she sighed, sharply taking another breath as his free hand slid up her stomach, taking hold of one of her BRSTs, pinching the NPL between his thumb and index finger. Go ahead and say it, Mallow. Ash growled between her legs, smirking to himself as he set his eyes on his next target. Because he knew that's exactly what she wanted. Ash. Please. Lick my. Pages, the words coming from her mouth were ones that neither of them had ever expected her to say. Especially not to each other. But that didn't matter right now. Ash only grinned, taking full advantage of the control he had over her right now. Mallow ummed louder as she felt his hands move to the inside of her thighs with his thumbs resting on the inner crease of her butt, pushing her legs and cheeks apart slightly before she felt Ash's nose press further into her skin, accompanied by a warm and wet sensation along her most tender part. She bit her thumb, feeling his tongue graze along the outer lips of her groin, as if making sure not to enter without first getting permission. Because seeing as how Ash was right now, Mallow could guess that's what he wanted her to do. Ash. Please, she ummed again, the man smirking as he closed his eyes, bringing the tip of his tongue to her entrance, and then pushing in. The sound that came from the girl was in every sense of the word, primal, if not animalistic, as she felt something enter her for the first time. She had never done it herself, she never wanted to become that type of girl, but what was happening right now changed that. Now she didn't care if she became that kind of girl. Hell, she would gladly become that kind of girl as long as this feeling didn't stop. The moment Ash wiggled his tongue inside her, it was as if she were being tickled from the inside, which was certainly a strange feeling. Her hands clasped to her inner thighs to prevent her from squeezing them together, which might risk forcing him to pull back from her. She bit her lip, desperately trying to hold her body in place to prevent any interference with the man's actions as his tongue began exploring inside of her, eagerly running along every nook and cranny of her insides. The man glanced up past the cheeks in his face to the back of her head, as if he were somehow able to read her reaction. And given that her breathing had become much sharper, her hands on the stall door clenched tightly into fists and the feeling of her thighs trembling on either side of him, he could tell he must have been doing well despite being his first time. Mallow couldn't hold in a rather loud gasp as she felt his tongue flick over her most sensitive spot of all. Given the knowledge that Ash had, he began toying with her CLT, being careful as to not tease it too much but not leave it alone either. Mallow felt the burning sensation within her begin to swell in her abdomen, growing more intense by the second as Ash's tongue worked wonders on her, her body unable to resist his teasing manner. Her eagerness exceeded her nervousness by miles as she felt the pressure begin to lower down between her legs, towards her crevice being explored. Mallow couldn't help but worry that it wasn't what she thought it was, and that she was about to really embarrass herself in front of Ash, but she could no longer care the moment before it happened. She knew she was experiencing her first real orgasm. Thanking the heavens that it felt slightly different from peeing, Mallow's knees buckled from beneath her as her stomach collapsed inward, as if to force out every sense of the pleasure within her body. She felt Ash's arms wrap quickly around her thighs before she fell, her body weight held up by him as all muscles below her waist began convulsing, her toes curling tightly. She moved her hand to her mouth to prevent her from getting louder, eyes rolling to the back of her skull as her mind went blank. Her other hand shot to the back of Ash's head, grabbing a handful of his thick hair to prevent him from retreating as a tidal wave of her love juices came gushing out onto his tongue and lips. Feeling the girl push his head in closer, he could only part his lips further as he felt her inner walls constrict around his tongue tightly, eagerly lapping up all the liquid, not letting a drop escape as he felt her thighs twitching in his arms. It was nearly a minute before he noticed her body beginning to return to normal, with the occasional twitch as she glanced down over her shoulder, arching her back with a burning desire in her eyes. Ash knew what that meant without words because he was feeling it too. Mallow parted her cheeks from Ash's face, missing the feeling immediately as she turned her body to face him, her slit now in full view for the man as she liked her lips looking down on him. She watched his lips curl into a smile as he got to his feet, each of his hands finding their way around her and grasping a handful of the flesh on her behind. Feeling his hands give a tug, she lifted one leg to allow his hand to slide underneath her, before doing the same with the other as she hoisted herself up against his pelvis, his D pointing up towards his chest as it was suddenly sandwiched between his abdomen and the girl's crevice, her warmth instantly making him twitch eagerly. Her legs wrapped around his waist and arms around his neck, holding firmly to keep herself suspended in the air against him as her eyes practically begged him. Ash needed no further hint as he parted their waists slightly, grabbing his member and prodding the tip against her entrance. Neither one could resist a as they felt the sensation quickly become the new greatest they had ever felt. Mallow had quickly become adjusted to Ash's tongue at the time, but his D was a different story. It was much bigger. She briefly found herself irrationally wondering if he would actually stretch her further than naturally possible as he slowly made his way deeper, before finding resistance within. Their eyes met, showing nothing but desire as the girl began slowly nodding her head, unable to contain her excitement from what they were doing. And Ash happily obliged. Mallow quickly sank her teeth into Ash's shoulder as she felt his tip burst through her inner barrier, filling the remainder of her insides in an instant. She bit down harder as she felt him actually hit the deepest part of her, attempting to press further to no success. Ash, in a similar, bared his clenched teeth at the new wave of pleasure that consumed his member. The warmth of Mallow's mouth was great. The warmth of Mallow's BRSTs were great. The warmth of her insides on his tongue was great. But this, Ash had to close his eyes and imagine a horrid sight to prevent himself from exploding right then and there. Refusing to look at the lust in the girl's eyes, or at the fact that their bodies were now joined in a way that could not be taken back, Ash desperately tried to prevent his excitement from building any further, keeping his release at bay. But this only lasted for about a minute, before the moment Mallow decided to start moving. The girl instantly felt disappointed in herself as she felt her cavern slowly release him, only stopping as the tip barely poked inside of her. Then she slowly let herself consume him once more, her mind on cloud nine as she felt him filling her up in such a teasing way. Even if it was her doing it. She jerked her hips forward as she felt him nearing her innermost depths, earning a quiet smack of her flesh against his pelvis. Then she did it again. And again. And again. It wasn't even a minute later as her pace had picked up, Ash's hips joining in an opposing motion, the smacks of her but growing slightly louder as they clapped against him in a rhythmic fashion. Mallow sank her teeth deeper into Ash's shoulder as she quickly felt an intense pressure building within her once more, her mind in a state of disbelief as she was nearly brought to a second orgasm in less than a few minutes. Ash felt her thighs and arms tighten around him, her cavern walls clamping down on his member hard as they splashed a wave of juices just as they had done to his tongue. But Mallow wasn't as lucky this time to be able to recover as Ash suddenly stopped afterwards, their attentions being drawn to something they both feared but were too hot and bothered to really consider. Man, where did those two go? Ash never even said anything. Yeah, that is kinda weird. And where would Mallow have gone around here on her own? Ash and Mallow's eyes met not in lust, but this time in horror, at the sound of the familiar voices. Lily and Lana. And they were just on the other side of the stall door. Mallow noticed that Ash's mouth opened, presumably to announce his terror of their dream come true become a nightmare, but Mallow's mind kicked into overdrive. In her fear of Ash revealing their compromising position, in a desperate attempt to keep him quiet, she pushed her lips against his. Ash's shock only grew as he felt her hand move to his chin, tugging down on it to part his lips, followed by the instant invasion of her tongue in his mouth, pressing his own tongue to the back of it. Ash attempted to pull his head back and question what the hell she was doing, but her other hand moved to the back of his head, taking a handful of hair to hold him in place. Her eyes showed a desperation in not parting their lips, which Ash now couldn't help but misunderstand. You see, Mallow had only done this in an attempt to keep him from emitting any sound that could alert their friends. But, with Ash's mind now in SXL overdrive, he could only assume that she had done so for the same reason she had been doing any of this. Because she wanted to. Mallow almost felt herself do the very thing she feared of Ash as she felt his teeth gently come down on her tongue, feeling Ash's squirm through and past her own, invading her mouth just as she had done to him. Her eyes shot open as she felt his tongue graze along the inside of her mouth, eagerly exploring just as he had done to her earlier. Now it was Mallow's turn to try and break apart to question his motives, but was only responded with his hand on the back of her head, pulling her lips closer against his as if to try and merge them together. Mallow felt her exposed chest press against his tightly, her mind going blank again. And as if this situation wasn't dangerous enough, she had somehow forgotten they were still joined at the hips. I thought she said she went to get a drink. She shouldn't have gone far. Mallow couldn't even focus on Lily's voice on the other side of the door as she felt Ash begin moving his hips again. Her hand quickly moved to her throat, squeezing slightly to prevent any sound from coming out without hurting her while still holding Ash's head against hers. Even though the sound would have traveled from her mouth into Ash's, she was still afraid her friends would hear her and catch them. And she did not want anyone to catch her and Ash like this, especially those two. She would never hear the end of it. Ash regained his rhythm in a matter of moments, and before either of them knew it, they had returned to their earlier antics, Ash's hands moving down to her but to prevent the smacking sound of her flesh against his. He quickened his pace, Mallow's eyes rolling back again, but neither of them taking their main focus off of their friends outside the stall. Mallow only felt mortified as she felt another pressure building within her stomach, starting to descend. And not a few moments later had she felt the now familiar pressure explode from within her, desperately using all of her willpower to keep any noise from coming out. She pushed her lips more intensely against Ash's, her tongue somehow easily overpowering Ash's and began playing around inside of his mouth. Ash somehow contained a from escaping his throat as he felt the warm and wet sensation on his again, his next movement within her suddenly sliding much easier like scissors perfectly gliding along wrapping paper. Well, I'm sure they're fine. Wanna head back to the water? That I guess, alright, round 2 is on. Mallow gave a mental sigh of relief as she heard her friend's feet take a step away from them and towards the exit, but a pulse of pleasure coursed through her body as she felt Ash go as deep as he could inside of her, but this time with more force. She felt his hands grasp her cheeks more intensely, the girl attempting to pull back and question him. She had only heard a single footstep from their friends, knowing there was no way that they had already left before he did that. Then her wide, concerned eyes looked at his. There was no worry like hers. There was no concern like hers. There was only a passion. A passion she had never seen in him before. Mallow could barely focus on the sound of her friends taking another step as she felt his pace grow even faster than before, the feeling of him filling her and retreating almost driving her insane. Not to mention she still hadn't recovered from her last orgasm. The muscles in her legs still convulsed, the breathing from her nose growing faster since she couldn't use her mouth, which was still preoccupied with fighting against Ash's for dominance. Mallow heard another footstep as she felt her but repeatedly smacking against Ash's pelvis, the smacking sound she knew would have been much louder now if not prevented by Ash's hands between their flesh, squeezing tightly as he continued to pound into her. Mercilessly. Her eyes rolled to the back of her skull. She lost all inhibition. She lost all worry. She hadn't even noticed that there were no more footsteps since her friends had finally left, but she didn't care. All she could focus on was Ash. On their lower bodies colliding repeatedly. On their tongues fighting like animals for survival. All her mind could focus on was Ash. Unable to restrict her vocal cords any further, she let out a deep mmm into his mouth as Ash's pace still somehow managed to get even faster, feeling his member twitching more inside of her. Mallow could only focus on what she couldn't believe was already her fourth orgasm as it began to condense in her abdomen. Ash was occupied with the same thought about a similar pressure growing in his own loins. Their eyes met one final time, before throwing all caution to the window. As the pair both pulled their waists from the others, they quickly moved them together again, clenching their eyes shut as they both felt Ash's tip slam against the limits of the girl's insides. They both erupted. The mmm that came from each of them this time was so much more intense than any previous one. They both forced their bodies together in any way that they could, trying to join as much flesh as they could, as they each felt their SXL pleasures burst from within. Mallow couldn't even focus on her own pleasure as she felt a similar, but also different heat as Ash's warm seed flooded her insides. She couldn't help but bite down on anything she could at such a feeling, which was unfortunately Ash's lip. But he didn't care. He could only draw a blank as he focused his senses on the excruciating warmth that bathed his D-dash, her walls clamping on it so tightly he feared for its safety. Neither of them moved. They actually couldn't, in fact, frozen stiff from the immense pleasure they were currently sharing. A minute passed in silence. Then another. It was only the quiet, wet slap of liquid against the floor beneath them that snapped them out of their trance. They didn't say a word. Mallow only slowly released her leg's grip from his torso, gently lowering herself so her feet touched the ground again. She slowly pulled her body apart from his now half-softening D, emerging from within her with a pop, the mixture of thick white and red fluids beginning to ooze from her crevice more. The silence continued as Mallow adjusted her swimsuit top to cover her chest, running her fingers through her hair a few times to adjust any frazzling that had occurred during their intensity. Ash grabbed his shorts from the seat and moved to put them on, stopping for a moment as he looked down at his member which still had some white substance on the head. He glanced over to the roll of toilet paper on the side of the stall, taking a few sheets and cleaning himself off, before tossing it into the toilet and closing the lid, pulling his shorts back up to rest around his waist. Ash, the man nearly flinched at the sound of Mallow's quiet voice. He was honestly beginning to become afraid of what she would say about what just happened. But judging from her tone that she was just embarrassed as he was, his suspicion was only confirmed as he saw her cheeks bright red, her arms shifting uncomfortably under her brsts. I hope this doesn't make things weird. Ash only cleared his throat, unable to formulate words in his mind at the girl's embarrassed behavior. DMN, was she ever cute like this? Ash had always found a unique charm in her usual tomboyish attitude, something he had never really considered about Misty's, but Mallow was different. Mallow piqued his interest. No, it's fine. Ash felt like an idiot for having trouble saying something so simple. Or even the fact that he said it. He noticed Mallow's eyes nervously glance to the side, rubbing her arm as her other hand was busy with a wad of toilet paper between her legs. Look, Mallow, I'm sorry. What, Ash? She was cut off, noticing Ash hold his hand up to her. But not for what you might think. I'm not sorry that this happened, I'm actually glad, truth be told, that was amazing. I'm sorry for not stopping that, I kinda lost control. Mallow realized he had meant when Lily and Lana had showed up, which didn't stop his vigorous behavior. Ash scratched the back of his head sheepishly, but stopped when he heard Mallow start to laugh. Looking at the girl curiously, he watched her free hand hold her side in an attempt to contain her laughter, before wiping a tear from her eyes and flashing a smile to him. She was smiling about that. It's okay, Ash. If we're being honest, I could almost barely keep myself from doing the same thing you did, she told him, surprising the man. Slowly, He broke into a smile himself, Mallow feeling a warmth in her chest that rivaled the heat between her legs. But this one was much more gentle. So that I should probably. Ash cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed as he nodded towards the door behind her. Mallow quickly realized what he meant, her cheeks growing warmer as she moved to the side, the man reaching for the lock. I'll just head back to our stuff. Hey, Ash. As Ash opened the door, he flinched as he felt the familiar warmth of Mallow hugging his back. She nuzzled her cheek against his skin, smiling to herself. Thank you. I couldn't have asked for a better first time, you know. Same here. Ash stammered, the girl giving a giggle at his response as she pulled away. The man moved out of the stall, closing the door again before turning towards the exit. His feet didn't move, however, his eyes glancing back to the stall he had come from where he assumed Mallow was now cleaning her side of their mess just as he had. Then he left. Not another word was spoken between them in that public changing room. But from that moment on, in their future to come, one thing was for sure. Their primal instincts would never allow them to look at each other the same way again. Vacation in Heat, Chapter 2, A Different Force of Tide. Lily came to a stop with her splashing as she began panting, feeling exhausting take her once again as Lana stood across from her with a triumphant smile, hands on her hips. Ha ha. I win again. This time. Lily said between pants, flashing a weak smile back to her with confident eyes. Next time, she thought. The blonde gave a sigh as she straightened up again, her eyes drifting back towards the shore. Her eyes had rested on the side of the building containing the changing areas, where her and Lana had previously gone searching for their missing friends about an hour ago. The two had returned to their playing in the water since then, deciding to trust that their friends were still around, but they still hadn't seen them anywhere. Strange. Until Lily's eyes drifted along the beach, that is. Hey, they're back. Huh. Lana moved beside her friend, her eyes curiously following her gaze and noticing what she meant. Resting on the beach, atop their blanket by their stuff, were their missing friends. Ash was resting on his back, arms crossed behind his head as the green-haired girl was rubbing suntan lotion along her arm, her lips moving that told them she was talking to Ash. You're right, wonder where they were all this time. Well, I think I was gonna rest on shore for a bit anyway, so let's go find out. Lily started towards the beach, Lana following closely behind as they made their way towards their friends. As they got closer, they began to notice something. Something not exceedingly different, but subtle enough to catch their curiosity. The pair seemed to be acting bashful. Mallow was currently sitting with her back to Ash, refusing to look back at him as she talked to him, awkwardly rubbing the lotion over the back of her shoulders. The pair noticed the outstretched male's lips move, making Mallow's cheeks puff out in frustration as she looked down at the bottle in her hand. Lana and Lily glanced at each other curiously. Hey, you two. Ash and Mallow's attention were caught by the familiar voice, noticing their friends from the water were now only a few feet from them and coming closer. Where have you two been? We were looking for you an hour ago and we couldn't find you anywhere. Only adding on to their curiosity, they noticed that Ash glanced away as he scratched his cheek, Mallow giving a nervous laugh as she squeezed some lotion into her palms, rubbing them against her cheeks to prevent her friends from seeing how red they had become. Oh, why you know that I was out looking for berries. Yeah, that's it, just getting some good berries, she told them nervously, the pair sharing a curious glance. Then where are they? Huh? Where are the berries? Didn't you find any? We kinda ate them all already. Man, your appetite must be becoming like Ash's. The green-haired girl smiled with a nervous chuckle, not moving her palms from her cheeks as she turned away from them slightly, but also not towards Ash. Lana and Lily's eyes glanced over to Ash, who still hadn't looked back at them. They were good berries, he said, the two girls from the water sharing a laugh. Typical Ash, anything that was food would go into his stomach, no questions asked. Well, I see you finally got thirsty. Ash flinched, his eyes quickly darting to the empty bottle lying beside him. But you drank the whole thing already. You should take your time with that, you're gonna have to go to the washroom soon like that, you know. Heh, yeah. Ash scratched the back of his head with a nervous chuckle, adjusting his back against the other empty bottle hidden beneath him. They didn't have to know about that one. He did work up quite a thirst, after all, considering the amount of fluids in his body he had previously expended. Well, it's not like that's any news with Ash. He never did take his time with any kind of meal, and that certainly included his drinks, Mallow said, smirking as she glanced at him with a briefly smug look. He narrowed his eyes on her. Oh really? At least I knew to stay away from your meals. Excuse me. You always ate my meals and you enjoyed every last bite. If I recall, the first stew of yours I tried it literally shocked me because you used Thunderbolt as an ingredient. That was a slight miscalculation, but it was to make the flavor more interesting. How could I just serve a plain old stew without any kick? When the kick literally hurts you, you might want to reconsider the kick. Like, entirely. Oh, be quiet. You still loved when I cooked for you and you know it. Lily and Lana glanced back and forth curiously between their friends as they bickered, Mallow crossing her arms with a huff as she turned her head away from him. Not that they paid any particular close attention, Mallow's cheeks had gone pink as she realized what she had just said. Why did she say it like that? She only meant to tease him about enjoying her food, like before, but she didn't even realize she used the word loved until it was already out. If she had wanted to use that word, without even realizing it, what purpose would it have? Then the girl recalled the feelings in her chest after her accident with Ash out in the water. Her hand moved over her chest, pressing lightly against the fabric-covered flesh as she felt her heartbeat pick up slightly. Was she actually right? Ash was always a friend to her, a best friend, really, besides Lily, and Lana, and Kiawe and Sophocles. Though she had never really felt as close to the latter boys as she did to Ash or her fellow girls. Maybe there was a reason Ash was the only GUI.NO, seriously, that couldn't be. Mallow? You okay? Lily asked in a concerned tone. Her green-haired friend was currently unaware that while deep in her thoughts on the issue between her and her best male friend, she had been shaking her head vigorously as if to purify her mind of such strange thoughts. Though it only looked like it was giving a splitting headache. So, you girls done swimming? Ash asked, giving a nervous chuckle as he took his eyes off the strange-acting girl and towards the other two. The brunette grinned while Lily gave a quiet sigh with a nod. Just for a little while, Lily wanted to rest. She still can't measure up to me, Lana pumped her fist in the air, placing her other hand over her bicep as if to display muscles. Although considering her stature, that proved pretty fruitless. Ash gave an amused smile at the girl, glancing back over to Mallow, who still refused to look at him. His smile became a devilish grin with a sudden thought. Hey, Mallow, why don't you go swimming with Lana? You said you were feeling pretty hot up here, right? If looks could kill, Ash would definitely have been dead with that statement. But in his own mind, the glare that Mallow shot him was priceless. Lana looked at her curiously. You were complaining about the sun. I thought you loved the sun, she asked, Mallow giving her a nervous smile. Well, there are always those days that catch you off guard, she said slowly, Lana narrowing her eyes curiously on her. Her reasoning sounded fair enough, so Lana decided not to press it. This definitely relieved Mallow. Well, how about it? I'll even go easy on you, Lana said teasingly, her female friend shooting her a slight glare. No thanks, you never do, then a thought occurred to her. A thought of revenge. But, I'm sure Ash would love to. He was complaining even more than I was, in fact. Really? Ash mentally cursed the girl, noticing the sly grin on her lips as she glanced back to him. Suppose he did deserve that. Then let's go, Ash. Come on. I don't think so, I kinda want to rella dash. Mallow's grin only grew wider as she watched her female friend be pulled to his feet by the smaller girl, tugged towards the water. Ash looked back over his shoulder to Mallow with frustration, only seeing the girl poke her tongue out playfully in response. His eyes turned to Lily for help, but to his chagrin, she only gave a smile and a wave as if to support him. He was not getting any help with this one. Take this. Ash turned his head to prevent the water from splashing in his eyes, glancing back over to the girl who was smiling confidently. Ash smirked, drawing one hand through the water and launching a countersplash, taking the girl by surprise as she laughed as the liquid washed over her. This continued for a while, Ash deciding to finally give in to her demands and have fun himself, not wanting to lose to the girl. But he was also fighting an inward battle. Each time Lana prepared to splash him, he couldn't stop his eyes from quickly running up and down her figure. For maximum effectiveness with her attacks, the smaller girl bent down so her back was parallel with the water's surface, her head looking up at him to know where to aim. But his eyes never met hers. Instead, she was oblivious to how they seemed to scan every inch of the blue fabric hugging her skin like a second layer, as well as how her bending over gave him an easier view of her lower back and the mounds of flesh that followed. Ash couldn't help but rest his eyes on that longer than the rest of her. With his mind now more accepting of his SXL desires, thanks to what had occurred in the changing room with his other female friend, he couldn't help but let his mind wander in admiration of the younger girl's rump. Ash was able to admit that he was disappointed in the size difference between Lana and Mallow's chests, but Lana's crowning victory over Mallow in the butt department certainly made up for it. Along with the muscles in her legs, Ash could tell that Lana's lower body was much more physically fit than Mallow's, considering her favorite pastime. Ash hadn't even noticed he began to stare as he felt water wash over him, snapping him out of it to see Lana's grinning face. "What's that look about? Giving up already?" she asked tauntingly, Ash giving a smirk. This worried Lana. The girl noticed him start moving towards her, giving a quiet "peep" as she turned away to avoid him, but heard his feet splashing through the water faster behind her. Thankfully she was much more adept at moving through water, being able to avoid being caught as she traveled further out where the water got deeper, diving forward and submerging herself beneath the surface. Ash's eyes scanned the water carefully, thinking that the girl would jump out to scare him. Instead, he chose a different approach, diving in after her. Beneath the water's surface, Ash opened his eyes again to see the sun shining through the water's surface, illuminating the sand below them in a splendid shade of green. His eyes looked around, before finally noticing his female friend a short distance ahead, below him in a deeper portion of the water as she appeared to be sitting on the sand with a smile, waving her arms upward to keep herself down. As Ash started towards her, she turned away and quickly moved from him, the young man taking notice of the girl's motions that made her resemble a mermaid. He clearly enjoyed it, especially in the comfort that with moving away from him, she was unable to notice as he rested his eyes on her behind much longer than before. Lana glanced back over her shoulder, noticing that Ash had gotten closer to her, before turning her whole body back towards him and pushing her feet off the sand. Ash's eyes followed her up as she made her way back to the surface, his feet and arms taking him in her direction before his head emerged back into the air, taking a deep breath. He looked to his side, seeing Lana's smiling face. "Not bad, surprised you kept up with me," she said, Ash giving a smirk in response. Then Lana noticed something out of the side of her eye. "Hey, check it out." Ash's eyes followed hers to notice a blow-up Floatai raft mattress drifting along on top of the water, Lana's eyes lighting up. She nodded towards it, before starting a front crawl towards it, Ash following closely behind her. The girl threw her arms up on it, laughing playfully as she tossed a leg out to the side, hoisting her body up onto it. She rolled onto her stomach, crossing her arms under her chin with a content sigh, Ash simply resting an arm on the side of the Floatai for support as his legs waited to keep him afloat. Ah, who would leave a good Floatai around like this? Who knows? Ash's mind didn't begin to wonder that question, however, as his thoughts were currently preoccupied. With the girl having closed her eyes while resting her head, Ash knew she was unaware that lying on her stomach was giving him yet another perfect view of her shapely lower back. The curve in her back seemed so tantalizing, but unmatched in comparison with the temptation of her but protruding into the air in two shapely mounds, the swimsuit clasping tightly to her skin to form a noticeable crease between them. Ash could no longer pry his eyes away from it, nor did he really want to, as the girl never even seemed to notice the intentions of his gaze. "Say, why are you still in the water?" Ash quickly snapped his eyes away to the water, afraid that she would look at him. Sure enough, she peeked one eye open and glanced towards him curiously. "There's enough room for both of us up here, come on." "And no thanks, I can stay down here." Ash had refused her offer for a few reasons. 1. He would lose his current perspective of the amazing sight of Lana's figure. 2. He knew if he tried to get his body weight up there as well, it would most likely flip the raft. And 3, most important of all, with the sight of Lana in her current position, Ash felt another issue in his shorts. So not the best time to be getting out in plain sight. "Oh, come on, don't be like that." Here, Ash felt nervous as the girl grabbed his arm supporting him, trying to tug at him to get him onto the raft. "And no, really, I'm good," Ash stammered, noticing the girl adjust herself so that she was sitting up with her legs crossed, facing him. And with the way her swimsuit clung to her skin like a second layer, displaying every crease on her body that it covered, this only provided Ash with an even more dangerous view. "Too bad, get up here," she said playfully, taking her other hand and grabbing under his opposite arm. The girl pushed back her thoughts of how nice his arms felt as she tried to pull him up, the young man surprisingly feeling himself start to lift out of the water. Wait a sec dash, but, contrary to Ash's second concern, he found himself in a different situation. One that was still just as compromising. He felt himself heaved out of the water onto the raft, genuinely surprised as it rocked but never flipped. Although, only his one hand and knees touched the raft. Ash winced at the feeling of his landing, slowly opening his eyes again to feel a similar embarrassment he had felt in the water with Mallow earlier. He looked down to see the younger girl body beneath his face hovering only inches above her own as their eyes met in an uncomfortable silence. His body weight only supported by an extended arm holding the raft beside her head, Ash's eyes slowly glanced down to see that his one leg was stretched out along the outside of Lana's body, close to her as his toes dipped into the water. His other leg was brought up so that his knee rested on the raft beside her stomach, her legs straightened out beneath him with his waist hovering even closer to her own than their faces were, Ash's cheeks immediately growing red. Lana's cheeks grew pink, her eyes glancing away with a slightly embarrassed look. Sorry, she said timidly, her male friend feeling a jump in his chest just as it had done with the similar tone of voice from Mallow. DMN, that was just his weakness. As the girl started to bend her knee to bring her foot up onto the edge of the raft to help herself up, her knee accidentally knocked against Ash's rear, surprising him as he felt his waist be pushed slightly forward. Each of their eyes shot open as they felt something, unfamiliar to one and familiar to the other. A bulge pushed against the inside of Lana's thighs. Almost afraid to know what it was, Lana's eyes slowly glanced down to see a noticeable bump in Ash's shorts, currently held against the inside of her own bare leg. Her cheeks grew a deeper shade of red as she looked to Ash's, noticing they were of a similar shade as he looked away with a guilty look in his eyes. He quickly rolled himself off of her, sitting on the opposite side of the raft as the girl as he faced away from her, his legs crossed and head down. Lana didn't take her eyes off of him. But her look began to change. Ash was half expecting her to suddenly give an angry outburst, despite her usual calm and timid nature, given the unexpected circumstance. Instead, he was met with silence, unaware that her hand had drifted down along her exposed leg where she had felt that strange phenomenon, her eyes giving not a sense of anger but curiosity. I am sorry, Lana, really," he muttered in shame, closing his eyes as he lowered his head. "You were staying in the water. B because of. Why. Yeah. Does it hurt? Huh. Ash opened his eyes cautiously, afraid to turn around to face her at her question. But before he could do anything, he felt the girl's hands press against his back, before being replaced by a much broader surface. Ash tensed up as he felt her swimsuit-clad body press against his bare back, unaware that her hands had reached around him with a particular intention in mind. One that he was not unfamiliar with. His eyes shot open as he felt her hands press down on his shorts, wrapping her small fingers around the bulge to the best of her ability. He had never really noticed, but along with Lana's basic figure, the size of her hands were considerably smaller than others her age as well. And glancing down, Ash easily noticed this as he recalled the image of Mallow's hands in that stall, noticing that Lana's fingers were having a bit more difficulty surrounding it. And as if this wasn't bad enough, given that the temperature of the water wasn't exactly warm, Ash tried to keep his mind off the two small poking sensations on his back. But it wasn't easy. "Lana?" Ash asked, not sure how to respond to this. Even if he had already been in this exact situation with another girl only just over an hour earlier, he still didn't want to jump to conclusions. So instead he expressed his surprise, wondering why the girl's hands were currently rubbing over his shorts. "It's okay that we should be far enough out that no one sees," she whispered, pressing her forehead against his back as she smiled to herself, Ash only watching her small hands in shock as they began to fumble with his short drawstrings. "Wait a sec, you do realize Ash?" Ash felt his voice cut off as one of the girl's hands suddenly covered his mouth, preventing him from complaining as the other had managed to untie the strings, pulling forward on the shorts. "I know. But that it would be hard for you to be left like this. Right?" she asked timidly, Ash only watching in shock as her small hand wrapped around his member, freeing it from the confines of the fabric. His eyes glanced back towards the shore, realizing that the raft's drifting had turned it so that they were facing away from the beach, and true to Lana's word they were pretty far out that he could barely recognize anyone on land. Thankfully, with how far out they were, there was also no one else around in the water, leaving them basically all alone. The brunette slowly removed her hand from over Ash's mouth. "Lana." Ash felt his voice escape him as her delicate fingers traced up and down along his. "It's okay that I know what I'm doing." Ash's eyes shot open. "She what?" Before Ash could turn his head to question the girl, he felt another odd sensation. One he had not previously felt with Mallow. His eyes darted down to see Lana's other hand reaching further into his shorts, past his D-dash, her fingers now gently playing with the sack of skin hanging below it that contained his family jewels. Ash let out an audible gasp, shocked at being unable to hold back his voice, but the noise had snuck up on him so rapidly. Just as Lana's hand had snuck up on his ball. Hey dash. Ash managed to stifle his next feeling her small fingers give the sack a gentle squeeze, shooting an odd sense of pleasure up his body. Did he enjoy that? What was happening to him? "DDMN, where did you?" "I've done a bit of research, though it's my first time, personally." Ash felt himself easily believing the girl's words. Mallow had said something similar, as well as he himself having seen quite a bit online in regards to the subject. Ash felt his common sense drift from his mind as her one hand stroked his, the other cupping and playing with his ball beneath it, working surprisingly well together. But Ash had come to realize something in his previous encounter with the other Alolan girl. Ash? He quickly turned his body to face her, grabbing her shoulders firmly and pushing her onto her back. His body hovered above hers, his member and ball hanging out from his shorts as Lana's hands suddenly fell to her chest, the girl giving a gasp as she felt his member press between her thighs, attempting to prod itself between her flesh. And before she could get her words out to ask him what was going on, she noticed the look in Ash's eyes. She recognized it, but she never thought she would see Ash with lust. "Sorry, but I think the girl should be first." Lana felt a shiver up her spine at the husky tone of Ash's voice, then was surprised even more as he pressed his lips against hers. She quickly reacted by trying to pull herself away, but felt his one hand move down around her lower back, pulling her waist closer to his. In a matter of seconds, Lana was completely at his mercy. She sighed as she felt his tongue push through her lips, his hand rubbing along her back while his member continued to wiggle between her legs. She slightly parted her thighs, moving upward to embrace his before squeezing them together, the man miming into her mouth at the soft sensation of her skin. Then, finally taking advantage of his new bold attitude, his hand on her back trailed down to the real treasure he sought. Lana gasped as he felt her friend's hand take a handful of flesh on her butt, squeezing it firmly. She had been warned by her mother recently that perverted men might try to do that in public, so she was warned to be very careful about being around men. But right now, after feeling this with Ash, she wanted more of it. She grinded her butt into his hand, smiling to herself as she pushed back against his tongue, Ash clearly surprised but happy with her reaction. Then in a flash of disappointment, she felt him part his lips from hers, feeling her head lift slightly after him to try and continue, but Ash pressed a finger to her lips with a sly look in his eye. "I think you know what I really want right now." Lana shuddered again, breaking into a knowing smile as she watched him move himself off of her to the side. Quickly, she rolled herself over onto her stomach like earlier, but made sure to be slow and teasing as she turned over her waist, showing off her butt to her friend. And she could tell it worked wonders. He quickly moved himself behind her, parting her legs as he marveled at the sight of her swimsuit hugging her curves in such a perfect way that accentuated her growth. Lana still felt slightly embarrassed about this, but knew she was starting to enjoy it as Ash's hand grazed over one of her mounds, taking another handful of flesh and jiggling it. "DMN, Lana, you never told me you had such an butt on you. WL, I never thought you would be interested. Or see care," she gasped, quickly covering her mouth as she felt his nose press against her butt. She clenched her eyes, feeling a flash of heat between her legs as she felt something wet and rough graze along the outside of her swimsuit, right over her slit which had visibly started producing juices judging by the wet spot on her blue fabric. Ash.ii. He asked, arching an eyebrow as he glanced up over her cheeks to see the girl looking back over her shoulder to him, biting her lip with a shine in her eyes. "What is it, Lana? Please." Ash's eyebrow raised further as he stopped, Lana's cheeks growing redder. "Not through my swim suit." Ash needed no further invitation, his eyes returning to the blue fabric in front of him as he grabbed the edge of it, pulling it to the side and revealing his current feast. And he was hungry. Lana gasped loudly as she felt the man's lips make contact with her lower lips, his tongue quickly wiggling itself inside. She arched her back, her hips bucking forward as she bit her lip harder, struggling to hold herself in place. She did not want to make Ash think she didn't want this. She needed this. In the past 4 years, despite not having any SXL experience with men, that didn't mean she was entirely without experience. After having discovered the art of MSTRBTN online, the young woman honestly couldn't get enough of it. She found it to be a physical release that her body seemed to need. Though it wasn't very often, any time she had her house to herself without her parents or siblings, she was relieving herself. She especially loved to it after a good swim. God, did it ever feel amazing to work up a sweat and then just let that out. It was like heaven to the brunette. But now, in this moment, she realized that MSTRBTN really was nothing compared to being with another person. Especially one who seemed to know what they were doing. Ash, she gasped again, his tongue flicking over her CLT before feeling a finger push in above his tongue, going deeper than it. She bucking her butt upwards into the air as her back arched, her hands grasped the fabric over her chest tightly, threatening to almost tear it. Hearing the sounds coming from the girl, Ash smirked as he pulled his tongue out from inside of her, reaverting his eyes to the focus of a new idea in his mind. While she felt his fingers continue to play inside of her PP, Lana's eyes shot open at a new feeling. She may have enjoyed masturbating, but there was something that she had never dared to try. But clearly Ash didn't think like her. Lana felt all the air quickly leave her lungs as her stomach compressed, the foreign feeling of Ash's tongue poke inside a different hole than earlier. Ash smiled to himself, pulling his tongue back and playfully dragging it back and forth along the smaller hole on her body. Then he pushed it back inside. He met a lot more resistance now than he had with either of his female friends' privates, which only made him more determined to push past it. Lana throwing her head back as his tongue ventured deeper into her anus, somewhere that nothing had ever gone before. But Lana felt herself quickly growing to enjoy it. She bit her lip, biting harder as he began to wiggle his tongue inside, teasing the girl as his fingers did a similar motion in her other cavity. This quickly developed a pressure in her stomach, intensifying by the second. Ash, I.I.M. Ash recognized that tone. Lana almost raised her voice in anger as she felt him exit both of her holes, about to ask him what the hell he was doing, but gasped again as she felt his body parts switch places. Now feeling a finger poke into her butt, she ummed louder as his tongue began playing with her CLT, the girl instantly feeling herself be pushed to the edge with no desire to stop. Ash. He smiled as his tongue was bathed in a familiar wave of juices, splashing into his mouth as he happily drank it like earning a prize. He felt the muscles of her anus tighten around his finger, which was much stronger than his new and recent knowledge of the muscles of a PP, leading him to wonder about something. Though knowing women, she would probably kill him for it. Lana panted heavily as she let her hips drop back down onto the raft, wincing with a slight worry as she felt Ash's finger pull out of her. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed Ash liking his lips, giving her a devilish grin. "Seems like you enjoyed yourself," he said teasingly, the girl unable to resist smiling with a quiet laugh. "Yeah, but now it's your turn, mister." Ash rolled onto his side, watching the girl roll onto her side as well and turn towards him. He sat up, parting his legs as her head came in towards him and rested her cheek against his member, making sure to arch her back so that Ash had a clear view of her. But while he watched her, he definitely noticed that I don't have a big chest. "I don't care about that." Mallow's eyes looked curiously into Ash's, which only seemed to reflect honesty about his words. "I'm just happy it's you, Lana. So go ahead and do it however you like." Lana felt herself blush, her eyes quickly darting away from his at his embarrassing words. She looked over the in her hand, which seemed a lot smaller than ever holding Ash's large manhood, before carefully running her tongue up the underside of it. Ash closed his eyes with a quiet sigh as he felt her tongue run all the way to the tip, brushing over his urethra before parting from his skin, followed by the warm sensation of lips wrapping around the head. He could tell that she was struggling much more than Mallow, barely able to devour past the head before she began to GG. Ash opened one eye to notice her really struggling, feeling a smile come to his face. "Hey, you don't have to force your stash," he cut off with a gasp, noticing her eyes meet his as her other hand wrapped around his ball just as they had done earlier. He ummed happily as her fingers began teasing him sack in any way they could, from rolling his jewels around within to jiggling them playfully. As her one hand was occupied with that, the other had taken to a twisting motion around the base of his D-dash, her mouth wrapped around the head with her tongue having fun on the inside. Ash's mind flashed back to his previous encounter with Mallow, doubting himself but unwillingly accepting it as a fact as something came to his mind. Lana was better at this than Mallow. Much better. Which is definitely not something he could have guessed. Lana, the brunette felt his D twitch in her grasp, giving a smile to herself as she glanced up at Ash again, noticing a twist in his expression. Time to really take him by surprise. "Yes, Ash?" she asked innocently, taking her lips off his member and holding it against her cheek. Ash looked disappointed. I was about to." Ash noticed a strange glint in Lana's eye. An almost suspicious glint. "Lana." "Yes," she asked again in the same sweet tone, only making him more suspicious as her hand started to twist faster on his D-dash. He stifled a gasp, noticing that she didn't break eye contact with him, her other hand moving from his ball to join her first in a twisting motion on the upper half of his, but in the opposite direction. I am gonna." Then he noticed something that the girl had never done before. She winked. And that was what made Ash realize that she really did know what she was doing better than Mallow. She took the head of his D into her mouth, gently pulling it downward between his legs as opposed to standing tall in the air. Ash nearly felt his heart stop as her lower lip separated from his D-dash, inviting something else into her mouth before tightening her lips around them. It was his ball. His mind went blank at the sight of Lana's mouth somehow taking in both the end of his D and his ball, her tongue teasing them within to drive him mad. And with this being added to the sensation of her hands quickly twisting and pumping his, Ash only lasted just over a few seconds before he exploded. Lana's eyes went wide as she felt the gush of Ash's seed splash against the roof of her mouth, dripping over her tongue and towards the back of her throat. And at the same time, she could feel almost a pulsing like a heartbeat coming from the man's sack, coursing in a similar rhythm to the splash of seed coming from his tip. She happily slurped it back, swallowing bit by bit as her tongue ran all along his member, not wanting to leave any trace of it. Once she was finally content with her cleaning, she let his D pop out of her mouth, his sack flopping out as well and slapping down to their usual position as Ash only heaved his breaths with a struggle. He glanced down, seeing Lana quickly run her tongue across her upper lip, before flashing him a smile. "Not as bad as I thought it would be." Ash smirked at her comment, moving his hand around one side of her back and under the armpit of her opposite side, the girl giving a sharp eep as she felt herself sharply pulled up towards him, their faces stopping inches apart as her chest pressed against his. She glanced down with an embarrassed look, feeling a hint of shame as she pulled her chest off his. "Like I said, I don't care," she was broken from her self-lament as he pushed his lips to hers once more, both of his hands traveling down her back and squeezing her plump cheeks. She pulled away, giving an amused smile. "So that's all you care about, huh?" she asked, giving him an expectant look. She was only responded with a grin, before their lips collided once more, the girl pushing as much of her body against his as she could. She parted her legs so one rested on either side of Ash's waist, grinding herself against his D, which was already starting to regain its solid form, Ash parting their lips before quickly moving his own to her neck. She gasped in an adorable fashion as she felt a small portion of her skin be pinched between his teeth, his tongue running across it in a soothing way. I need you. Need? He pulled away from her, arching an eyebrow. Lana recognized that he was teasing her, just as he had done so earlier, knowing what was going through his mind. But she didn't care anymore. "I need you, and I want you that I want to feel you." Inside, the man smirked, feeling satisfied with her response as he lowered his hand to his member, taking hold and using his other hand to reach for the swimsuit covering between her legs. But her hand stopped him. "But not like this. What are you?" "Whoa." Ash almost panicked as the girl suddenly grabbed the side of the raft, pulling it up over them, flipping them into the water. The man burst his head over the surface of the water, coughing out a bit of water in his throat as he looked oddly at the girl, who rested an arm on the side of the raft as she faced away from him. "Like this?" Ash's eyes narrowed on her curiously, trying to see through the surface of the water as he noticed what he thought was her hand grabbing the fabric covering her nether regions, pulling it to the side as her eyes gave him a pleading look. Not like Ash had any complaints with this. He moved his body closer to hers, pressing his chest against her back as he rested his arm on the side of the raft as well, the other attempting to hold her waist in place as he tried to line himself up with her entrance. As he felt his tip poke at her folds, he took a deep breath as he reached his hand around and pressed it against her chest, pulling her closer as he moved his hips forward. Slowly, but surely, he felt his member slide in, before feeling her deepest limits. Which, despite the pleasure Ash was feeling, in mixture with the water. He found that strange. "Lana, were you?" He couldn't find the courage to outright say the words he meant. Instead, he was responded with the brunette turning her head and resting it against his shoulder, looking up at him with a smile. "You are my first, Ash. But that doesn't mean that I don't like playing around." Ash's eyes stared at the girls in surprise at her words, understanding what she meant. Or at least having a general idea. Pushing the curiosity of exactly how her hymen had broken aside in his mind, he returned his focus to the pleasuring warmth of her insides wrapping around his D-, which seemed to tighten and relax around him in accordance with her legs flutter kicking to keep her body afloat, just as the man's did the same. Ash pulled himself away slightly from her body, feeling his member slide easily out of her, and then pushed back in again. This was much easier than his prior experience. Though he probably should have guessed that, considering their lower halves were submerged entirely in water. Lana ummed, feeling his tip push all the way to her deepest parts, almost feeling as if it were trying to push through and into her stomach. Ash noticed that his member didn't fit entirely inside of her like it had with Mallow, about an inch or so not being able to feel inside of her, but he definitely didn't have any complaints about it. He was still gonna enjoy himself. Lana bit her lip as she felt Ash's hand drift up along her stomach, before slipping in the side of her suit under her arm, giving a sharp gasp as his fingers easily found one of her hardened nipples. He pinched it between his fingers, rolling it in a playful manner, earning more MMS from the girl in response. As he continued moving himself into her, as well as his hand drifting across her chest to play with the opposite NPL, his lips found her earlobe, which took her by surprise. He nibbled on it carefully, the girl's vocal cords emitting more SNSL noises as she felt a pressure building between her legs. Ash, that I can't, and for the second time, she felt her SXL desires explode because of Ash. Ash didn't think he would notice her juices erupting over his D-, considering they were already submerged in water, but it had temporarily slipped his mind at how warm a girl's juices were. And he was instantly reminded the moment he felt it wash over him. He drew his head back from her ear, giving a sigh of relief at the feeling as Lana struggled to regain her breath, her hips twitching and the muscles in her legs also having trouble maintaining their current motion. But as if Ash's personal luck with SXL encounters were to blame, the two froze at a particular sound. AshxLana. The pair slowly looked over, Ash instinctively jerking his hips back as if someone had personally seen what they were doing, much to Lana's dismay. Their eyes traveled a fair distance across the water, suddenly noticing that they had actually started to drift closer towards the shores, but were still a safe ways out. And on the edge of the shallows, the water barely up to their waists, stood Mallow and Lily waving to them. "Hey, what are you guys doing way out there? Come on. We're gonna have lunch now." Mallow called out to them, Ash tensing up. There was no way he was going back like this. We'll be there in a bit. Lana called back, trying to get them to give up and turn away. She noticed Mallow tilt her head. Why? Just come on. Ash's mind began to wander from the girls' voices as a sudden thought occurred to him. His eyes drifted down Lana's back and through the surface, noticing her but only a few inches from his member. Then he recalled a devilish thought he had earlier. Because I got a little tired out here. I'm just resting, and Ash is helping me. We'll be there soon. Ash's idea now seemed more tempting. Are you okay? We can come out to get you, if you want. They were submerged in water, after all. And no, don't worry. I don't need help. Just go ahead and start without us. She might still kill him. But it certainly would be easier with the water. Are you absolutely sure? Ash decided. Life was about taking risks, right? It's okay, Mallow. Really, I'm 100% okay. Why? Lana? The brunette's tone had suddenly taken a much sharper pitch, turning from simply calling out into a surprised scream. She quickly clasped her hand over her mouth, eyes as wide as they could be as her mind registered what had just happened. Originally, Ash had decided to be cautious and pull out of her, thinking there was a chance that someone could catch them in the act. But now, Ash had apparently changed his mind without telling her. But it wasn't her PP that felt his return inside. Lana, are you okay? What was that scream about? Mallow called out to her, but Lana couldn't formulate proper thoughts to respond. All her mind could focus on was the fact that Ash's SEC drive had suddenly kicked in again, but her PP twitched as it remained empty. Instead, Ash's member had found itself a new home. Somewhere he had been exploring earlier with a much smaller portion of his body. It's fine, I'm good. Just that seaweed brushed my leg, that's all, she nearly screamed, unable to control the pitch of her voice as she felt Ash's member bury further into her behind. She bit her lip, swearing that she was gonna draw blood, clasping a hand over her mouth again to prevent any unplanned sounds. Seaweed? You screamed about seaweed? Mallow called out, tilting her head in confusion again. Lana mentally cursed the girl for being so persistent, now of all times, feeling Ash return his palm to her stomach and pulling her closer, as if sheathing himself like a sword within her. Lana couldn't take this. "She's fine, Mallow." "Really? I'm watching her, so you girls go ahead and start without us, okay?" Lana sighed heavily in relief as Ash answered for her, waving his arm to their friends while still resting his elbow on the raft. Mallow and Lily exchanged concerned glances. "Okay, we're gonna start then. Don't be too long or there won't be anything left for you." "Sure thing." Ash called back, smiling in relief as he watched the two girls turn away from them to return to dry land, but not before he noticed the look of suspicion in Mallow's eyes as she turned away, glancing back occasionally as she walked. Lana quickly submerged her face beneath the water, hoping that the chill would cool the burning embarrassment on her face, but it didn't. In fact, it almost warmed up the water. Ash watched her in amusement, pulling his waist back away from hers, but not taking himself out completely. "Something wrong, Lana?" "JRK," she panted, water dripping from her face as she glanced over her shoulder with a glare at the young man. He smiled. "Why do you say that? Are you kidding? You just thought they were watching that you thought that was the best time to suddenly stick it in my butt? If you don't like it, then you can say so and I'll stop." Lana mentally cursed him. She cursed him for being a pervert. She cursed him for risking exposing their actions while their friends were watching. She cursed the fact that he was able to make her feel so good and not want to stop. But most all she cursed that he knew he had her cornered. "Damn it, Ash," he smiled as he felt the girl push her waist back into his member sliding easily back into her cavity thanks to the natural lubrication of water. He felt himself run out of to give her before he was able to feel the end of her insides, which was expected. He would be more concerned if he did feel the end. That definitely wouldn't be right. The girl reached her arm back over her shoulder and his, grabbing a handful of hair on the back of his head as she suddenly pulled him closer so that his cheek pressed against hers. Ash saw nothing but desire in her eyes. "Don't you dare stop. Consider it done." And with that, Lana's mind went blank, her eyes rolling to the back of her skull as her head fell back onto Ash's shoulder, his member starting to move rhythmically inside her butt. Again, the brunette had never been bold enough with her toys to try this daring method of section. Hell, she was nervous enough willingly breaking her inner barrier that drew blood with her toys. And she had read online that this could sometimes prove dangerous or messy. But they were surrounded by water. Neither of their privates were dry in the slightest. And Ash had lit a fire within her that she didn't know would ever be lit. How the hell could she say no in this situation? Lana's breath grew more rapid and shallow, Ash's hand pressing on her stomach gently to provide leverage as he moved himself inside of her, his lips moving to meet her own. Lana could no longer provide any resistance in the slightest, waves of pleasure coursing through her body each time his pelvis collided with her butt, his entering her right to the hilt as his tongue began wrestling with hers within her mouth. She couldn't do anything. She was completely at his mercy. She didn't want to do anything. All she wanted was for him to keep going, just like this. Ash growled, the brunette feeling the vibrations of his throat somehow affect her own, earning a growl from her in response. Then her eyes snapped open, narrowing on his with a determined look, confusing Ash. Suddenly, Ash almost felt the tables turn on him. His tongue began to lose the battle within their mouths. He felt her free hand on the raft move down into the water to grab his own behind, squeezing it as she pulled it closer to her, as if to push him further inside her than he was capable of. Her hand on the back of his head submerged to discover his hand on her stomach, grabbing it and dragging it down towards her slit he was currently ignoring. She knew his lips wouldn't pull back from hers, so she pushed them together with more intensity, her tongue quickly pushing past his and exploring every inch of his mouth that she could. Her other hand remained on Ash's own butt, giving a frequent playful squeeze and grope as instead of separating their hips in moves, she began to grind her butt along his abdomen, his member remaining completely inside of her. Ash was in awe. Here was his friend, a complete version with zero experience to his knowledge prior to this day, now perfectly playing him like an instrument she had mastered years ago. Ash hummed as he felt her use her own fingers' influence to push his inside of her PP, earning a from the girl as well as they went deeper. His other arm was still resting on the raft for support, but he almost hated it for being so useless in the moment. He wanted to use it so bad to touch her. To feel her. To pleasure her. But he didn't want to risk letting go of the raft, just in case. Although if there were a next time. Lana's groan broke him out of his thoughts, noticing she parted her lips from his and moved them towards his ear, taking in his earlobe with a childish suckling. Ash flinched. His neck jerking slightly at the odd feeling, but he knew a part of him didn't dislike it. Lana could tell this, taking it a step further. Ash growled again as he felt her tongue trace along the outside of his ear, before slowly probing inside, making sure to take its time and cover as much surface as possible. Both Ash and Lana could feel the intense pressure building in their stomachs, but neither of them paid it any attention anymore. Lana was having too much fun messing with Ash. And Ash was enjoying it too much. When Ash's D started to twitch inside of her more, each of them had finally taken notice of the feelings within them. Ash, suddenly growing a sense of fear within him, tried to move his hand from inside her swimsuit to her waist to separate them, but the girl squeezed down hard on his hand to prevent it from escaping. Lana, I am gonna dash. Do it. Ash's eyes went wide at her quiet words in his ear. She pulled her head away from his, her expression having completely unified with one thing on her mind. Ash saw it in her eyes. It was written in the fact that she didn't hesitate in her response. It was written on the way her lips curled upward in such a sly way, her lower lip disappearing beneath the tips of her teeth slightly. Everything about her exuded lust. Don't you dare pull out that I want it. Ash couldn't react faster in that moment, his fingers within her crevice beginning to pump faster. He finally resisted her but grinding against him, instead pulling his hips away and moving vigorously into her, his member disappearing again faster than he could see as Lana let out a deep at his movements. She could feel his fingers working her towards her climax from inside, his D doing the same between her butt cheeks as it repeatedly pounded in and out of her. She threw her head back as her eyes rolled back, surprised as Ash's lips caught hers while upside down, his tongue forcing its way in as if to try and reach her throat. Lana clenched her eyes shut, feeling the pressure building between her legs more intensely as she could tell it was moments away from exploding. In a similar position, Ash's moves grew more rapid than he thought possible, his movements causing ripples on the surface of the water as he felt the flesh of her mound slapping against his pelvis, seeing the flesh itself ripple beneath the water with each impact. The pair groaned into each other's mouths as they finally shared their final climax. Similar to the way his seed had previously filled her mouth, Lana felt the sudden rush of warmth shoot up into her body in a way that she never imagined. Feeling something going up that way was certainly strange, but now that she felt it, God was she ever glad she stopped him from pulling away. He growled like an animal as he felt his deep, release spurt after spurt of his white substance deep inside her, taking his hand from her PP and moving it to her stomach to pull her back against him, removing any possibility of her escaping his load. Not that she would have if she could. Lana was in a similar state of euphoria, her legs and hips twitching erratically, her legs no longer able to maintain their kicking to support them, but she was thankfully held up by Ash still holding the floatie beside them. The waves of heat erupting from within her coursed through her entire physical being, barely able to catch her breath as it got the best of her, in combination with the pleasure that was being driven into her butt. The pair continued to breath heavily, neither able to conjure a word about what had just transpired. Ash almost refused to leave her insides, hesitating as the girl moved her hands to either side of his waist, attempting to gently push him away. With great hesitation and disappointment, Ash slowly parted from her as he felt his D pop out of her beneath the water, a small trail of white substance following him out of the hole. He noticed the girl slowly turn her head to look at him, but her eyes glanced away in embarrassment, refusing to meet his. Hey, Ash. Yeah. That you're not, you won't tell the others that, will you? Ash couldn't help but smile. He lifted his hand out of the water, patting the girl's head and giving a rub as she glanced up at him with curious eyes. "Of course not. Unless you ever want me to," he said in a teasing manner, the brunette's cheeks growing red. "And no, please Dash. Hey, I'm only kidding. Take it easy," he chuckled, watching the girl be reduced to a crumbling mental state of shame and panic. His eyes glanced over back towards the beach, noticing their friends keeping their earlier word by digging into the picnic basket he had brought along. "Well, if we don't hurry soon, there really won't be anything left for us. Wanna head back? You're already okay?" Ash arched an eyebrow curiously at the girl, noticing that her breathing was still irregular, one of her hands clenched between her thighs beneath the water. He smiled. "Hop on," Lana noticed Ash nod towards the raft, before wrapping an arm around her waist and hoisting her up on top of it. She gasped as her butt hit the raft, embarrassment washing over her once more as she realized her swimsuit was still pushed to the side between her legs, quickly turning away from him and crossing her legs, readjusting the fabric. Ash laughed, readying the drawstrings on his shorts after pulling them back up, before grabbing the side of the floatie and pushing it towards the shore as he kicked behind him. Lana faced ahead, giving a nervous sigh as she noticed no more white fluid had been oozing from within her down onto the raft below her, then glanced over her shoulder to Ash behind her. She had spent a lot of time in lakes, rivers and even oceans, but one thing was for sure. She had never felt the force of a tide like that. Vacation in Heat, Chapter 3, When the Heat Gets Hotter. "Geez, Ash, slow down. You're gonna choke." "Nope, too hungry." "Holy, you must have really worked up a sweat playing out there, huh?" "Had it I guess." Ash couldn't help but chuckle nervously at his blonde friend's words. She may have been right, but he knew that she had no idea how right she was in her phrasing. After having concluded his playing with Lana out in the water, he and the brunette had made their way back to the shore to rejoin their friends who had started eating lunch. The four each sat on a corner of the blanket covering the sand with the open basket in the middle of them, Ash currently scarfing back a sandwich quickly with another in his other hand, the girls giving him worried looks, Mallow also laughing at him while they each delicately eat their own sandwiches. "Why yeah, it sure was fun out there," Lana added quietly, avoiding eye contact with anyone as she nervously ate her own food. It had barely been 10 minutes since they had gotten back to shore after their activities, and she already had a nervous feeling in her stomach that one of her friends knew. Since she and Ash had rejoined the other girls, neither of them had really said anything and went straight to eating, as if that would avoid any questions or mentioning of what they had unknowingly interrupted earlier. But in being nervous, Lana was unaware of the occasional curious glance thrown to Ash by her green-haired friend, which Ash definitely had noticed. And this certainly provoked overthinking in his mind. He was trying to ignore it the best he could, and was almost envious that Lily and Lana were so oblivious to it, but he could almost physically feel her eyes burning into him before quickly leaving again, only to repeat shortly after. There was no way she could have known, right? Did she actually catch on earlier? It had to be Lana's screaming. That was the only way he could think of. She couldn't control her pitch because of his surprise, and granted that probably wasn't the best timing for it, but still. Ash. Ash blinked, the thoughts in his mind scattering like a pack of ratata at the slightly raised tone addressing him. However, since his mind had cleared so suddenly, it also affected his body, which had somehow managed to forget to take a breath. In the next moment, Ash was hunched over, desperately trying not to cough out the food in his mouth as Lily leaned over with a concerned look, holding a bottle of water. "See? I told you, Ash, now look at you." "It's pointless, Lily. Nothing stops him from food," Mallow said with a smile. Ash swallowed, inhaling deeply through his mouth as he shot a glare over at Mallow. He noticed her eyes narrow on him, giving a suspicious look. Here, Ash's eyes drifted to the beverage being offered to him by his friend, taking it and putting the rim to his mouth. Lily's concern only grew as she watched him drink the entire bottle without rest, giving a satisfied sigh as he parted from it. "Thanks, Lily. I really needed that," he flashed the girl a smile, who quickly turned away and pulled her knees up, resting the side of her face against them as she looked away from him with pink cheeks. Anytime, Ash, she said quietly, Ash giving her a confused look while the other girls gave understanding looks. She really was the worst out of them at hiding it. During their time together at the Pokemon school, Mallow knew she had developed a crush on Ash. Lana knew the same thing about herself, but she was much more embarrassed about it than Mallow ever showed to be. But then there was Lily. Lily's timid nature and honesty made her crush on Ash the most adorable thing that Mallow or Lana had ever seen. And ever since Ash had gone back home, Lily only made it more obvious that she cared about him. No matter what the three girls did each day, Lily's thoughts drifted along to their memories with Ash or wondering what he was doing at the same time in Kanto, and she could never hide it. Mallow could never resist from teasing her every now and then, the blonde always reacting with a blush and a stutter and denying it profusely. Lana was more reserved about it, since she could relate to the shyness of having a crush, not to mention on the same guy, so she could never tease her. It would probably only lead Mallow to turn on her, in fact, so that was not a risk she was gonna take. You know, Lana, I'm surprised you're not scarfing that down like Ash is, Mallow said, grinning to the brunette. Lana felt her uneasiness grow again, glancing down at the small portion of her sandwich in her hands. Although I guess you swim all the time, so it was probably no sweat for you, huh? Yeah, no sweat at all, she replied nervously, giving a quiet chuckle, maintaining her focus on her food. Lana's thoughts quickly shifted to recall their time out in the water not long ago. Lana kind of wanted to brag about Ash not being able to keep up with her, because that was a saying she usually used with her friends. But if she got confident, she might accidentally let it slip about Ash catching her by surprise, leading Mallow to ask about that. So with that in mind, needless to say, Lana stayed silent. Ash, in a similar mindset, had his focus on the curious look in Mallow's eyes directed to her blue-haired friend. That look only seemed to confirm the suspicions he was scared of. Well, that just proves how amazing Lana is when it comes to swimming. The trio immediately broke into smiles, restraining themselves from laughing aloud at the blonde's innocent words. Her expression immediately turned to confusion, looking between each of her friends. What? What is it? Nothing, Lily. Lana said quietly, hiding her face from view. Man, you are so adorable, Lily. The blonde gave a cute shriek as she felt Mallow wrap her arms around her, pulling her in close as she rubbed her cheek against hers. Mallow, she complained, but her friend didn't show any sign of wanting to stop. Ash felt his laughter fade away as he watched the two girls, feeling a curiosity crawl into his mind. A dangerous curiosity. But you totally are, eh? Come on, I know Lana thinks so. And I'm sure Ash does, too. Lily's cheeks immediately warmed up at her friend's teasing tone, her eyes darting over to the male in the group. He scratched his cheek, giving a sheepish smile to her, which only made her more embarrassed. Stop saying that, she stammered, managing to squirm away from her friend's grasp and scoot away from her. Ah, come on, you know it's true. Come on, Ash, don't you think so? The man froze. The group went silent as three pairs of eyes quickly darted towards Ash, one in a teasing manner paired with a sly grin, and the other two in shy curiosity. He glanced away, his hand moving to the back of his head. Well, yeah, of course she is. Lily thought her cheeks would erupt in flames at the man's comment. Mallow quickly glanced back to her blonde friend, giving a gentle nudge to her side. See, she said teasingly, Lily's hands immediately covering her cheeks. She turned her head away from Ash in embarrassment, but her eyes stayed on Ash, a warm fluttering feeling in her chest. Hey, Mallow, take it easy on her, okay? You're teasing a little too much. Lana spoke up. The green-haired girl throwing her an innocent smile. Ah, but that's no fun. Since Ash is back, don't you think she should take this chance? Lily's eyes shot open as her heart stopped. She quickly looked back to her friend, who she felt terrified to see opening her mouth again. I mean, she should just tell him already that she dash. Awa. Mallow shrieked as she felt a pair of hands push against her shoulders, her back hitting the sand as she saw a figure quickly move over her. Mallow tilted her head back with a curious look, her eyes as well as Lana's and Ash's watching Lily quickly sprint away from them, disappearing from sight over a small hill towards a small nearby forest. The three sat in silence for a few minutes. "Okay, maybe that was a little too far," Mallow said with a nervous chuckle, sitting herself back up again. "Honestly, Mallow, you really do go too hard on that girl." Lana sighed, shaking her head slightly. Ash's eyes were still on the spot in the distance where Lily had disappeared, different thoughts coming into his mind between a mixture of worry for Lily, curiosity about what Mallow was about to say, and what his brain was trying to tell him to do right now. "Ash?" "Huh?" He blinked, looking back over towards Lana. Then Mallow. "You okay?" Lana asked, giving him a look of concern. Mallow gave an embarrassed smile, rubbing her arm. "Well, don't worry about anything I just said, okay?" she said, waving her other hand dismissively. "That was nothing to worry about, really." "That can't be true," Mallow and Lana cringed. Ash looked back into the distance, getting to his feet. Where are you going?" Lana asked. "I'm gonna find Lily, make sure she's alright," and with that, Ash wandered off as well, leaving the two girls alone. Mallow felt guilty for what had just happened, while Lana felt concerned for her friend. Ash, on the other hand, could only worry for Lily and not realize the consequences of him leaving those two alone. The blonde girl gently smacked her palms against her cheeks, focusing all her concentration on ridding herself of embarrassment. Not that it worked, as usual. "Man, I can't believe I just ran away like that," she muttered in a sad tone, looking down with worry in her eyes. Her pupils focused on her toes as they fidgeted with the grass beneath her, after having gone into the forest hoping to get herself alone apart from her friends. Though it's not like she actually wanted that. She loved being around her friends, she loved playing in the water with Lana, she loved always trying Mallow's new recipes, even if they were a little unusual, and she knew she loved. Lily quickly shook her head, smacking herself once more. Why did it always go back to that? It had only ever caused her problems, being teased by the other girls, always becoming so flustered around him, so why couldn't it just go away? Her mom had told her recently that sometimes feelings like this go away unexpectedly, depending on the circumstance, so why wasn't it happening? Lily sighed. She never could comprehend any of this whenever her mother tried to talk to her about it. She tried telling stories about her own past and how it could sometimes be dangerous, especially if you're younger, or don't know the boy very well. But that wasn't the reason Lily was afraid of it. Ash was one of her best friends in the Pokemon school, and they got along so well. But what really made her scared was not the dating part, but just the chance that she would mess everything up. She's had no previous experience with a boy, so the thought of dating definitely was intimidating. But it never seemed as bad, if it was with a smack smack. Lily sighed again as her thoughts drifted to the conversations she's had these past few years with her mother, usually adding on to her embarrassment of herself. Her mother took almost any chance she could to tell Lily to be careful around boys, ever since she was coming close to her 18th birthday. She lowered her head in shame once more, but her eyes didn't focus on her toes. They focused on something else her mother liked to mention. The young woman pursed her lips inward as she gently pressed her palms against the fabric of her swimsuit top, her head tilting slightly to the side. Her mother had warned her again, and again, and again, and again, and again, but she never did understand, what was the fascination boys had with these. It was just skin, nothing different than what they had on their own bodies, just a little more outward. Her eyes glanced past her hands down to her waist, turning it slightly. Lily's cheeks puffed with a disappointed look as she noticed what she thought was a little too much fat down past the side of her stomach. Oh great, now she was getting fat too. As if being embarrassed in front of Ash wasn't enough, and now this, at least the day couldn't get any. Lily? The blonde nearly had a slide, yelping in surprise as her head shot up at the voice. Her eyes meeting his, Ash's expression turned to confusion at the girl's reaction as his head poked through the bushes parted by his hands, watching the girl's cheeks quickly light up. Then to his own embarrassment, he noticed where her hands were. What are you doing? Lily quickly dropped to the ground, her legs bending awkwardly to either side of her, but as it hit the grass, her arms quickly crossing over her chest as her whole body turned away from him. Ash felt his own cheeks start to warm up, glancing away as he scratched his cheek. Sorry that I was just looking for you, cause I was worried about what happened with Mallow, he started, hesitant to continue or leave the girl to whatever she was doing. Though he wasn't happy that of course that had caused his mind to wander as usual. Worried, her voice came out like the squeak of a mouse, Ash feeling a pinching sensation in his chest. Yeah, there was no point even trying to deny it, that was definitely Ash's weakness. Why are you worried? Well, you're a friend, and Mallow she was kinda harsh, it was clearly embarrassing for you I just wanted to make sure you weren't actually hurt by it or anything, he explained, the blonde slowly regaining her mental composure. Taking a deep breath, she glanced back over her shoulder to him. If you want to be alone, I get that too, I can go dash. No, stay. Lily quickly clasped her hands over her mouth, surprised at the seemingly desperate tone that had formed those words. Ash's brow furrowed, the blonde blushing again, her eyes refusing to make contact with his. I mean it's okay that I'm actually glad. Glad? He asked, noticing the blonde's one hand lower down in front of her chest in a fist, the other dropping to her side. Although he also noticed the lower hand was giving a come closer gesture. Slowly, he made his way through the bush and moved towards her, stopping a step away as he looked down at the girl on the ground, who still refused to make eye contact. What do you mean glad? The girl's eyes quickly glanced to the man's hand at his side, before darting away again as her legs began to fidget uncomfortably on the grass. Ash quickly looked up into the sky as he noticed her movements. Then suddenly, he felt something soft grab his hand. I need your help with something. He didn't trust himself to look downward, fixating his gaze on a cloud passing by overhead. That cloud sure looked fluffy. He wondered if clouds really felt like anything, what would fluffy feel like? It must be pretty soft, probably something like, damn it. What is it you need? I need you to look down first. Ash began to feel uncomfortable at the girl's words, though he did notice her tone had actually gotten kind of serious. That wasn't like her. Slowly, out of both caution and worry for his inhibition, he tilted his head down, before his eyes moved quickly past the girl and focused on the grass in front of her. No, I mean look at me. Ash swallowed his breath. His eyes first drifted up along her legs, which bent from the base of her torso in the shape of a W. He tried to move past that rather quickly, but his attempts in trying not to stare at his friend were dashed immediately as he then noticed her arms were together down across her chest, her elbows pushing slightly between her top-covered chest as her hands fidgeted between her thighs. He swallowed again, before desperately moving his eyes up to meet hers, but she was glancing down to the grass beside her. Then her words almost made his heart stop. But not for the reason he thought. Am I fat? Ash's mind kicked into panic mode. Brock had always warned him of the many traps in the world. There were pit traps they were quite accustomed to thanks to Team Rocket, there were the cartoon girl traps that Ash never did quite understand but worried about nonetheless, and then there were some that were simply a combination of words that could be spoken by any girl. One of which was what he had just heard. Ash's thoughts immediately began to mix together, unable to form a proper logical idea. Brock had told him that saying yes was definitely wrong. Brock told him that saying no would lead to more questions, which he would eventually slip up on, leading it to be definitely wrong. Brock told him that not responding at all would make the girl overthink, which would be definitely wrong. Lily's eyes glanced up at him, one hand moving to her side in worry. She managed to ask him, but he wasn't saying anything, was she right? Did Ash think she was fat? And he was keeping quiet because he didn't want to hurt her feelings. The girl's heart sank, her shoulders slumping as the girl sniffled, feeling a tear starting to form in her eye. Ash watched the girl's change in demeanor, which only made his panic grow more, his brain being thrown into the passenger seat as his body took over. Ash always was on the impulsive side, and his body definitely played a part in that decision process over the years, so Ash blurting out the first thing that came to mind caught both of them by surprise. "Why, you're perfect." Neither one said a word. Both of their cheeks quickly flushed, Ash turning his head away in shame as the blonde stared wide-eyed at the grass in front of her. A minute passed in silence. What? Ash mentally cursed himself at his weakness, almost feeling the girl's curious and shocked eyes fixated on his back. He exhaled slowly, scratching his warm cheek before turning back around. As his eyes met hers, he immediately felt more embarrassed as her eyes just shone. They were like diamonds, sparkling in the sunlight, also adding a faint glistening to the tears that were still forming in the corner of her eyes as she stared up at him. Ash sighed. Sorry that I didn't mean to make that weird. Did you mean that? Huh? Did you mean it? Do you actually think I'm? The young blonde couldn't find herself to finish the sentence. She was embarrassed enough recalling that Ash had just said it, in reference to herself. Ash sked his lips in, glancing away. Yeah, you're gorgeous, Lily, look at you. There's no way you're fat, you're just perfect, he said shyly, the girl's cheeks beginning to burn more. But to her own surprise, her eyes never left Ash. She would usually hide her face in embarrassment, but right now, she felt something else inside her besides embarrassment. Something she had rarely ever felt before, except with her friends. Ash. I'm sorry, she was caught off guard as the man suddenly gave a quick bow to her, before turning himself away from her. I'm sorry I said that, I didn't mean to make this weird. I'll just go back. I love you. Ash froze up as he felt a pair of arms wrap around his chest, squeezing tightly as he felt more soft skin make contact all along his back. Each second felt like an eternity to him, much worse than it ever did with Lana or Mallow earlier in the day, because this moment was so much different. Because of those words. Ash was only ever used to hearing that from his mom, but hearing it from a friend, who also happened to be a very beautiful girl it nearly stopped his heart. Which was kind of interesting to him, based on the usual intended meaning of the words. What? Since the first day I met you. Every day at the Pokemon school. Every day we played together. And every day since you left, he felt the girl's tears start to drip onto his back, running down his skin. Lily. Ash began to get a familiar feeling. Oh no, not this time. As much as he tried to stop it with Mallow, as much as he tried to shut it out of his mind with Lana, as much as he enjoyed with the both of them, he could not let it take over with Lily. Here she was, pouring her heart out, and his stupid genetics decide to want to take advantage of it. No way in hell was that happening. Please, Ash, I've never been able to get you out of my mind. I've been thinking about you every day since you left. Her eyes focused on her feet below her, watching her toes curl nervously as her heart did somersaults in her chest. I've always. Really, Lily, wait. Not anymore. Ash cringed as his attempt to squirm away failed, feeling the girl squeeze tighter than he thought she even could. Which unfortunately also intensified the warm twin sensations on his back. I've always been too scared to say anything, but not anymore. I can't wait anymore. I don't want to wait anymore. No, Lily, you don't understand. Ash tensed up again as he felt her hands grab his, quickly spinning him around so he faced her. As his eyes met hers, his body reacted out of instinct and backed up, but hers followed. Look, I don't mean, okay, I'm flattered, really, but is it Mallow? Ash's heart sank at the question. He felt his back hit a tree, unable to go further as the blonde unknowingly heard his prayers, stopping her body mere inches from his as her eyes maintained contact with his own. What? No, I don't mean I like Mallow. Then it's Lana, isn't it? No. It's not a problem with how I feel about anyone, it's something else. Then what is it? Is it because I can't speak up for myself all the time? You don't like a girl who's too shy? Lily, stop. That's not it. Then what is it, Ash? Please, tell me. I want you to like me. I do like you, Lily. You're my friend, you know that. Then do you like me enough to kiss me? Ash went silent at that one. He could barely even comprehend what had just come out of the girl's mouth, the same girl who was so shy around anyone. Even her own friends she had difficulty speaking up to sometimes. And now she was talking to him about kissing. Lily herself was in a similar state of shock. She felt as if her body and brain were on autopilot, unable to believe the words that were coming out of her own mouth. And especially that there was no hesitation in her tone. She didn't know she was capable of that. The blonde gently leaned closer, pressing her chest against his and letting her cheeks softly land against him, her eyes glancing up to his in a way that resembled a puppy. This nearly broke Ash in an instant, struggling to hold his own. That I love you, Ash, and I want you to love me, her one hand slowly releasing its grip on his, her fingertip trailing up the skin of his arm toward his shoulder as the other remained grasping his. That I want to keep enjoying every day I have with you. Lily, I dash. Anything you want. Ash froze. That if you want to hug me it's okay, that if you want to hold hands, it's okay, that if you want to kiss. The fact that her eyes never looked away from his told Ash that this situation was much more serious than he had thought. Which only made him more afraid of himself. Because I want to kiss you, Ash, and only you. Lily, he began to feel his sense of control fade away with her soft words. The shy but pleading look of her eyes. The overwhelming surface area of her soft skin against his. And then it was all cleared from his mind at the next warm feeling his mind registered. I want to be yours, Ash, all of me is for you, even this, she whispered, her hand pressing his more firmly onto her breast. Then with a sharp yelp, she felt her back hit the tree as she felt his knee also hit the tree between her thighs, pushing them apart slightly. His one hand still held firmly against her chest, his other had found its way up past her shoulders, the back of it grazing against her cheek. The blonde couldn't believe it as a quiet escaped her lips. Her eyes looking up to meet his again, she noticed that the look in his eyes had become much different than before. Something she didn't recognize. But something that she couldn't help but be curious about. Lily, she felt a shiver up her spine at the low tone of his voice, something she wasn't used to while being so close. She let out a sudden gasp as she felt his knee adjust below, pressing against the fabric between her legs. That I do mean it, Ash, she said quietly, feeling his warm breath on her face. And that seemed to make her lose hers. She felt her chest begin to rise and lower in longer and more rapid succession, unaware that she was already past the point of stopping Ash. The girl's breast in his hand, the corner of her lips drawn beneath her upper teeth in such a teasing way, the shine in her eyes that seemed to express the curiosity of what was coming next, Ash couldn't get enough of any of it. So he stopped resisting himself. I can't believe you and Ash could still eat. Huh? What do you mean? You know, eating sandwiches. After having berries. Berries? What are, oh, right. The berries. Haha, why yeah, just got really hungry today, I guess. Lana's eyes narrowed on her friend as she laughed off her response in a rather nervous tone, which seemed to be a theme today. Ever since she had gone to get those berries, despite saying she was only getting a drink, she seemed on edge. A lot more than usual. What? Nothing that I guess. Lana only made sure that her friend heard the first part of her response, glancing out towards the shining water. Do you think Lily was mad? Ash definitely should have found her by now. Well, it's not like sending Ash was much help with that. Lana glanced over to Mallow, who crossed her arms over, beneath her chest. I realize I went a little far with teasing about her crush on Ash, but then sending Ash himself to go get her. I'm sure that's not exactly helping. Oh. Lana suddenly felt guilty herself. How had she not even thought about that? If Lily was too embarrassed to talk to anyone, Ash would be the last person to get very close to her right now, even if he was her ultimate weakness. It wasn't like Lily could control it, she was just shy. Lana understood that feeling. That poor girl, that if only she could just be brave enough to tell him, she would be fine afterwards. Could say the same about you. This definitely caught Lana's attention. She looked over to her friend, the green-haired girl sitting cross-legged with an elbow on the inside of her knee, holding up her chin in her palm as she looked out into the distance. What do you mean by that? Come on, Lana, Lily's not here. You don't have to pretend you don't have a crush on Ash, too. And what makes you think that? Because you're just as bad at hiding it as Lily is. The only real difference is that you can keep your cool with it, where Lily just completely loses it, Mallow said calmly, unaware that the brunette staring at her was becoming more suspecting by the word. So you're the master of girls hiding their feelings for him? Lana retorted, catching Mallow's attention. Wait, what? Her eyes moved to her friend in disbelief, but the brunette's eyes didn't waver. Well, if you want me to be honest right now, why don't you try the same? You obviously like him too, after all. Mallow began to feel uneasy. So you do admit that you like him? Well, are you gonna deny it? Fine, I won't. I do, I like Ash. Happy? Very. But I've liked Ash since the first day I met him, so it's a little difficult to say anything now after it's been so long. Well, same for me. And I'm guessing like Lily, you were always too shy to say anything to him. Of course I was, but I was also keeping quiet for Lily. So did Dash. Wait. You didn't say anything because you didn't want to hurt Lily? Of course, how did you guess that? That's exactly why I told myself to get over him. You did. The two girls stared at each other in disbelief. Mallow's expression softened, her crossed arms pressing closer against her chest. I knew Lily would be too shy to say anything, so I told myself to get over him, just in case there ever was a chance that she would tell him. I didn't want to get in her way. Mallow smiled to herself, closing her eyes and lowering her head. Mallow. I know that doesn't make the situation any better, I didn't want to hurt Lily. You didn't get tired out there, did you? Huh? Lana's eyes moved to Mallow, her brow raised in concern. Why do you say that? You seemed really jumpy, plus you randomly screamed back at me, which didn't seem like it was on purpose. Mallow narrowed her eyes on the brunettes, who glanced away from her. I never wanted to hurt Lily, either. So it was a lie, then. You weren't tired, you just couldn't come in yet. Because. Well, it wasn't entirely a lie. Then the pair couldn't help but smile. Each for recounting their own memories, but for the exact same reason. Then they started laughing too. I knew that couldn't have been his first time, Lana laughed, Mallow scratching the back of her head in embarrassment. Well, if he was the same way with you that he was with me, then believe it or not, he was still a real animal for his first time, she stated, Lana giving a nod of agreement. I guess that's why he really didn't hold back, the brunette chuckled, Mallow's thoughts flashing back to the sensations she felt in her private time with Ash, Lana's thoughts doing the same. At the same time, the two girls brought their legs together and bent them so they rested off to their side, their hands fidgeting between their thighs as they looked down shyly. Mallow, are we bad people? Come on, Lana, it's not like that. Mallow pushed her memories out of her head as she felt her body begin to grow warm inside, looking at her friend. It's just that we may have been able to hold back from saying our feelings. But some more natural urges can't be held back, you know. I still can't help but feel bad. Lana trailed off, shifting to rub her arm bashfully. But I guess it's not like Ash isn't to blame either, huh? Well, yeah, I was kind of intense in pressuring him, but he did eventually give in. Mallow's mind drifted back to her actions against Ash, and how intense she was. It brought a smile to her face. Maybe Ash prefers when the girl makes the first move. Lana chuckled, Mallow joining in as Lana lied down on her back, tucking one hand behind her head while the other rubbed her waist. But since we're being honest, does your butt still hurt? Mallow immediately recounted the feeling of Ash supporting her in the air as their bodies collided repeatedly. Her cheeks went pink, glancing down behind her back. Well, not really, but that's not really the best feeling I remember. Her hands began shifting between her thighs once more, Lana giving another smile. Really? I thought it was the best. I mean, sure, normal SEC was great, but when Ash took me by surprise and went a different way, my butt never felt better. What? Lana glanced over to Mallow, who was staring at her with wide eyes, her jaw slightly agape. What's that look for? You and Ash you two did. Lana pet her head to the side, giving a curious look. Wait, did you two not? Mallow shook her head. Really? Wow, I thought Ash definitely would have tried. I mean, he was so firm on it with me, he was basically obsessed with my butt every second we were out there. Lana felt the warm feeling in her loins start to intensify, chuckling nervously to herself as she crossed her legs in hopes to hide her arousal from her friend. Wow, I've always been afraid of just the thought of it, and I never expected to hear that from you. Mallow said slowly, Lana flashing a smile as she looked up into the sky. Yeah, me neither, but after that experience, something tells me I won't be giving up on it anytime soon. I recommend it, Mallow, I really do. Oh boy. Lana glanced over to her friend, whose eyes were wide open once again staring at nothing in particular. Mallow didn't respond. Mallow? What is it? Ash and I disappeared. Then I pressured him into section. Yeah. And then you two went out swimming together. And you two did it, too. Yeah. And now we just let him go looking for Lily. Who went off on her own. Oh boy. Lily felt a strange warmth course through her veins as his lips touched hers. She had become curious about kissing in particular these past few years, but she never imagined that it could feel so breathtaking. Metaphorically and literally. She felt one of Ash's hands release its grip on her chest and drift down around her waist, pulling her up against him. She felt his opposite hand give a gentle squeeze to the flesh in its grasp, stifling another quiet from the blonde's throat. Ash. Ash fought an inward battle as he barely pulled his lips away from hers, noticing her eyes dart shyly to the side. Does this mean that you? Of course I like you, Lily. The girl's heart did flips in her stomach. Her cheeks flushed red, unable to make her eyes meet his again as she continued to stare at the ground, her breathing becoming more irregular by the second. Lily? You okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. Just really happy. Ash smiled, watching the girl begin to fidget in his embrace, her thigh brushing against the ever-growing bulge in his shorts. I just can't believe this is really happening. Or that you like me. Well, then let's just enjoy the moment, and with that, Lily's heart went aflutter once more as their lips reconnected. It wasn't long before she felt the surprise of something other than his lips brush against her own. At the same moment he pushed his waist more intently against her own, emphasizing the source of his manhood into her skin. She gasped into the kiss, parting her lips more, which Ash instantly took as an opportunity to make the girl happier. Lily's hands fell uselessly to her sides, her mind going blank at the feeling of Ash's tongue starting to dance with her own. If not for Ash's hand holding her waist, she might have fell to the ground as all feeling in her body went numb, her mind unable to focus on anything other than his tongue against hers and his hand still caressing her chest. Lily's heart sank as his lips pulled away from hers, but quickly found their way to her neck. Ash. Ash smiled as he nibbled on her skin, feeling her head crane in the opposite direction with a quiet As he could tell she was enjoying what he was doing, he was confused to feel a hand suddenly stop his, parting it from her brst. Would it be better without my top? The blonde felt his nose rub against her skin as he nodded, feeling a smile come to her face as she used her other hand to reach behind her back, pulling on the string holding them together. The fabric dropped to the grass, the girl's hand quickly moving over herself in an instinctive reaction, Ash pulling back to glance down. He noticed her arm covering her BRSTs, pushing them up slightly, which only made Ash more curious. Don't stare. Sorry, Ash apologized, his eyes not budging in the slightest. Lily felt concerned as she noticed the look in his eye, which she innocently misunderstood. You prefer them bigger, don't you? Ash blinked out of his trance, looking up to her disappointed eyes. You would probably like Mallow's better, mine aren't that big. Don't talk like that. Lily felt the air quickly leave her lungs as his hand reached out to her now bare skin, feeling her NPL quickly press into his palm. The size doesn't matter, Lily, so don't put yourself down. You're still beautiful whether they're big or small. Ash, the blonde gasped again as two of his fingers took hold of the tip of her BRST, pinching lightly and starting to roll it between them. Her hand quickly moved over her mouth to prevent any embarrassing sounds, but her palm alone wasn't enough to stop the sounds from reaching Ash's ears. The hand around her waist snaked its way to her front, stopping along the top edge of the fabric covering her lower region. This sent a spark up Lily's spine. Ash, wait. Lily, he looked curiously into her shining eyes, which avoided his as one of her fists rested on her unoccupied BRST. I'm sorry, you didn't. It's that I wasn't sure you would want to. Ash couldn't help but get a warm feeling as he fully admired her bashful behavior, feeling her legs shifting uncomfortably. His moved his hand from her waist to her chin, tilting her head upward so that her embarrassed eyes met his. Sorry. If you don't want to, I won't try anything. His voice trailed off as he noticed the girl nervously bite her lower lip, glancing down at the minimal space between them towards their nether regions in close proximity. It's just that I don't know anything about what to do. Her quiet tone only added to the man's excitement. I don't want it to be boring for you. Lily, you don't have anything to worry about. She felt both of his arms snake around her waist, a lonely feeling on her BRST before she felt him pull her closer, her chest pressing against his as he rested his chin on her forehead. You would never bore me or anything like that. All I would care about is being happy that it was with you. Ash, she rested her head against his collarbone, smiling to herself as she felt her own arms wrap around his back. Did you want to try? You're sure that it would be good for you? As long as it's with you, I'll be happy. Ash felt the blonde's hands reach behind her to softly hold his, pulling them back towards him before holding one against her stomach while the others remained entwined at their side. He felt her hand pressure his against her skin, fingertips pointing downward as she moved her head over to rest on his shoulder, her eyes glancing up nervously to meet his. Seeing her give a slow nod, Ash carefully began to inch his fingertips down along her skin, feeling the edge of the fabric again as Lily gave no resistance this time. He cautiously pried his way into the fabric, expecting the girl to deny him any further, but she didn't do anything. She only stared up at him, a mixture of nervousness, embarrassment, and curiosity shining in her eyes as she awaited his continue. So he complied. Lily felt a strange new sound emit from her vocal cords as she felt his fingers graze her entrance. She never imagined herself making such a sound, but her focus never left his fingers. Ash could tell Lily was much more nervous about this than either Mallow or Lana, so he wanted to be a gentleman to not scare his friend, his fingers taking their time as they grazed up and down along the outside of her folds. Her breathing quickly became more shallow and rapid, finding it difficult to maintain air in her lungs as she closed her eyes, resting against him as he explored the area of her body that no one ever had before. And she was quickly coming to enjoy it. She gasped as his fingertip found a golden spot within her, biting her lip as his fingertips moved below it, gaining a new urge of exploration. Oxygen quickly vacated her lungs, passing out her mouth as one finger slowly poked its way inside, easing in with care. Ash paused as his finger felt the girl's natural resistance, glancing down with concern at the girl breathing heavily against his chest. Why are you stopping? Ash's eyes widened slightly as he felt her hand move down to his within her, pressuring his finger against her insides but not so much as to break in. He noticed the blonde's eyes glance up at him, finally seeing that familiar look of lust that he had seen with his other female friends. Don't you dare stop now. I gotta say, I never thought I'd see you horny like this, Lily. The girl's cheeks flushed, clearly embarrassed but at the same time not really caring about his comment. He was definitely right in what he said. If you're this eager, want me to just skip the playing? Playing? Lily's heart sank as she felt his fingers leave her, as well as his hand parting from her breast. The man crouched to his knees, placing both hands on the insides of her thighs, slightly prying them apart. The blonde's heart started racing again as she noticed him line up his face across from her pelvis, his eyes intently staring down his objective. Wait a second, you can't do that. I was playing with Lana earlier. I have to shower first. You really think you could last long enough to go shower? Ash asked, smiling up at her with an arched eyebrow. The blonde puffed her cheeks slightly, looking away from him. He did have a point there. Besides, it's perfectly fine. So thanks for the meal. Lily couldn't even finish the single word as her threshold for pleasure skyrocketed. Her hands snapped quickly to the tree behind her, her nails digging into it as she elicited a deep thanks to the new sensation Ash was giving her. He smiled to himself, expertly dancing his tongue around inside her, occasionally pulling out to flick over her CLT. Lily couldn't even form a thought at this. It was indescribable, but she knew at the same time, it was not going to be the best thing that they would do. She was gonna make sure of that. Ash. Ash glanced up, watching in amusement as the girl breathed heavily, her left hand still gripping the tree while her right had moved to play with her right breast. Ash let his right hand drift up her thigh, sending a chill up Lily's spine as his fingertips rubbed along her stomach before taking position over her unoccupied breast. Lily glanced down, watching as Ash's fingers began toying with her NPL while his tongue continued to explore inside of her. She subconsciously lifted her left leg out, her knee draping over his shoulder as her ankle began pressing into his back. And she had no idea he was only getting started. She gasped, feeling her other leg leave the ground as well. His hand lifted her thigh so that it draped over his opposite shoulder, the girl's body weight now held up off the ground against the tree by the man's shoulders, his face still buried between her thighs while his hands now grasping her but firmly. Lily bit down on her lip, unable to think any more as her hands moved to Ash's head, each taking a fistful of his shaggy hair and pressuring him against her. Her one foot crossed over the other, both heels digging into his back, her entire body language clearly showing that she would not let him stop this. Not that he would. Lily was taken by surprise by the intense pressure in her abdomen, almost not noticing it before it suddenly erupted. Her thighs clenched around his head, her eyes rolling back into her skull as she tilted it back as far as she could, a delighted squeal emitting from her throat. Her heels and hands remained firmly against him, the man smiling as his tongue became drenched by the oncoming wave of his friend's pleasure. Ash knew to be patient as he happily drank her juices, feeling her thighs twitch frequently on either side of his skull, his hands also feeling the twitches. He decided to give a playful squeeze every now and then, which the girl clearly enjoyed, judging by a quick and sharp raise in her tone each time he did it, making Ash genuinely happy. Back in Kanto, Ash would never have guessed or even imagined that coming back to Alola would not only rid him of his virginity, but that it would happen with one of his female friends from the Pokemon school. And he especially couldn't have guessed it would happen with all three of them. Ash, the man glanced up, not removing his face from her as he saw the impatient look in her eyes, the long and rapid heaving of her chest. He pulled back slightly, feeling the girl shakily pull one of her legs off of him, attempting to regain her footing. No need to rush, Lily, Ash chuckled, the blonde taking him by surprise. Yes there is, the SNSL tone of her voice instantly excited Ash, but his surprise overcame excitement as he felt his back forced down against the grass below him. Before he could even ask Lily why she pushed him, he felt her hands make quick work of his shorts, yanking them down just past his knees without him even having to lift off the ground. Her small and soft hands instantly took hold of his member, earning a happy from the man, his mind expecting to feel a pair of lips on his next. But that's not what he got. AshxLillie? Ash gasped, feeling a much warmer and more inviting part of her body rub against his D-dash. The blonde's BRSTS flattened against his chest, her heavy breathing coming close to his ear as she grinded her slit against his member. Ash clenched his teeth together, the heat coming from her loins against his almost enough to bring about his own climax. Mallow and Lana were definitely eager in their encounters, but Lily definitely took the victory for this. Hey, hang on, are you sure Dash? Don't you dare back out now. Ash's eyes widened as her lips quickly mashed against his, her hand moving behind his head to hold them together. It was Lily this time who took the offensive, her tongue driving through Ash's lips and picking a fight with his own, clashing repeatedly within his mouth. The man cringed as he felt his member twitch between his lower abdomen and her entrance, juices of eagerness dripping from within her onto him giving a lubricating effect. Judging by how her body held his member pointing upward, towards his own body, Ash ignored the sense of panic as he felt the pressure inside of him start to move its way into his. Lily gasped into their kiss as she felt his hands grab her butt again, squeezing the flesh much more intensely than before, while pulling her closer against him, his D giving one final twitch before releasing. Lily suddenly feeling a splash of hot liquid against her stomach. Ash squeezed harder on her cheeks with every pulse of pleasure, the girl greatly enjoying it as she felt more and more of his SPRM splash onto her skin from below, a few globs even managing to reach the underside of her BRSTS. It wasn't long before Ash began to feel it drip down off her skin onto his own, the girl breaking their kiss with a smile. He watched curiously as she rolled off to his side, bringing her head down to his stomach and running her tongue along his skin, catching every trace of the liquid on him. He couldn't help but get aroused again as he watched her tongue disappear back inside her mouth, watching the girl quietly swallow while cleaning her own skin with her fingers, ingesting that as well. That I take it a second to rest is out of the question, he asked, even if he did already know the answer. His only response was the blonde immediately hopping back on top of him. No way, she whispered into his ear, the man feeling the tip of his member poke against the outside of her entrance. Glancing down, he saw her small hand wrap its fingers around him, holding him in place as she began to lower her lips, her insides slowly consuming him. Given the very wet state of the girl's privates, his D slipped in much easier than with Mallow, and even Lana, which was surprising considering where they had done it. Lily winced as she felt him stop inside of her, resisted by her hymen. Their eyes met, both shining with eagerness and happiness, before Lily pressed her lips against his, forcing her hips down. Ash felt her teeth sink into his lip as he tore through her, quickly reaching the furthest part of her insides. Lily's eyes were clenched shut, trying to focus on her happiness of kissing Ash while becoming one with him, but the pain from the latter experience was hard to ignore. Given this was her first time, the sensation was definitely different than anything she had ever been through before, but it wasn't even a minute before it became pleasure. Slowly and cautiously, she began to lift herself off of him, then carefully bringing herself back down, testing her body's reaction. A flash of heat spread out beneath her skin, the muscles between her legs contracting, the girl eliciting a quiet The pain was definitely gone. She parted from Ash's lips, noticing the small bite marks she had left. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. That was just Dash. She felt his finger against her lip, stopping her voice as he flashed her a smile. He settled against the ground beneath her, the girl almost becoming disappointed as she felt him partly pull out of her. Don't worry about it, she slowly spread into a smile herself, feeling his hand move to caress her cheek while the other carefully pushed her bangs behind her ear. Besides, I can easily get you back. Lily then gasped louder than before, quickly becoming a shriek as she felt him move back into her without warning. His smile turned into a grin, pulling down and repeating, feeling his tip try to dig its way further inside her than possible. The blonde's eyes rolled to the back of her skull, only taking a few moves before a pressure built up inside of her again, releasing in unison with his following moves. Her upper half fell down on top of him, BRSTS against his chest while her head draped over his shoulder, her lower half convulsing happily on top of him. Her mouth remained agape, her tongue falling through her lips but thankfully not hitting the grass, as she could no longer focus on any one particular pleasure that was happening to her. Ash groaned, wincing as he felt her warm juices wash over his D-dash, squirting out past her folds and splashing onto the skin around his base. This made his movements much easier, his moves becoming more rapid and intense as her walls continued to clamp and loosen erratically with her own waves of pleasure she was experiencing. His hands eagerly took hold of her but, squeezing as he pulled them apart and upward, revealing just how much SXL appeal the girl had with her curves as he admired her behind over her shoulders. Oh, God. Ash. Lily, the man continuing to drive mercilessly inside of her. On one hand, it may have seemed that being merciless was a little less than considerate. But at the same time, he was only granting her wishes, considering her response to taking a break not a few minutes earlier. He gave her a playful slap on the butt, earning a delighted aroused gasp from the girl. Why yes, Ash. Don't stop, I'm all yours. Make me yours. Gladly, a shiver ran her spine at his low tone in her ear, the blonde giving an ecstatic smile as his hands ran over her cheeks and touched the skin between her entrance and thighs, parting them to ease her inner walls off his D, to give himself an even easier access inside of her. His pace never slowed, he never considered stopping, and he knew that even if he wanted to the girl would never allow it, so he continued forcing into her, before feeling another wash of liquid pour over his member within her. He glanced to her eyes curiously, seeing a twisted expression on her face as her eyes were clenched shut, not fully able to contain her squeal of happiness as he brought her towards him a third time. DMN, what happened to not knowing what you're doing? I guess it just came to me. Her hands suddenly grabbed his from her skin, pulling them up to either side of his head and pinning them against the grass. Ash's expression turned to surprise, feeling the girl pressure her waist against his more intensely, forcing him to stifle a mm. Because given the sly smile on her face hovering inches above his, he could tell she would only enjoy hearing him. What are you? Ash's voice stopped, shifting into a SXL as he felt her begin to grind. Ash glanced down between their bodies to see hers not changing the distance between them, but rather dragging her skin along his in a teasing manner. Ash only had a moment to wonder if she really didn't know what she was doing before he felt her hand on his jaw, tilting his head so his eyes met hers again. No peeking, you can only focus on me, she whispered, both of them feeling Ash's get harder at the stuck tone of her voice. DMN, how was she being so hot right now? She said she had no idea what she was doing, now she was grinding on top of him like an expert, talking to him in exactly the way that turned him on. One of those didn't seem right. And he knew she was definitely grinding and talking dirty to him. Lily I gotta say something dash. SSSH I said focus on me no talking. Ash groaned, the girl not loosening her grip on him, D-wise or wrists-wise, as she tauntingly brought her lips closer to his, but not connecting them. Ash winced, feeling her waist part from his before coming back down firmly, her lips barely grazing against his. He tried to lift his head, but she tilted hers down so that his forehead connected with hers, but their lips didn't, glancing up to him with a cute smile. Ash let out a long and slow breath, the blonde turning her head slightly. What's the matter, Ash? The man groaned more at her whispering, feeling her lips teasingly run along his cheek. She knew she had him in a stalemate, but he didn't want to admit it. Even if he did enjoy it. I never imagined you would be like this, he panted, the girl pulling up from him and looking down with a smile. Well, love makes us do crazy things, doesn't it? Ash couldn't take it anymore. With her head apart from his, she could no longer stop his movements, but he didn't decide to stop her grinding. Nor did he resist her grip on his wrists. Instead, he went for a different objective. Kai-ah. Lily gasped, feeling his lips quickly wrap around the face of her BRST, his teeth gently sinking into the NPL. She her hands immediately releasing his from the ground as her mind shifted to focus on this new feeling, but also not ignoring the eager pounding occurring below. His tongue flickered over it, shifting his teeth's grip on the NPL as it quickly grew harder because of his actions, the blonde's miming growing more frequent and louder. Lily didn't even care as she felt herself flipped over, her back softly flattening against the grass as her feet went up into the air, her knees brought up against the outer sides of her BRSTS while his mouth continued to SCK at one of them, his hand now playing with the other. Lily's head rolled back on the grass, her lower back attempting to arch but being stopped by Ash's waist still driving down into her. Why? Yes. Ash, oh god. Don't stop. I love why you. Ash suddenly paused, much to Lily's disappointment. His face pulled away from her chest and hovered above hers, a look of curiosity in his eyes. What are you doing? Please, don't stop now, I care about you. Lily's heart stopped. Everything in existence stopped for her, time, the breeze, their breathing, the SEC, everything. The only thing that changed was her ever-growing shock at what she had just heard. What? I care about you, Lily. I know that's probably not the exact way you want to hear it, but I would feel wrong if I said it when I'm not positive. But I do know that you're special to me, Lily. Ash smiled, the blonde not even realizing as tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her lips spread into a smile that she thought would threaten to hurt her face, but that didn't matter. Nothing did. All that mattered was that she had finally done what she wanted to for years, and gotten the best result she could imagine. I'm so glad. Ash tried to resist the urge to laugh as her tears flowed more, the girls still not bothering to clean them as they began to dry while more flowed over. I can't believe this. Well, I thought you would believe that more than what we've been doing. Ash said with a sheepish smile, referencing to their joined GNTLS below. Lily giggled, moving her hands over her mouth. Then why did you stop? Ash arched an eyebrow, noticing the lust shine in the girl's eyes once more. He quickly lowered his lips onto hers, pulling his waist back before continuing his assault, both of their minds on cloud 9. Ash felt her walls begin to tighten on him again, hinting at a familiar feeling he had been getting the hang of causing with his recent practice. He let her tongue take dominance over his while his hands lowered down to the twin mounds on her chest, squeezing and rubbing them affectionately while her hands joined together behind his neck. He began to pick up his pace. Lily's thoughts of her love for Ash began to fade away, her mind going blank as she felt him driving her to her fourth orgasm, the man also feeling the pressure building within his own loins. He used the sides of his arms to slightly push her legs out to either side, bending at the knees so her ankles dropped to rest against the back of his shoulders. And in the final heated moment, driven with one final powerful move and the sudden arch of Lily's back, they both exploded. Lily almost literally couldn't regain her breath from the combination of kissing Ash and the heated sensation of his seed flooding her insides. Even if she knew she wouldn't want to stop this feeling, she was glad Ash's waist held hers down to prevent escape, because this way their bodies were as close as they could be. And Lily didn't even care about the embarrassing position. All she could focus on was Ash's warm liquid releasing into her, reaching her innermost depths easily thanks to their position and gravity. Ash slowly tried to pull away from the kiss to attempt to regain his breath, but felt the girl's hands stop him from moving. The pair remained motionless for a few minutes, thanks to Lily not letting Ash go, before she reluctantly pulled her arms back to her chest. As Ash lifted his head up, he looked down at her exhausted smile, noticing her BRSTS heaving up and down rhythmically as she struggled to regain her own breath. That was. Ash chuckled, holding his hand against the grass beside her shoulder to support himself as he watched her attempt to gather her thoughts. Wow. Yeah, wow, he sighed, rolling onto the grass beside her. The blonde lowered her legs back to the grass, suddenly recognizing the sore muscles from being held that way and resting them, her hand dropping on her stomach while the other rested at her side. Never thought that I'd be doing this in Alola. Well, we are a lot friendlier here. The two looked into each other's eyes. Then they laughed. Lily rolled onto her sides, a flash of heat coursing through her body as she felt the liquid inside of her shift with her movements, a bit starting to drip out of her entrance onto the grass. She dropped her head onto his shoulder, the man turning that shoulder's hand to press against her back, rubbing it gently. So, you better not tell me that you have to go back to Kanto again. Well, not soon. Ash glanced away, noticing the girl give a slightly offended and sad look. But it's not like I'll be gone for long. Now that I have an amazing reason to come back. So I wasn't amazing enough before having SEC? Ash chuckled nervously, now starting to wonder if Lily's sudden SXL awakening was really a good thing for him or not. He looked back down at her, noticing her cheeks puffed out slightly, before quickly pecking his lips against the top of her head. You know that's not what I mean, he said as he looked up into the sky, the girl smiling to herself as she moved her hand to rest on his chest, caressing a small circle on his skin. Yeah, did I know, she replied, closing her eyes as she rested herself. God knows she definitely needed it. Ash smiled, closing his own eyes. The pair lied in silence for a few minutes, allowing their strength to replenish, Ash focusing on the sound of the gentle breeze passing over them while Lily focused on the man's heartbeat. So, wanna go? Again? Lily blinked, glancing up in surprise. Ash's eyes met hers with an expectant look, the blonde breaking into a smile before opening her mouth to reply. Told ya. The pair froze. Lily shifted her head off of him just before Ash shot up into an upright position, Lily bringing her arm defensively over her chest as she sunk down behind Ash in an attempt to further hide herself, linking her other arm in his. Their eyes focused on the spot of the bushes where the voice had come from, hearing a slight rustling sound. Then it confirmed their worst fears. SSH. Mallow, they can hear you. Sorry that I just had a feeling Ash was gonna say that. Ash and Lily's eyes watched in horror as a familiar face popped out from the bushes, their green-haired friend smiling at them with a nervous laugh. Beside it popped out another face, the brunette giving a sigh. Seriously, Mallow, they wouldn't have even noticed us if not for your loud mouth, she said, Ash's heart now pounding like a jackhammer as he watched the two figures emerge entirely from the bushes. How long have you been there? He asked slowly, almost too afraid to ask. Mallow flashed an innocent smile while Lana looked away with an embarrassed look, rubbing her arm. About since Lily said no to a break, Ash felt the blonde's arm on his grip suddenly tighten much more than he thought she was capable of. He winced, looking back to see Lily's eyes as wide as they could be, her already light skin growing even paler. Why you've been watching since, then the girl fell back onto the grass. Whoa, Lily. Ash immediately grew concerned as he kneeled over her body, her soul seemingly having left her body from the shock. Mallow laughed nervously. Well, we didn't exactly want to interrupt you guys. Ash blinked, looking back at her with a confused look. He glanced over to Lana, who gave a nod, making him more confused. Wait, you both knew? The two girls glanced at each other, flashing a smile and a nod. You were pretty rough with me, after all, so I kinda figured that wasn't gonna be enough for you, the green-haired girl said, Ash glancing over to Lana. I didn't really know until Mallow asked me earlier. Once I realized that I wasn't the first, Mallow kinda caught on that being alone with Lily would probably be enough to get you started, she said, Ash only staring in disbelief at the two girls. They knew he had SEC with both of them, back to back. But they weren't mad. How is that possible? Wait. Ash nearly jumped as Lily suddenly shot up beside him, her eyes focused intently on her female friends. You guys did it too. Ash, is that true? Hey, easy, he laughed nervously, holding his hands up defensively to stop the girl's fists from hitting his chest. She glared at him, Ash glancing away nervously. Well, things kinda happened. Ah, come on, Lily, don't be mad at him. Lily looked over to her friends oddly, noticing Mallow cross her arms beneath her chest. After all, I did kinda force it on him myself. What? The blonde gasped, Lana giving a quiet laugh. Yeah, and I didn't exactly refuse it either. Lily's eyes shifted to Lana, just as surprised. But does that mean that you too? Lily's voice began to shrink, her heart sinking as her mind began running on assumptions. Lana and Mallow glanced at each other with a smile, crouching down to the ground on either side of their female friend and giving her a hug. "We know we can't hold a candle to you in feelings for Ash. Yeah, we may care about him, but we won't get in your way." "Wait a sec, are you saying that you two love me too?" Ash's eyes looked back and forth between Mallow and Lana quickly, the two girls giving him a warm smile before glancing over to Lily. Lily was a lot more obvious about it than either of us were, so we never wanted to mess up her chances. Mallow rubbed the back of her head, Lana giving a nod. "Yeah, Mallow's right. We're Lily's friends, and we've been talking since you guys ran off. And after what we heard between you two, we really don't want to get between you two. We want you guys to be happy," Lana added, the blonde giving her brunette friend a sad look. "But..." Lily looked back and forth between her female friends, feeling a sense of sadness inside her. "But that's not fair that I don't want to take away your happiness for my own. Well, why don't I just love all of you?" Slowly, the three girls turned to look towards the man. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, suddenly feeling nervous at the looks he was being given. "What? Is that no good? I mean, you're all good friends of mine, and it's not like I don't like any of you, so dash. You are such a boy, Ash," Mallow sighed, the three girls giggling together. Ash smiled, watching the three girls he now had previous SXL relations with still joined together as friends. And none of the SEC caused any rifts between them. Ash began to wonder if he should go on a visit to Hoenn or Sinnoh. Since he had recently begun developing SXL thoughts, he came to realize that he had another female companion with an even bigger chest than Mallow's, and one with a more flaunting butt than Lana. He wondered how May and Dawn were doing after so long. Now that I think about it, why didn't we get anything about you caring for us?" Ash froze. He glanced away, knowing that he was now receiving a suspicious glare from two of his friends, while the third smiled to herself happily. "Why you know I'm getting kinda thirsty. I'll be right back." "Hey! Ash, get back here right now. Were my BRSTs too big or what? I doubt it's that. He loved the size of my butt, so he's definitely a fan of bigger. Hey, stop talking about him like that. I'm not as big as either of you, but he still said he cares about me. He's not that shallow. Stop bragging, Lily." Ash laughed to himself, his shorts now fixed back on his waist as he continued to hurry through the bushes, hearing his female friends begin to argue in the background. He looked up into the sky at the bright sun beaming down on the tropical region below, a mixture of thoughts going through his mind. He may have said it out loud to Lily, but he knew he felt the same way about each of them, but felt it might be better to keep quiet about that for now. Being rid of his virginity was definitely amazing, and now he wondered if it were possible to somehow keep it going with each of them. He had a slight suspicion Mallow might be, but maybe Lana and Lily would also be open-minded, who knows. But in the end, one thing stood out more than anything else. And not just for being in Alola. This was definitely the hottest vacation yet. Vacation in Heat, Chapter 4, Everything He Needed. Ash shielded his eyes from the ray of sunlight peeking in through the curtains across the window of his room. His other arm stretched up past his head as he gave a groan, trying to keep himself in his sleepy and comfortable state. Then his thoughts quickly reminded him of what had happened a few days ago. The memories still surprise him. Starting off with a normal late wake-up, he went to the beach to meet with his female friends. They played in the water for a while. Then one thing led to another and he ended up having secret SEC with Mallow. And then Lana. And Lily. And in the end, he had come to the realization that these three girls from his past all shared romantic feelings for him. What a day that was. And since the moment he had gone home that day, through the next few days and even through his dreams each night, these new memories stayed fresh in his mind. Which brought his attention to a common problem he experienced at the waist each morning. But this time was different. Ash glanced down, finally taking notice of the large hump in his bedsheets that was moving. And the warm feeling between his legs quickly told him what it was. He lifted the top of the sheet up, noticing a familiar pair of eyes now glancing up at him. "That morning?" Ash said hesitantly, the girl flashing him a quick smile. "Good morning, Ash." "Just a sec," the girl reached her hand up towards him, grabbing the sheet and pulling it back down to hide herself from Ash's sights. He was confused by this, before feeling a sudden groan emit from his throat as he felt the girl resume her previous work. He let his head fall back on his pillow, closing his eyes and focusing on the warm and wet sensation by his waist mixed with the slurping sounds coming from beneath the bedsheet. Though not perfectly true to her word, she was pretty close, the young man only lasting a few more moments before her work brought him to climax. He could hear the girl gulp down every drop he let out below the sheets. Ash watched the sheets then be tossed to the side, the girl lying beside his waist sitting herself up as she liked her lips with a smile. "You know, Mallow, never thought you'd try something like this." Ash chuckled, his green-haired friend giving a simple shrug of her shoulders as she crawled up towards him. "Well, I remember you mentioning yesterday that your mom was gonna be heading out with Principal Oak this morning, so I figured hey, opportunity," she said, plopping her head down on the pillows beside his, the pair glancing over at each other. "And you say you grew up, but you're still calling Samson Principal Oak?" Ash asked, arching an eyebrow. The girl puffed her cheeks out, shooting a brief glare at him. "It's out of respect, JRK," she lightly elbowed him in the gut, lifting her head slightly and moving it, letting it drop onto his shoulder instead. Ash glanced over at her curiously. No offense, Mallow, but what are you doing?" "What?" "I'm just lying here. That's kinda the point. Aren't you I dunno embarrassed, or something, about this? Just lying here this close to me?" "Why would I be embarrassed?" The girl turned onto her side, facing Ash as she propped her elbow up onto the pillow so her fist rested against her cheek as she looked down at him with a smile. "Look, Ash, we had section. And then you did with Lana, and then Lily. And Lily confessed to you, which led to me and Lana kind of saying the same thing about our own feelings for you." "Right," he looked cautiously into the girl's eyes, wondering where she was going with this. "Well, each of us said that because we meant it. Lily certainly loves you, I may not be positive it's love for Lana but she at least cares for you, and me, well, of course I care about you," she playfully poked the young man's nose, earning a confused look in response. "So, why not take the chance to lie here in bed with you? It's pretty comfortable, and considering how good I just made you feel, you should be able to do this much in return." Okay, I get it," he rolled his eyes, feeling the girl snuggle the side of her head against his shoulder. So, what are you up to today?" "Really?" The girl sat herself up, giving him an expectant look. "You already forget our agreement from yesterday?" Ash stared at her for a few moments before he recalled what she had meant. It had been 3 days since Ash first lost his virginity to his friends. And every one of those days, including this one, he continued to hang out with Mallow, Lana and Lily as much as he could. After his first encounter with Lily in the woods and running away from them as they started arguing, it got Ash thinking about how he truly felt. And Ash knew exactly how he felt, he just thought that the girls wouldn't enjoy it. He had heard a lot about girls complaining about playboys or men cheating on multiple women at once, and he certainly agreed with the negative opinions on those kinds of people. But now he found himself in that exact situation, although instead of the man not caring about any woman involved that he cared about all of them. Mallow, Lana, Lily, he harbored feelings for each of these girls and he was afraid to say anything about it. He referenced these feelings to Lily in the heat of the moment, but now that all 3 of them are aware of what he's done with each of them, Ash was afraid to ever bring it up. So this plays a big role in the nervous feeling Ash got when Mallow decided to cuddle with him in his bed, like a girlfriend. Then there was that word girlfriend. Ash had never imagined himself in the future with a girlfriend, so he never paid any worry about it. But now, it was something that made him afraid. Having feelings for 3 girls at once, all best friends nonetheless, there's no way any of them would forgive him for being so indecisive. So he told himself that night never to bring up his feelings around them out of fear of hurting any of them. However, I suppose you're wondering what this agreement was that Ash had made. Well, that would take us back to the previous day. I can't believe Lana. Mallow muttered, arms crossed with her cheeks puffed in frustration. The green-haired girl currently sat cross-legged on Lana's bed, looking out the window with a frustrated look as Lily sat in the computer chair by the desk, reading a book of Lana's. The blonde glanced over to her friend. Come on, Mallow, you were no better earlier this afternoon when Ash went out to the garden for fresh air, the girl reminded her friend, Mallow giving a quiet sigh. Fine. Mallow frowned, each girl's glancing over to the connected bathroom door in the room. From behind it, loud MMS were easily audible by the pair, which were failingly drowned out by the sound of the shower running. She could have at least waited until Ash was done, though. Well, now Ash doesn't have to take a second shower, Lily chuckled, Mallow breaking into a small smile. Yeah, but now Lana's gotta clean her bathroom. The two girls shared a girly laugh, the running water in the other room turning off. The pair waited in the room for a few more minutes before the door opened, revealing a man with a towel around his waist drying off his hair with another, a shorter brunette standing behind him with a giddy smile also clad in a towel. I still can't believe the heat in Alola. That feels so much better, Ash sighed contently, Mallow arching an eyebrow with a smirk as she eyed the man up and down. I'm sure it does, mister, she said sarcastically, Ash ignoring her eyes scanning his body as he moved over to sit on the edge of the bed. Lana leaned against the wall by the bathroom, not wanting to bring her female friend's attentions to her now shaky legs. So, there's really no place you won't do it, huh? Hey, don't make me sound like the pervert. You girls are the ones who keep jumping me, I was in there just to shower, remember? Ash asked, Lana laughing to herself with a blush. Don't pretend like that wasn't your idea in the garden earlier today. Okay, alright, I can't help it, honestly, I may already be addicted, so thanks a lot, Ash, she put emphasis on his name as she laid back on the bed, Ash rolling his eyes as he continued drying his hair. Yeah, you two are kind of out of control around Ash now, Lily giggled, earning odd looks from each of her friends. Not bad looks, more like are you serious looks. What? Oh, really? Says the one who tackled Ash into a hug when she first saw Ash yesterday. And insisted on changing in the same room as Ash. Not to mention when I went for a snack in the fridge earlier today, and you were hiding behind the dash. Oh okay. But Mallow does have a good point. Lily lowered her head in shame, her memories flashing back to the past few days. Everything they said was true. Since 2 days ago when Ash became NTMT with the three of them, something had definitely awoken inside each of them. And now being around Ash, they stood no chance of controlling themselves. Whenever Ash tries to get a moment to himself or even just moving from one spot to another, one of the girls found an excuse to follow him before jumping him in their SXL desires. Not that Ash was complaining, he had kind of hoped it would work out peacefully between all of them in a similar scenario, but after just one day of it that he was already tired. He had no time for rest. They always found him. Yeah, that I was thinking about that, all eyes were on Lana, who was stretching her arms above her head. I think it's pretty obvious that none of us want to stop doing it with you, Ash. So I was thinking that what if we made an arrangement about it? Arrangement? The man asked, the brunette giving a nod. Mallow and Lily listened attentively as well. Like firstly, from now on, none of us jump Ash without his permission. In fact, none of us have SEC without it being agreed upon by the others, to make sure that none of us get more time with Ash than the other two, Lana stated, Mallow and Lily glancing to each other. That sounds fair to me, the blonde replied, Mallow giving a nod. Good, so we're in agreement, then, Lana said with a smile, Ash giving her words a thought. Mind if I add something? He was answered with 3 innocent and curious looks. It's not that I have a problem with that, I would feel safer if you guys couldn't jump me at any time that it's just well, I don't think all 3 of you should have to agree to it. You're just saying that so you can get more action, Mallow crossed her arms again as she propped herself up, turning onto her side. No, that's not it. I just don't want you girls feeling like you're competing against each other. Does that make sense? The three girls exchanged glances. Ash, you realize that's exactly what we're doing, right? Huh. Come on, Ash, Lily told you herself. And we kinda said it too, but we all like you, Lana told him, the man watching her curiously. You were a great friend back in school, and now you're a lot more than just our friend, and that's great. For each of us. But it's not like we can just forget these feelings we have, so that we kinda project those feelings in our time with you. Lana's right. That's why we're well, you know eager. Lily rubbed her arm bashfully, glancing to the floor beside her. So, how about this then? Ash was surprised as he felt a pair of arms wrap around his neck, Mallow's chin resting on his shoulder as her eyes glanced over to meet his. You come hang out with us every day that you're in Alola. And in that time, we all get at least some private time with you without interruptions from the others. Deal? Are you too? Ash gave questioning looks to the other two, who smiled back. That sounds fair to me. Same here. Though I should warn you, you might want to try not showering here too often. You know, me and water. Alright. Starting tomorrow, we meet every day. And you think I meant, tomorrow, as in when we first meet, so. So the deal's not on yet. Which is why I wanted to wake you up with a surprise. Mallow grinned down at him, the man smiling as he rubbed his eye. Very sneaky, Mallow, and surprised I was, so now I should probably get in the shower so I don't have to at Lana's later. Ash began to sit up, but felt the girl's hand on his chest to stop him. Not before your real surprise. Ash furrowed his brow to look at her, but before he could he felt her press her lips against his. Not in her usual state of lustful hunger, but in a gentle way. A way that made him feel warm inside, yearning for more as she pulled away with a sly smile staring into his eyes. And what was that for? He asked curiously, ignoring the girl's arms draping around his neck and holding the tip of her nose against his. She leaned against him, her smile not fading in the slightest as she giggled to herself before answering. Because how could I not, birthday boy? You think she tried something? Yeah, but come on. It's Mallow, of course she can't keep her hands off him. Lana said with a smile, Lily giggling in agreement. The pair had just finished hanging up a "Happy Birthday" banner inside of Lana's restaurant, now standing back and admiring their work. You think she can keep her mouth shut about this? That I'm not sure about, actually. The two girls shared a laugh together, moving into the kitchen to admire the homemade cake on the counter. Wow, I can't believe Mallow actually made this, and she didn't eat any herself. Yeah, I thought at least one slice would be gone and she would claim it's artistic. Lana air-quoted her last word, earning a happy giggle from her blonde friend as the two moved back into the front area of the restaurant, facing the front door. Hey, you know what? We should have done the naked apron. What? Lily squeaked, her cheeks flushing pink. Come on, it's one of those funny trends in the world with couples. The guy gets home and the girl greets him wearing absolutely nothing but an apron, Lana explained, Lily holding her palms against her cheeks. I don't know that sounds embarrassing, she said quietly, Lana giving her an amused look. Lily, you realize Ash has already seen you naked, right? And does a lot more than just see you. I know that do you think that he would like that? One way to find out. There's gonna be a surprise party inside, isn't there? Ash asked, arching an eyebrow to his female friend beside him. What? No way. Ash found that to be the most unconvincing tone he had ever heard. He looked back ahead at the front door to her restaurant, smiling to himself. Mallow noticed this and smiled slyly. Aw, look who's happy. Oh, be quiet, Ash swatted away the girl's finger poking at his cheek, the girl laughing to herself as she held her hands behind her back. Ash reached out for the door handle, turning it before pausing. He glanced over to Mallow, expecting there to be some sort of trick to this moment, but was only answered with a growing smile. He shook his head slightly, taking a deep breath before opening the door. Oh. Ash, happy birthday. Wait, I am not ready dash. Ash's heart skipped a beat and his grip instantly tightened on the door handle at the first sight of what was inside the door. To the left was Lana, smiling happily with her arms gesturing up to the birthday banner hanging behind them. On the right was Lily, probably planning to do the same thing as her friend, but was in a different state. The blonde girl, instead of her usual attire like her friends, was instead wearing something Ash had never expected. Ash's first notice was the white apron. His second notice was that there was nothing else. She held one arm across her chest protectively, even though her BRSTs were safely guarded from view, and the other attempting to cover her butt, which was clearly in view behind her as well as the rest of her back, save for a single strap of the apron tied across the middle of her back to hold it up. Lily blushed profusely, her eyes avoiding Ash's as she whimpered to herself in embarrassment. Lily. Ash was at a loss for words. Mallow moved in behind Ash, glancing past him, before breaking into a grin at the sight of her friend. Well, look who decided to pull ahead with a bold move. Mallow said tauntingly, moving towards her blonde friend to nudge the side of her arm. Lily blushed more. And no, it's not, Lana said. Ash might like it so. Lily's voice gradually grew quieter, the others girls smiling at the adorable sight of their friend reduced to a bubbling mess. Oh, come on, Lily, you look great. Lana said supportively, earning a quick glare from her. You said you were gonna do it too. That I never actually said that dash. You said we. Well, something tells me you pull it off way better than I do, so let's leave it at this, huh? Yeah, Lily, I mean come on. Own it, girl, you are a stunner, Mallow said, nudging her arm again, making Lily's cheeks burn more. Fine, if you won't believe it from us, then hear it from Ash. What? Lily's eyes went wide as she felt her two arms tugged away from her body by her friends, each of them smiling towards the man across from them. Well, Ash? How does she look? Mallow asked teasingly, throwing him a wink. Ash still stood frozen in his reaction upon first opening the door, suddenly snapped out of it by the three girls looking towards him. Lana and Mallow smiled suspiciously, while Lily had her head down slightly but her eyes were still looking up shyly. I just thought that you might like it. Ash thought his heart was gonna leap out of his chest at the adorable tone, mixed with the amazing sight of her nearly nothing attire. Ash stepped forward, almost hesitating before putting a hand on each of Lily's shoulders. I love it. You honestly took my breath away there for a minute, Lily, Ash smiled, steam nearly erupting from Lily's ears at his compliment. Her eyes focused on his, her friends releasing their grips on her arms. They fell to her sides, but she quickly raised them to wrap around Ash's neck, joining behind his head. Thank you, Ash, and happy birthday, she said with a warm smile, surprised as Ash pressed his lips against hers. Her eyes instinctively closed in response, all her senses focusing on the feeling of Ash. Lana and Mallow leaned towards each other behind Lily. So this must have been your idea, huh? Nice going, Mallow flashed her friend a thumbs up. Well, I wanted to help her out. Besides, I figured you already gave him a surprise yourself, am I right? Lana asked, Mallow biting her lip as she glanced away. Yeah. Lana smiled, shaking her head slightly at her friend. The pair looked over to notice Ash and Lily still embracing in their kiss, now starting to get a little more ntmt. The pair glanced down to Lily's behind. Would that be rude? Nah. Ahn. Ash quickly pulled back at Lily's sharp yelp into their kiss, giving a concerned look to the blonde. Lily's cheeks flushed, quickly looking over her shoulder with a frustrated look. Mallow and Lana grinned, taking their hands off of Lily's behind and waving their hands defensively. Come on, seriously. Sorry, we couldn't help it. It's just right there, I'm surprised Ash hasn't made a move for it yet, Lana said, giving an expectant look to Ash. Lily looked back at Ash in surprise, the man glancing away with a nervous laugh. Ash. Sorry. See. If it wasn't us, it would have been him, Mallow added, holding her hands up in defense as she walked around the front service counter. Although I guess you would have liked Ash doing it, huh? Lily blushed more, swatting at her friend who had now hurried into the kitchen. Lana. Lily whined, Ash smiling as his friend followed after her. He assumed her mind was focused entirely on Lana, since she probably wouldn't have turned away from him and exposed her whole backside to his eyes if she wasn't. Ash clearly had no complaints about this, easily noticed by Mallow. Eyes up, birthday boy, Ash blinked out of his trance, looking over to Mallow who was giving him a knowing smile and a wag of her finger as she turned towards the kitchen. Ash rolled his eyes, following after the girls. Man, believe it or not, I don't think I could eat any more of that cake. Ash groaned, rubbing his stomach. The three girls gave him amused looks. Really? The never-ending stomach Ash Ketchum is done eating? Mallow asked teasingly, earning a glare from the man. I don't see you being done over there, he replied, the green-haired girl shooting him a quick glare as she pulled her plate closer to her chest. I'm a slower eater, you still ate more. What slice is that? Third. That's a lie and we both know it. Fine, fourth. And you're only a single bite behind me, Ash smirked, Mallow rolling her eyes as she took the final bite of cake into her mouth. Man, even being the furthest apart you still flirt with Mallow the most, Ash winced, feeling the hand on his thigh tighten its grip. He glanced over to see Lana flashing him an innocent smile beside him, not pulling her hand away from his leg. To his other side on the couch sat Lily, much closer to him than Lana was, her arms wrapped around his and holding it against her chest as she leaned against him. Ash was currently trying to maintain his focus on Mallow in the chair across from them, instead of letting his eyes drift down to the warm feeling against his arm thanks to Lily who was still only covered by an apron. Mallow smiled slyly. Ah, there's no harm in it, Lana. We're just having fun, right, Ash? Ash swallowed his breath, noticing the girl bring her leg up and rest her cheek against her knee, smiling at him innocently. She, along with Lana and Lily, knew that one of Ash's weaknesses was a cute smile at him. Mallow, stop seducing Ash. Lily tightened her grip on Ash's arm, making him more nervous as he felt his arms sink between her breasts. Mallow poked her tongue out playfully, Ash only dropping his head against the back of the couch and staring up at the ceiling. Lana looked at him oddly. Ash? What's wrong? This caught Mallow and Lily's attention, who now shared the concerned look that Lana had. Ash didn't answer, instead only closing his eyes with a smile. Thank you, girls, the Alolan girls glanced to each other questioningly. For being here. I don't really think much of my birthday anymore, so having you girls here that I'm glad to have you three. I really appreciate all of this. Oh, Ash, Lana quickly took grasp of his other arm, copying Lily's actions even if her chest wasn't much in comparison. You know we're always here for you. Lana's right. You're special to me, to each of us, Lily added, resting her head against his shoulder. Ash smiled again as he kept his eyes closed, his thoughts focusing on the girl's words of encouragement. Until he felt a pair of BRSTs on his face. Yeah, Ash. We're always here if you need anything, Mallow smiled, wrapping her arms under his chin and holding his head as she pressured her chest onto him. And in the next moment, all three girls knew that Ash was clearly enjoying each of their gifts judging by the sudden protrusion of his shorts between his legs. All six of their eyes immediately rested on it. Now. Ash. You wouldn't happen to I dunno. Need some help now. Ash swallowed his breath at the sound of Lana's suggestive tone, noticing their eyes on his bulge like hawks. He tried to shift his position on the couch to no success. Come on, you three, relax for once. Ash said, the strange nervous feeling in his chest not going away. It had become quite a common feeling of his in the past few days, given how the girls always took any opportunity they could get for some alone time with him, so he had never thought about if they all got in the mood at once. And now in this exact situation, Ash felt like it was somehow not going to end well. "Do you not want to?" Ash's eyes drifted to Lily's, his heart rate accelerating at the sight of her shining curious eyes clearly showing the hope in the girl's heart. With eyes like that, there was no chance Lily could hide what she really wanted. Nor could Lana or Mallow. "Ash. Lily, it's not that I don't want to, you know that." Lily's eyes left Ash unable to form words. He didn't want to hurt her feelings or anything like that, but how could he refuse without doing so? With how much more energetic they've been lately, Ash has been finding himself needing to rest whenever he can, so he was kind of hoping they would just celebrate his birthday normally. Though that didn't make the three girls attached to him any less tempting right now. "You know what? He's right, girls. Mallow." Lily almost whimpered as she felt herself pulled away from Ash, followed by the same response from Lana as the green-haired girl pulled her friends off the couch and away from it. "What are you doing? Come on, it's Ash's birthday. We can't just jump him because we want to, right, Ash?" Mallow flashed him a wink, only earning a confused and surprised expression in response. "Come on, you two. Let's let Ash have a nap." "What?" Lana whined, Mallow chuckling as she moved between her two friends and Ash with her back to the man. She pulled her friends' heads closer together, Ash hearing her voice whispering something to them but not being able to decipher what she was saying. A few seconds later, Mallow pulled away from them, Lana and Lily smiling with a nod with the latter having a blush on her cheeks. Ash gave an odd look as he watched the three head towards the stairs, Mallow pausing at the bottom and glancing over her shoulder back to him. "You rest easy for a while, Ash. You need it." Ash got an unsure feeling in his chest as the girl headed up the stairs with those words, wondering what exactly she meant by that. He figured she must mean their behaviors the past few days, so he simply shrugged it off as he sprawled out on the couch and got comfortable. He gave a quiet sigh to himself, almost feeling disappointed that the girls left him, but also relieved for a fair chance to rest himself. He crossed his arms behind his head as he closed his eyes, giving a smile as he cleared his mind to let his drowsiness overtake him. Too bad he had no idea what he was getting himself into by letting his guard down. Ash gave a yawn as his eyelids slowly fluttered open, exhaustion still having a strong hold on him as his eyesight struggled to readjust to his surroundings. Even in his dazed state, he found it strange that there was almost no light around him, the only source of light was a dimly lit lamp on a nightstand beside him. And he certainly felt more comfortable now than he did on the couch when he fell asleep. That's when Ash began to understand more of the situation he was in. What the dash? Ash attempted to feel his chest after his eyes noticed that he was no longer wearing a shirt, nor his pants, his body only left in boxers. But he also felt his hands stopped by something. Looking over beside his head, he noticed in the light that there was rope around his wrist, tied to the headboard of the bed he was laying on. He quickly turned his head the other way to notice the same thing, attempting to pull up his legs instead. But they were tied down too. What the hell? "Look who's finally awake," Ash cringed at the familiar voice. Oh God, how could he have let his guard down so easily? "Well, looks like we can finally give out the real birthday presents." Ash let his head drop back on the pillow, staring up at the ceiling in disbelief of himself. Of course this was a group effort. Seriously, how did he not expect this? Then let's not keep him waiting. He couldn't help but smile as he recognized the obvious excitement in Lily's voice, quietly sighing to himself as he considered what to question first about this situation as he lifted his head to look towards the source of the voices. Instead, his mind kicked into overdrive at what he saw. He first noticed three figures standing across the room, mostly draped in darkness but partly revealed by the dim lamp beside Ash. And with his mind registering the three voices from just now, it was simple to deduce who these three figures were, as well as Ash recognizing the curves of their bodies. He first recognized Lily, who stood on the left still in nothing but an apron. Then his eyes drifted to Mallow in the middle, who since he had fallen asleep, had decided to follow Lily's bold attitude and wore an identical outfit, though her BRSTs were clearly fighting more with the fabric than Lily's. Then to the right stood Lana, also in a white apron, her hips curving out past the edges of the fabric much like Mallow's BRSTs. What are you three doing? Ash asked slowly, still trying to break his wrists free of their constraints. Mallow smiled, stepping forward as she wagged a finger back and forth in the air. TSK, come on, Ash, you should have known better to expect this. Ash's eyes followed the exaggerated sway of her hips as she moved towards the side of the bed, stopping beside him and smiling down at him. She does have a point, Ash. His eyes were drawn to the other side of the bed, noticing that Lily now stood on his opposite side. I mean that we can barely control ourselves on a normal day around you. You didn't expect us to do nothing on your birthday, did you? That I guess not. That I just wasn't expecting this. Ash glanced over to his restrained wrists, the two girls sharing an embarrassed glance. Oh, yeah, well, we thought a little spice might be fun, Mallow said in a devilishly cheeky tone, the blonde giggling in agreement with a nod. Ash sighed quietly to himself, then flinched as he suddenly felt something invade his boxers. His eyes shot downward to see a head of blue hair rubbing along his stomach, feeling a pair of lips dropping SNSL kisses all along his skin, the girl's hand also having fun with him below. Hey! Lana, you promised. I won, remember? Lily complained, the brunette pausing her actions for a moment, then raising her head and removing her hand from Ash's boxers. Fine, she pouted, sliding over to the side of the bed and getting to her feet. What do you mean, you won? Ash arched an eyebrow, his eyes watching as the two girls switched places, Lana now standing beside him and Lily sitting by his legs. Well, seeing as how each of us wanted to have the first let's say, taste of you we ended up having to do rock paper scissors, Mallow giggled, Ash noticing Lily's eyes staring intently at the growing bulge in the fabric concealing his pelvic area. And after quite a few rematches, Lily still came out the luckiest. I certainly am the luckiest girl today. So, I'm not gonna waste any Lily's voice stopped, her hands grabbing the boxer's waistband but then stopped by Mallow's hand. What, Mallow? Come on, you promised too. I know, I'm not going back on that. It's just, well, I just got thinking, maybe not quite yet. Lily tilted her head slightly in curiosity. Mallow glanced down over at Ash, who was giving her a suspecting look. Let's face it, Ash is great at what he does, and so are we, but have you ever just taken your time with it? And not just jumped right into it? What are you getting at? The blonde asked slowly, her friend now piquing her interest. Ash, on the other hand, began to worry. Well, Ash is tied up, so he can't really do anything right now. So why can't we just have some fun for now? Mallow liked her lips, glancing over to Lana. The brunette noticed the predatory gaze in her friend's eyes, surprised that they fixated on her instead of the young man between them. What do you mean? Lana asked, briefly catching Mallow's tongue run across her lip again as she smiled to her. For starters, just lean over Ash a bit, hesitating, the brunette slowly leaned forward a little, Ash instantly seeing what Mallow was up to. A little more, the swimmer obliged, leaning a little more so that her chest was now hovering above Ash's, the man beginning to see her NPL become visible beneath the apron as it slightly parted from her skin. Good. Now, close your eyes. What exactly are you? Lana was cut off, Mallow pressing her finger to the girl's lips. Lana's nervousness slowly began to change beyond her expectations, becoming a sense of excitement as she obeyed her friend, closing her eyes. Mallow smiled again, Ash's eyes widening as he realized that Mallow's intentions were much worse than just the proximity of Lana's body. Good. Now to just relax. Lana's heart beat faster in excitement, her eyes shooting open in surprise as her green-haired friend locked her own lips against hers. Mallow peeked one eye open, reaching out a hand to caress Lana's cheek before sliding it to the back of her head, bringing their heads closer together and deepening the kiss. Ash remained frozen in a mixed state of arousal and horror as the rope restraining his body left him unable to do anything as two of his close female friends began making out directly over him. He watched their lips part the slightest distance for a brief moment, noticing Mallow's tongue snake out from her mouth and into Lana's, who gave no fight in resistance, before their lips mashed together again as their tongues danced within. Lana brought one knee up onto the bed, holding one hand against Ash's toned chest to support herself as her other hand reached to the back of Mallow's head, playing with her hair and making sure they stayed close together. Ash yanked his wrists from the headboard, stopped roughly by the rope on his skin, wincing as he attempted to rip through it. But no success. Lillie. Ash fought his SXL drive as he forced himself to look past the two aroused girls to the third girl still down by his waist, her eyes also fixed curiously on her friends. She was his best hope for escaping the rope. Lillie, come on, you can't want this. You don't want to just sit there while they have all the fun, do you? No, I don't, she said quietly, Ash noticing that her thighs began to shift together restlessly off the bedside. Her hand slipped in behind the side of her apron, the young man watching the outline of her hand run across one of her BRSTs before resting on the opposite, her index finger and thumb starting to pleasure its weak point. Lillie's eyes glanced down to Ash's bulge, which Mallow somehow seemed to sense, her hand reaching for Lillie's free hand and holding it firmly. Lillie, the blonde's eyes glanced back up curiously to her friend, who was now facing her with an aroused smile as Lana's lips found their way to her neck instead. Mallow let out a cute whimper at Lana's actions, which only further frustrated Ash to Mallow's secret enjoyment. Come on, haven't you ever been curious about doing this with someone other than Ash? Someone who would know more about your weak spots than he does. But he's the only guy I've done this with, so he's the only one who knows my weak spots. Lillie replied in an unsure tone, Mallow putting her index finger under Lillie's chin and gently guiding her face closer. But he's a guy, Lillie. A guy could never know a girl like another girl does, and with that alluring tone and a gentle kiss, Lillie crumbled in the palm of Mallow's hands just as Lana had. Now in Ash's usual opinion, the sight of his three female friends making out in front of him would have been a dream come true, and he would certainly admit he has had secret wishes of the possibility of a lesbian situation in the past. Although that was only with two girls, so as if he wasn't horny enough from watching Lana and Mallow together, the moment that Lillie joined in made Ash more driven than any battle had ever done to him. He struggled against the ropes, resenting their existence, desperately trying to reach for the girls who were just barely out of his reach, on purpose of course. Mallow opened her eyes and glanced down to Ash as she drove her tongue into Lillie's mouth, earning a stifled in response, flashing him a wink before returning her focus to her friend. Ash couldn't believe that Mallow could be so evil to him. It was only just this morning that she had woken him up pleasantly with a BLWJB, and granted, her inability to control her desires may have also played a part in that. But now she tortured him by forcing him to watch them without being able to do anything. This girl was definitely more cunning than the others. That's it, perfect, Ash was snapped out of his thoughts, not realizing that Lana had turned herself around and gotten over top of him, her hands on the bed to one side of his stomach and her knees on the other, holding herself up on all fours as she arched her back so that her butt poked up into the air. Mallow and Lillie glanced over from their makeout session, smiling to each other as they both put a hand on one of Lana's bubbly cheeks. Something tells me you want the first taste, Lillie asked teasingly, Mallow's smile growing wider. DMN straight, Ash watched in torture as Lana's head suddenly arched back as Mallow's lips connected with her slit, miming loudly as her friend's tongue wasted no time in finding a way inside of her. Lana's head snapped back down to Ash's chest, the brunette sinking her teeth gently into his skin as her breathing grew heavier. Ash could tell from their first SXL encounter that Mallow was an eager girl, so the fact she was currently eating out her friend was no real surprise to him. Mallow glanced up over Lana's rump to the back of her head as her smile turned to a devilish one, her lips parting from Lana's slit. The brunette gave a quiet whimper to herself as the pleasure stopped, then felt a deeper emit from her throat as she felt her friend's tongue find the smaller entrance. Lana bit down on Ash's stomach harder, the man wincing as he watched Mallow's tongue start playing with her friend's anus and her free hand moved down between her legs beneath the apron. And given how Lana was, she was clearly on cloud 9 because of it, releasing her teeth's grip and arching her head back again with a Lana was then further surprised as she lowered her head again, now noticing a PP below her. She glanced back to see the continuation of Lily's pale skin, the blonde now having taken off her apron and discarded it somewhere on the floor, her own head now positioned between Lana's legs holding her up. Lana felt the string holding her own apron on be untied, followed by her apron being slipped off of her skin and discarded as well. Wah, Lily. Lana was unsure how to react to this, although Lily already had her plan in mind. Lana gave a sharp yelp as Mallow's tongue poked further into her butt, but also another tongue had found its way into her pages. The brunette's inner walls clamped down on Lily's tongue, the blonde smiling to herself as she ran her fingers around Lana's thighs until her palms took hold of her butt, parting the two mounds for Mallow's and her own easier access. How could her friends gang up on her like this? Any other time Lana might have wondered that, but in this moment, that was the least of her concerns. Right now, she was only focused on pleasure. The three girls heard Ash groan in pain as Lana buried her face in Lily's crotch, the blonde eliciting a squeal of delight as she continued exploring her friend's insides. They each noticed in the side of their eyes that his D twitched within its fabric prison, as if demanding to be released. And at the sight of that, all three knew they couldn't hold themselves back much longer. So they each quickened their tongue's pace, burning delighted squeals or mess. The first one to climax was Lana. But given that both of her two most sensitive spots were being intensely stimulated simultaneously, something she had not fully experienced with Ash yet, Lana was unable to imagine just how much more intense this orgasm would be than usual. The brunette's whole body went numb, the muscles in her legs tightening to withstand the waves of pleasure. Her eyes rolled to the back of her skull, sighing heavily in joy into Lily's lower lips, her tongue still driven deep within followed now by her heavy warm breath. Her legs clamped down on Lily's skull, surprising the blonde, but this was quickly overridden in her mind by the arrival of her own orgasm. Lily fell into a similar state as Lana had, eyes rolling back. She didn't even care about her friend's thighs squeezing on either side of her head, mainly because 1, she couldn't focus on anything in particular, and 2, her own legs had done the same and lifted to wrap around Lana's head, pulling her face in closer to her crotch. Her mind went blank, the only signs of life from the girl being her heavy breathing into Lana's crotch, as well as the visible convulsions of the muscles in her legs and lower back. Lastly was Mallow's climax, brought on by her own fingers and the enjoyment of watching her two best friends be brought to climax with her help. Mallow sank her teeth into one of Lana's round cheeks, earning a from the brunette as Mallow hung in through her own oncoming waves of satisfaction. Mallow's hands found their way down to Lily's BRSTS, earning an added from her as well, each of the girls experiencing their love juices squirting out from between their legs. And all the while, Ash watched in helpless arousal. His D was throbbing more now than ever, the muscle attempting even more to break through the prison that confined it, but to no avail. His wrists began to burn from rubbing against the ropes in an attempt to break through, as well as his ankles, but the heap of secularly exerted bodies on top of him wasn't helping much with his escape either. Not to mention the more he became desperate to break free, the more it was enjoyed by his captor. "Ah, what's the matter, Ash?" the man cringed, his eyes drifting to the green-haired girl now crawling up on the bed towards him with a sly smile. And Ash knew by the lick of her lips and the SXL glint in her eye that he could do nothing but be forced to sit through whatever else she had planned. "You must be feeling pretty horny right about now, huh? Watching three beautiful girls make each other come right in front of you. All tied up, unable to do anything. But being so close." Mallow whispered into his ear, smiling to herself contently as she heard a low grumble from the man in response. She hovered her face in front of his, running a palm gently up his cheek to make sure he didn't try anything as she held her head close enough so that their noses barely touched. She stared into his eyes, seeing his pent-up SXL frustration with just a single glance. "Come on, Ash, all this time, us girls have been the ones who have to get things started. So you tie me up for that? If you wanted me to take the lead, you could have just Ash's voice stopped, feeling the girl's finger against his lips as she giggled. "Oh, Ash, so simple-minded. It's not about who starts it." Mallow leaned in beside his ear again, the man resisting a shudder as he felt her breath in his ear. It's about who has to hold back more. Don't you see? Ever since you first touched all of our buttons, we've been constantly having to hold back from attacking you every second of every day. So I thought, wouldn't it be fun for you to learn that same feeling? You can't be serious. Mallow smiled at the defeated tone in his voice, pulling back and tapping her nose against his again. She leaned her lips in the slightest margin towards his, noticing that he did the same thing afterwards. And the moment he went in for contact, she quickly pulled back. Well, I guess it was maybe a little too mean for all three of us to les out in front of you, Mallow chuckled, reaching into the small pocket over her BRST on her apron. Pulling out something that Ash couldn't see, she moved her palm over her mouth, lowering it again as she then held her palms against each of Ash's cheeks. What are you doing now? Ash almost feared for what the girl had planned, but was surprised as he felt something he had been yearning for since the moment he had woken up. A tug on his boxers below. Giving my secret gift to the birthday boy, and with that, Mallow pressed her lips against his, pulling his head closer to her own as she parted her lips, her tongue forcefully slipping in between his. Ash started to from Mallow's sudden kiss, which only grew deeper as he felt another warm pair of lips embrace another sensitive part of his body. What he didn't account for, however, was the sudden feeling of a small object brush against his tongue as it slipped down his throat. He looked questioningly into Mallow's eyes, but the girl didn't part from him to respond, her eyes clearly reflecting her arousal as she pushed her chest against his, wrapping the rest of her arms around his head and holding him firmly in place. Ash tried to focus on his curiosity about what Mallow had slipped into his mouth, but his mind was becoming very distracted by the mixture of Mallow's tongue attacking his, the warm lips engulfing his member and the third pair of lips now taking in his ball. Remember, I'm next, Lily, Lana mumbled, skiing hard on the sack of skin in her mouth earning a sharp gasp from Ash. I know. Lily mumbled back, sighing contentedly as her lips popped off of his member before quickly taking it in again. Ash briefly glanced past Mallow's head to see what was a dream come true for him. Mallow was making out with him, Lily was skiing his D-dash, and Lana was working her own magic on his family jewels. If Ash wasn't already convinced that he had woken up earlier, he would have definitely thought he was still dreaming, and even if he was he would never want to wake from it. This was heaven. How's it working, Lily? Ash quickly closed the distance again between his lips and Mallow's, ignoring the girl's question to her friend and continuing to mash their lips together. The blonde at Ash's waist smiled, feeling the muscle in her mouth twitch eagerly as it somehow began to harden more. It's working wonders, Mallow, she sighed lustfully, resuming her head's bobbing motion on the muscle as it slurped loudly in and out of her mouth, the sounds rsng Ash even more. What that was it? Mallow smiled between each of her kisses with Ash, her partner only getting one word out before making contact with her lips again. Just a little something that I made in the kitchen, specially for you. Ash's D twitched at the green-haired girl's stuck tone towards the end, Lily's tongue happily stroking and wrapping around it. Lana, balls still in her mouth, felt them begin to twitch, almost as if trying to retreat back towards Ash's body. Lily. Lana briefly meeting eyes with the blonde as she glanced down at her. They both smiled, then Lily began to speed up her movements, now starting to twist her head around his member as she bobbed up and down, her slurping sounds getting louder. Ash winced, feeling the familiar pressure building faster than ever before. Don't hold back, Ash, because we're here for it. Every last drop, Mallow whispered seductively, nibbling on his earlobe as the man grunted, releasing all of his pent-up frustration from Mallow's teasing plan. Lily's eyes widened, miming gleefully as her mouth was flooded with Ash's load. And what a load it was. The girl coughed, nearly unable to breathe through her nose as her mouth was filled with even more bodily fluid than usual, dribbles managing to get past her lips and dripping back down along Ash's member. Lily struggled to swallow down as much of it as she could, but the girl gave a cough from lack of her ability to breathe, releasing her ORL grip on Ash and letting a glob plop back down onto the man's crotch, coughing as she regained her breath. Hey, don't waste it. Lily felt her head nudged aside, Ash glancing down and noticing Lana clean up the remainder that her blonde friend had left behind. Mallow took a moment to rest the side of her head against Ash's chest, looking up at him with playful eyes. Ash's eyes met hers. "Well now, what should we do next?" she asked herself aloud, clearly teasing the still restrained man. However, in her clearly aroused state from their make-out session added with the knowledge of her two best friends blowing him at the same time, she failed to notice the other two females move up past her on the bed, now standing on either side with their own answer to that question. "Well, he is the birthday boy." "Yeah, and you did go a little far with the teasing." Mallow blinked, now noticing the girls on either side of her each with a sly smile on their faces. But what horrified Mallow wasn't their expressions, it was their hands on the ropes containing Ash. Wait a sec dash. "Have fun, Ash," and with that, Ash's wrists were freed. Mallow gulped. "Han." Mallow couldn't hold back her shriek of aroused surprise as she felt Ash's arm quickly wrap around her back, preventing her escape as his teeth quickly clamped down on her NPL through her apron. The green-haired girl bit her thumb, desperately trying to hold back any more noises as he started playing with her BRSTS very roughly, much rougher than she was used to. No doubt payback for her teasing. Ash, wait dash." Mallow yelped in surprise again, the tearing noise cutting across all ears in the room as Mallow watched her apron be tossed over the side of the bed. Now as NDE as the day she was born, Ash took no time to admire her BRSTS before resuming his teeths playing with her nipples, earning a much higher-pitched squeal from the girl. Unfortunately for Mallow, now having to resist this in addition to her earlier no-release make-out session with Ash, the girl was desperately trying to hold back an intense orgasm. She didn't want to let Ash win, after all. But Ash knew her better than that. As Mallow felt Ash's hardened member brush against the outside of her slit below, she knew there was no point trying. So she let her orgasm explode from within her. She felt Ash bite down harder on her NPL, Mallow clenching her eyes shut as she groaned, feeling wave after wave of intense pleasure course through her body. Ash felt her love juices splash out onto his D-, making it twitch more, the man deciding that he wouldn't stoop to teasing. After all, he just wanted to make them happy, just as they made him happy. Mallow shrieked, feeling her back hit the bed and Ash's hands part her legs. And before she could complain, or much more likely beg for more, the girl ummed loudly as she felt her insides filled in an instant. Ash's pace of moving quickly grew rapid, just as she knew how he was, but this time was different. Was it her teasing that made him more aggressive? Or was it her homemade PHRDS? She did purposely make it pretty strong, but come to think of it, she never really measured so she had no idea how strong. Mallow was broken out of her thoughts as she suddenly felt a pair of lips wrap around each of her nipples, glancing down to notice her other friends who must have gotten tired of being left out. Mallow's back arched as she felt another pressure building in her abdomen, this time there being no chance of holding it back. She felt her PP get hotter. Was it her orgasm? Did Ash come? She didn't know or care anymore. All she knew was that she never wanted Ash to stop, or Lana or Lily, for that matter. All Mallow could do was with an RTC smile plastered on her face almost permanently as she felt her body flipped over, Ash's D prying between her thighs and easily finding her entrance. She bit down on the bedsheets, hearing her but clap against his pelvis as he continually moved into her. Good God, did she love this man? Ash. Ash's lips happily mashed against Lily's, their tongues dancing inside their mouths as each of Ash's hands had found an butt cheek of the girls on either side of the one he was finging, eliciting a deep from all three girls. Mallow's PP being plowed, Lily making out with Ash, Lily and Lana's buttes being groped intensely, the man surprisingly held his own fairly well before he blasted his next load. Mallow's head arched back, sheet still between her teeth as she squealed blissfully, her eyes rolling back as she felt the hot liquid flood her insides. Ash quickly popped his D out of his victim, a stream of cum oozing out after it onto the bed as Mallow gave no attempt to move. She could barely feel her muscles after her orgasm synced perfectly with Ash's, her calf and stomach muscles twitching with no permission. She knew she was out for a while. Not like this would stop Ash. Thanks to the effects of the homemade drag that Mallow had slipped down Ash's throat earlier, his D showed no sign of needing rest. And with a swift movement and a delighted squeal, Ash was then laid out on the bed, Lana bouncing on his D, facing away from him as Lily sat on his face, her forehead resting against the headboard with fingers gripping it tightly. Lily tried to keep herself from fidgeting on Ash as his tongue worked its magic inside of her. Lana was in the opposite mindset, lifting herself and letting her flesh slap down onto his pelvis repeatedly, shifting to a grinding motion every now and then. And by the twitching of his D inside of her, and added moving of his waist up against hers, she could tell that was exactly what he wanted. She gasped as Ash's hands found her 2 mounds of flesh bouncing on top of him, squeezing playfully as a finger found her favorite spot, prodding its way inside. Lana's back arched as her orgasm made her entire body tremble, unable to focus on her own movements, but thankfully Ash didn't stop. Her tongue fell out of her mouth as she breathed heavily, Ash's D still pouting into her as she held on through the waves of pleasure splashing out from her insides. Lily followed suit, her thighs clamping together around Ash's head as splashes of love juice found their way down his throat. While Ash was swallowing the juices to be able to regain his breath, he felt the warmth around his D disappear. His hand still on Lana's butt, he squeezed as if to question her actions since his mouth was currently preoccupied. It was only a moment before he was answered. With a different, but similar warmth. Oh, God yes, the brunette clenched her teeth, attempting to relax her but muscles as they were filled as far as Ash's D could reach. Lana reached out to hold each of Lily's shoulders, the blonde glancing back to her friend's aroused expression. Lily. Oh God. It's so g good. D. Doesn't it hurt? Lily panted, still recovering from her earlier pleasure as she watched her friend begin to bob her lower half on top of Ash's waist. Lana shook her head. At first. But why you have no idea what you're missing? Lily watched in awe as her friend bit gently onto her shoulder, mumming gleefully as Ash's D pounded into the hole that Lily had not dared consider before. But Lana's expression and eagerness in doing this. Lana, the brunette, was surprised to watch Lily lift and turn her body to face her, before coming back down on Ash's face as her friend planted her lips on her own. Lily's fingers on one hand interlocked with Lana's, while her other hand found Ash's on a mound of plump flesh on Lana's lower backside, the brunette's free hand also finding Lily's BRST. Both girls ummed into the kiss, their lips parting as both tongues left their mouths to meet outside, before their lips mashed together again to hide the connection from view. It wasn't long before Lily couldn't hold herself back from coming again, her legs clamping down on either side of Ash's head as she ummed into Lana's mouth, too aroused to pause their make-out session. A few hours prior to this and the thought of making out with Lana would have embarrassed Lily to no end, but right now, mixed with the sensation of her orgasm coursing to her loins as well as Ash's tongue continuing its work through this, Lily found herself melding her own tongue with Lana's as if her life depended on it. The blonde wiggled her fingers in between Ash's on Lana's butt, the pair giving it a joint squeeze causing Lana to out, where Lily took the chance to assert dominance within their mouths as well as releasing her other hand from Lana's and finding one of the brunette's nipples. Lana yelped in surprise, only giving Lily another chance to force her SXL nature onto her friend, her fingers now pinching and playing with her friend's hardened NPL. Lana didn't even last a few seconds of this before her own release came without warning. With so much STMLTN all at once, with her mouth, her butt, and now her NPL, she never even felt it coming. The brunette's eyes squeezed shut tightly, almost screaming into Lily's mouth as her body was barraged with pleasure. Her BRSTs felt like they were sparking, her loins were burning like a furnace despite the liquids gushing out like a sprinkler, and the constant pumping of Ash's member into her but almost kept her mind in a constant state of disorientation. And Ash's following deep groan told them that he was going through something similar. With Lana's sudden orgasm, the muscles in her anal cavity clenched like nothing Ash had ever felt before, clamping onto his D like a vice. He had certainly driven each of these girls to clamping down on him with normal SEC, on various occasions, but with Anil, this was different. Ash barely managed to pull his D back with the unexpected tightness of Lana's body, managing to give one final move as deep as he could before he couldn't take it. Both girls squealed in surprise, granted one was for Ash's seed flooding her butt and the other for Ash's teeth clamping onto the skin of her inner thigh. Lana threw her head back, her back arching as much as it could without causing strain, her eyes snapping open wide and staring at no particular spot on the ceiling as she panted, feeling the hot liquid gush into her body from the rear entrance. Lily's eyes looked into her friend's curiously, feeling greatly envious of the intense pleasure that her friend was just able to go through thanks to Ash and his gifted prowess. The blonde slid off of the man's face to his side, bringing her head down beside Lana's plump cheek which still contained Ash's pulsing member. She gave Lana's flesh a playful squeeze as her eyes focused on the hole that seemed to drive Lana insane with lust. The brunette then slowly lifted herself off of Ash, feeling disappointed as she felt him slide out. As she reached Ash's tip, she tried to keep herself from miming, but failed as he popped out completely, followed by a gush of his SPRM. Lily's eyes widened in admiration at the sight, as well as the fact that his D even had one final spurt to release onto Lana's flesh even after the amount that was still inside of her. The blonde wasted no time in putting her lips to Ash's member, the man giving a surprised as he couldn't see his horny friend go in to drink whatever she could. Lana followed with a similar sound, feeling the blonde's hands part her signature mounds of flesh before her tongue ran along her skin, cleaning up the small mess Ash had just left as well as playing experimentally with Lana's anus. Lana fell forward, miming as the blonde's tongue seemed to be cautious before poking inside carefully. The brunette quickly pressed her lips to Ash's, grabbing a fistful of his hair as she aimed to her friend's sudden assault. Ash had no objection to this, meeting Lana's tongue with his own, one of his hands holding gently against her lower back while the other snaked down between her thighs, finding the entrance he had abandoned earlier. Lana was in disbelief at her friends as the pair managed to bring her to yet another orgasm in less than a minute, feeling herself begin to sweat more than she ever had by swimming. Ash parted from their kiss, looking into the brunette's lust-glazed eyes as they didn't appear to be able to focus on anything. Lana's body suddenly went limp on top of the man, Ash giving a smile. And just like that, Lana was out too. He gently rolled his female friend onto the bed beside him, her lips parted slightly from heavy panting, trying to regain her composure to no success. Ash, the man had no time to admire the brunette's orgasmically defeated state before he felt another pair of lips mash against his, followed by hands on each of his cheeks to deepen the kiss, the blonde's leg coming up over his waist to grind herself against him. He pulled back slightly, swiftly putting a finger in front of his lips which blocked the girl's attempt to attack. This prompted a sad whimper from the blonde, Ash giving a smirk as he saw the clear disappointment in her shining eyes. "Come on, you did it with them. It's my turn." "I know, I'm not against that," he chuckled, the girl sneaking her lips past his finger to find his cheek instead as she planted several small gentle pecks. "Then what's wrong?" Ash couldn't help but chuckle more at Lily's childish behavior. He put a hand on her thigh that draped across his waist, earning a soft from the girl. But this was followed by another sad whimper as she felt him gently move his leg off of him. "What are you doing, Dash?" Lily, a shiver went down her spine at Ash's sudden serious tone. She had been scolded by him in the past at Pokemon School, and granted she was not in a SXL mindset back then so she only felt slightly afraid of it. But now that Ash had found her switch and flipped it on for good, her crotch couldn't help but feel hotter at his tone. "Yes." Ash's D twitched as it hardened. God, she knew exactly how to win him over now with that shy tone and those pleading eyes. "Thank you." Now Lily was confused. Logic was starting to set back into her head. Ash had just f'd Mallow's brains out, and then done the same with Lana, and in her butt, no less, and now he was thanking her. Was she missing something? "What are you thanking me for?" "For well, everything. Being a good friend, always helping me have a good time. And I'm not just talking recently. Ever since we met outside the Pokemon School, you've been a part of my life for the better. So, thank you, Lily. This dot isn't some weird FRPLY of yours, is it? No, I'm serious. I really do owe you a lot, probably too much for me to ever repay you. Well, that I think getting your D every day repays more than enough. Well, even if you say that, I still feel as if I owe you a lot. And I know just words don't add much, but that I just wanted you to know how I feel. It's not as if you could say anything to make me hate you, Ash. The blonde nuzzled her nose against the man's collarbone, burying her face against him. I'll always love you, ASH. And no matter what. And I'll love you. Lily's heart stopped. She couldn't believe it. No way. It had to be a sick joke. She didn't even notice that the man had flipped her onto her back, parting her legs as he hovered his body over hers. His gentle kiss didn't snap her out of it. His gentle hands on her BRSTS didn't snap her out of it. Only his D had that much power. ASH. The girl's gasp quickly became a her inside being filled by the man she loved. Which brought her thoughts back to questioning a few moments earlier. Wait a sec, Ash, what dash? I'm sorry. Lily couldn't even comprehend what was happening. After watching both of her best friends get FE'd until they couldn't take it anymore, she was finally getting what she wanted as he quickly built up his powerful rhythm inside of her breath becoming shallow and rapid. But instead of her mind going blank, she couldn't let go of what he was saying. I'm sorry, Lily. What? Despite her curiosity, his D still held its power of taking her breath away, the girl unable to even finish her question. I don't deserve you. No way could she ignore this now. You or Lana or Mallow I don't deserve any of you. What are you saying? To any observer, the sight of them trying to keep a serious conversation as the man moved into her repeatedly might seem a bit odd. There's no way for me to decide. The girl's eyes softened, looking curiously at the man as he closed his eyes in an almost pained expression. Each of you love me. And yet I can't. Pick one of you. Ash. You don't have to dash. But not because I can't. Lily's heart began beating faster, if it even could. It's because I already do. What are you saying? I love Mallow. And I love Lana. Lily's hands moved over her mouth, the corners of her eyes beginning to tear up. Ash opened his eyes to meet hers. But I love you too, Lily. That's why I can't decide. It's because I love all three of you. Ash. Ash's heart began to break at the sight of Lily tearing up beneath him. He knew it. Bringing it up made her hate him. And once she told Mallow and Lana, they would too. He just ruined it with his three best friends in Alola. Why, you? I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry. The man stopped his waist. He moved his hands from her BRSTS to the bedsheets on either side of her. He couldn't even bring himself to look her in the eye again. Silly boy. A pair of warm mounds pressed against his back. You think we couldn't tell? Something warm pressed against both of his cheeks. What? Ash cautiously opened his eyes to find something he didn't expect. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed two familiar naked bodies pressed against his. His eyes following up along the skin, he noticed on one side of him was a head of green hair in twin tails, her chin on his shoulder as she held her warm cheek against his own. And on his opposite side, a brunette, in the same position as she smiled at him. His eyes darted back and forth quickly between them. Mallow? Lana? Yeah, who else? Mallow chuckled, wrapping her arms around his chest and giving a squeeze. Just below her arms came another pair, Lana giving a similar squeezing embrace. What are you? Ash couldn't get his words out before hearing a giggle. But not from those two. His eyes slowly drifted back down, noticing that tears were still in Lily's eyes, but she was laughing. Weakly, yes, but she still seemed happy. What the hell was happening? Come on, Ash, why'd you stop? Before he could ask Mallow what she meant, he felt her buck him from behind, his D plunging inside of Lily's warmth once more. The girl out into her palms. What the hell are you doing? Were you listening? Ash asked in a panic, answered with a giggle from the two girls behind him. We sure were. Every word. B. But then why? He felt his waist pulled back slowly before being bucked forward again, resulting in another from Lily. Come on, Ash, just think about it. Lana whispered, gently kissing repeatedly against his cheek. Yeah, Ash, we told you that we all loved you. That we were fighting over you for your attention. Does that really make sense to you? Mallow's questions between each of her kisses on his opposite cheek only confused him further. Us three are the best of friends, Ash. We could never do anything to hurt one another. And being in love with you was no exception, Lana added, the man attempting to wrap his head around all of this. So once we found that you had fed all of us, that we waited until you had gone home before deciding on something. Deciding. The two girls forced another move of his hips into their friend. How you did it with each of us, and how you got kind of dodgy whenever we brought up our feelings for you, that we could tell you couldn't decide on just one of us. Mallow whispered, Ash cringing as he felt her tongue snake into the outsides of his ear. So we thought if we forced you into a situation where you have a go with all three of us at once, that it might give you a little encouragement. Lana nibbled on Ash's opposite earlobe, surprising him. But if you were listening, why don't you hate me? Ash asked, the three girls sharing a cute giggle. He glanced between the three of them questioningly. Isn't that obvious? Yeah, Ash. With how much fun this has been. Why would we want you to choose only one of us? Silly boy. Ash felt the pressure of Mallow's BRSTS grow stronger against his back, making his D twitch inside of Lily, which made her clearly happier as she squealed gleefully. Ash looked in confusion as his eyes met Lana's, then Mallow's, and then finally Lily's. But all three of them just smiled at him. You're serious. Like we've told you, Ash, we love you. Lily suddenly sat up, surprising the man as she pressed her forehead against his so that their noses touched, her eyes not breaking contact from his. And we want you to love us. Not just me. Mallow pecked his cheek. And not just me. Lana pecked his other. And not only me. Lily pressed her lips to his. Ash's brain couldn't handle all of this. He must have passed out after Lana, and now he was dreaming. Yeah, no wonder they were all so happy with him. Or maybe all of this was a dream. That actually made more sense. I mean, no way would all of them be perfectly fine with all of this. We love you, Ash. He felt Mallow's warm breath in his ear. So don't tease Lily like this. Go on. F her like an animal. And that's when Ash's mind broke. Maybe permanently, maybe temporarily, but he didn't know. He didn't care. Nor did any of the girls. All four of them only smiled as the man suddenly plunged back inside Lily as far as he could, earning a blissful squeal from her as she fell back onto the bed, her arms above her head as he resumed his earlier rhythm. And God, did she love it. Only Ash's D could drive her to orgasm in seconds. And only Ash's D could be caring enough to pound into her despite the convulsions of her lower body, keeping her on cloud nine the way he did. Ash was the only man for Lily, no doubt. Mallow and Lana's eyes widened in surprise as Ash growled, signaling the girl's favorite moment, but not because he did it. It was because Ash didn't stop. Lily's tongue fell out to the side of her mouth, breathing heavier than ever before as she felt her insides be filled with his seed, alongside the feeling of Ash's D coating itself with its own secretions to move easier within. Lana and Mallow began making out as they rested their heads against Ash's back. Ash grabbed a handful of Lily's hair and pulled her up to mash his lips against hers. She only smiled as their tongues joined together, wondering how he just read her mind. But that didn't really matter. As long as he didn't stop everything he was doing. Their kissing, his SXL thrashing on her PP, his hands that had found their way to her butt and were playing so roughly, she did not want any of it to stop. Her eyes rolled to the back of her skull as their next orgasms synced up perfectly. The liquids from both of their insides crashed against each other like two waves in an ocean fighting to become the bigger wave, a similar battle taking place in their mouths as neither of their tongues wanted to lose to the other. But with the combined waves of pleasure, neither Ash nor Lily could stop the man from suddenly falling forward onto her body, his head landing beside hers so his heavy breathing warmed her ear. Oh my God. Lily panted, the muscles in her legs twitching erratically as she rode off the last of the waves of pleasure from within her. Dash. Cayenne. Ash felt his twitch at the adorable gasp from Lily's throat, watching her quickly cover her mouth. His look changed to curiosity as he noticed her clench her eyes, as if trying to hold back because of something. Ash glanced down just as he felt a pair of hands lift his waist, noticing heads of green and blue hair sneak between his and Lily's bodies as they seemingly began feasting on the lower form. His eyes glanced back to Lily's expression, noticing that it began twisting between lust and surprise, smiling to himself. These three were definitely something else. Mallow, you have to share. Lana ummed, her tongue snaking past Mallow's to lick up the rest of the white liquid oozing from Lily's pee-pee. Oh, don't even. You got most of it. Besides, I'm sure you still have plenty hiding up in that bubble butt of yours. Lana gasped as she felt Mallow give a playful slap on her butt, shooting a glare to her friend. Well, it's not like I can get it there. Oh, I'm sure you've tried before. Don't lie. Not successfully. Well, maybe you just need a little helper then. Wah, Han. Can you believe those two? Lily whispered, her and Ash sharing a weak laugh as they watched their friends roll over on the bed before landing with their head between the other's legs, Mallow's lips eagerly skiing on Lana's anus while Lana decided to get payback by teasing Mallow's slit. Their soon following MMS revealed that they were both winners. Lily glanced over to Ash, noticing that he looked as if he were deep in thought. Ash? What's up? That I'm just wondering why I'm so lucky. Lily looked confused, until she felt a familiar strong arm snake beneath her and around her waist, tugging her body closer to his. Of all the people in the world, why was I the guy lucky enough to be with the three of you? Maybe some things don't have a real answer. He felt the blonde nuzzle her head against his shoulder, resting against him as she glanced up so their eyes met. Maybe sometimes we're just supposed to be in the moment, and enjoy it. Maybe, she felt his hand run gently along her skin in a circle, the blonde smiling to herself. Maybe it's because you have this gift to share with us. Hey, you can't seriously be ready again already. And what if I am? Well, no problem for that. The pair paused, their lips less than an inch apart from meeting as they both glanced to the side with an annoyed look. Mallow grinned happily, holding a small bottle of what looked like pills. Wait, is that? Ash's eyes narrowed on the pills, thinking back to earlier. Oh, did Mallow seriously? You have more. Lily's eyes lit up, earning a curious look from Ash. Then Ash noticed Lana giving a similar look. Also to the bottle in Mallow's hand. Girls. Let's just calm down for a sec. Ash gulped as he felt Lana pin down his legs. And Lily pinned his arms. All while Mallow crawled up over top of his form, giving the small bottle a playful shake as she quickly looked Ash up and down, her eyes stopping as they met his. Ash's fears only grew as he watched her lick her lips in an insatiable manner. Oh, I don't think there will be any calming down tonight. Ash woke up sore. Very sore. Like, if you had ran a marathon, actually, more like performed in a triathlon, actually, more like climbed every mountain in the world without rest. Well, you get it. Exhausted. Ash stared in disbelief at the curtains covering the only window of the room, where he could tell the morning sunlight was trying to peek in. Section. That's all he could recall from last night. And lots of it. From the typical stuff with the girls that happened, plus some new stuff that took him by surprise, last night was certainly the ending to a birthday he had never anticipated. But that's not to say he didn't enjoy it. In fact, yesterday was by far his favorite birthday ever. And with how last night went, Ash had ruled out the consideration of making a call to Hoenn or Sinnoh. May and Dawn were great friends, but these three girls, wonder if these girls would be like this on his birthday next year. MMM.MNN. Ash felt a hand rub across his stomach. He glanced down to his left, noticing that Lily's body still remained against him like it was held by glue, and further down his figure was Lana, curled into a ball beside his waist with her head resting on him. To his right lied Mallow, whose hand now rested on his stomach as she hummed quietly in her sleep, a suspicious smile on her face as she bit the tip of her thumb. Geez, even in her dreams she was a little horn dog. But, not as if that bothered Ash. Mallow was simply being herself, so why should he stop her? He gently brushed a few strands of her frizzled hair behind her ear, smiling to himself as he watched her sleep. And his smile only grew as his eyes drifted across the other two girls. In such peaceful slumber, he couldn't help but love the sight. Love. Now that you mention it, Ash did recall something about confessing his feelings last night, hopefully that wasn't anything to worry about. They did seem to be okay with it last night, but who knows if that was their honest feelings or just telling him what he wanted to hear in order to get his D-dash. Meh, he'll find it out sooner or later. Ash, he smiled again, watching as Lily attempted to push her body closer against his as she rested her forehead against his arm. He rested his head back against the pillow as the three girls continued to murmur in their sleep, shifting slightly in no random pattern. As his eyes glanced back towards the sunlight trying to sneak into the dark room, he thought about everything that had happened the past few days which had led up to this point. And with all that in mind, he wondered how long his vacation with his mother in Alola would last this time. He was 20 now, after all, old enough to truly begin his own life where he chooses. And going back home to Kanto with his mother, he felt as if that were no longer important. Ash wiggled his arms free from the girls' grasps, putting one around Mallow and Lily's shoulders as he watched Lana crawl up his figure in her sleep and resting her head against his chest. All three of them smiled in their sleep. Maybe, just maybe, Kanto doesn't have to be home anymore. After all, everything he needed was right here.